It'll go down to the 29. It is a 39-yard try for Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver's won! The Broncos are 5-2 for the first time in 9 years. So improbable, NFL teams had won 1,602 consecutive games when leading by 18 points in the final 6 minutes of a game. We've had 3 lead changes in the final minute 51.
Did you hear that, Nelly? Teams have won 18,473 trillion games in a row in that exact situation. Why am I here? I mean this sincerely. Why am I here this morning? Whatever you want that game to be, that game is that. Do you want that game to be about, wow, you really lucked out a win in a game that you played terrible? Sure. Hey, do you want that game to be about heart and grit, and this is what playoff teams are made of? Sure. Go ahead. How about this? Can we start off the show with the rare straw poll, please?
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Are you more incredibly happy or upset looking back at the game? And I don't mean this like, of course, you get the result that you want, which is a dub. But beyond that, look at the bigger picture. Which way do you view the game? Do you view it in the, we got lucky, but we played bad, and I'm still really concerned? Guys, you scored 33 points in a quarter. The fourth quarter. Lies. He lies. I mean, what do you want that game to be about? 180 yards of total offense through 3 quarters and no points. Or 227 yards of offense with 33 points in 15 minutes. Like, I don't know what to do. My job's to come on here and have an opinion about something. Here's my opinion. I thought you played like ass. And I thought that one great quarter bailed you out. And I think that might be just what this team is. Now, not putting 33 points up in a quarter type of team, because I don't know any team who does that. Let me remind you of the stat that Kevin Harlan gave to start the show. Nelly, correct me if I'm wrong here. In 19 trillion tries, when a team leads by 4 billion points in the fourth quarter with 18 minutes left to go, no team has ever come back from that except for the Denver Broncos now.
So improbable, NFL teams had won 1,602 consecutive games when leading by 18 points in the final 6 minutes of a game.
No, Kevin Harlan, I think my stat was right. I don't know who you get your stats from, but I think mine is the correct one.
Brett, you know what came to mind yesterday when I was watching that game? Do you remember when we had Emmanuel Sanders on this show, I don't know, about a month ago, and you guys asked him about the ability to finish games?
Yeah.
If that's something you got to learn, if that's a skill you need. And he said, not only is it something that you need to learn, you also need a little bit of luck. And he said that Super Bowl 50 team got lucky on the way to the championship. And yesterday, the Broncos, it's in the fourth quarter. They finally get the ball down to the red zone. It's like 1st and goal from the 3. Sean Payton calls the worst goal line sequence of plays I've ever seen in my life. Dude, you have running backs, plural, on your roster, and you're making Bo Nix drop back and throw moonballs from like 2 yards out of the end zone, and somehow Troy Franklin catches a stupid pinball deflection, and now you got 8 points on the board.
But hang on.
And now because of some improbable, crazy catch, now you got a chance. Like, that's luck right there.
Wait, but Nelly, the football god said, I see you that, and I raise you the touchdown the Giants scored directly afterwards, which was the same thing. Another deflected ball that went for a touchdown. You're like, all right, the game's over. At multiple points during that, there's that little meter that these websites, ESPN and stuff has that shows you like, hey, here's your percentage chance to win at this point in the game. Multiple times the Broncos were at at 0.3%. The play that changed the game, and this is where, I mean, you talk about getting lucky, but capitalizing on the luck, the Strnad interception changed everything. It's the first time it gave you hope that you could actually come back. And don't take my word for it, by the way. Pat Surtain said I gave up hope in the middle of the game. He said it in the postgame. And guess what? You'd be an idiot not to. I don't care if you're a player or coach or whatever. And everybody says, you can't believe you're going to lose the game. Sometimes you just know you're going to lose. Sometimes. I mean, it happens in every sport. You're down 30 points with 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter of a basketball game. Could you come back feasibly? I suppose, but you lost. You're down 9 runs in the 9th inning in baseball. Could you come back? Yeah, you could go on some sort of wild, to quote Anchorman, bing, bang, boom. You could do that a few times, but you lost. You lost that game. And then somehow took advantage of every opportunity. Like, this is what makes this team so damn frustrating. It's funny, I was watching a game with a buddy. He makes a throw to Sutton, and he had a couple drinks. And he looks at me dead in the face, Nelly, and he says this. He goes, it's in there. Talking about Nix. Like, those throws are in there. Why can't they be out there more? You know? And it's so true. We all watched the fourth quarter and we're like, that you can do that. Why can't you do that more? And I'll say it again, and nobody's going to want to hear this. And you know what? I am not angry this morning. I think it's one of the most remarkable things I've ever seen in my life, the end of that game. Now, it was the Giants, and these games that you seem to play poorly and win are coming against the Giants and the Jets and the Titans and stuff like that, but whatever. The way that you got booked up on the schedule. You play that way against Kansas City, you're not going to win. Like, we all know that stuff. But I just, I use this analogy a lot, but I think there's a lot of times in life that it applies to, and this is certainly one of them. This is truly a choose-your-own-adventure book. If you want the focus to be on, hey, that is remarkable grit, and what we've been wanting to see from Bo Nix forever is his ability to come back from down in the fourth quarter and make plays to win. Well, damn it, you nailed it. It's exactly what you wanted. If you want to be like, the inconsistencies of this team are going to be that plagues them from doing anything larger than maybe making a postseason spot, well, you got that ammunition too. It's, to me, remarkable that they came back and won. And I think, and I hope, this shows Sean Payton something about when their backs are against the wall and they got to go with a little bit of tempo, it feels like you can find a rhythm. Yes, was the Giants' defense playing soft? Of course. But I think Bo Nix in tempo is better. It allows him just to go out there and play. Did you notice that he ran the ball a few times for really big, crucial runs. And I think it's just because he wasn't thinking. He wasn't thinking, who's my primary receiver? Who's my backup? What do we got to do here? How long is this play call going to be? How many play calls am I going to have in my head when I come to the line? Do I got to check this down? Do I got to kill the play? I don't think he thought that way at the end of the game. It was just about moving the football down the field. It was just about trying to get a chunk. And the more that he can play with that sort of mindset, I think the better they're going to be.
And Brett,
yeah.
To your point about the choose your own adventure, I think so many things about this game are true. I mean, thing one, that's one of the greatest comebacks I've ever seen. I genuinely, I'm thinking back on 33 points in the fourth quarter.
Nelly, it's the first time that somebody's been down 1 billion points that they've come back with that deficit. I don't know if you know that.
Absolutely. That's don't fact check it. That's already true. We know that. That's thing one. And I mean, the fact that they scored 33 points in the fourth quarter on Demaryius Thomas Day, who unfortunately left us when he was 33 years old. I mean, that was a pretty cool number. Just a great day all around.
A lot of weird coincidences.
That's thing one. Thing two is those first 3 quarters made me want to hop in my car and drive off of Loveland Pass. That was some of the worst football we've seen this season. Like, you thought the Jets game was bad? What about the first 3 quarters yesterday? So, I mean, there's so many things from this game could be true. At the end of the day, though, all that matters is what the scoreboard says when the clock hits triple zeros, and the fact that the Broncos are at the top of the AFC West right now. I think that's pretty cool, but we can still break down the first 3 quarters of that game and say a lot of stuff needs to improve. I think all that's true.
That's what I really feel like this show is going to be, a half and half mix of, like, marveling at this comeback. That win takes you to first in the AFC West solo, because the Chargers got spanked by Indy. It's going to be half of what an amazing finish, and another half of what happened early in the game, because I can't ignore that either. Guys, I have no idea what the discussion would be, at least first, top of mind, had the game ended with the touchdown from the Giants. I mean, if you guys really want to talk about luck, 2 missed extra points, a bevy of special teams issues for the Giants led to the opportunity for you to get the outright win. You know, remember, the Giants missed the extra point, and then they go for 2 to try and make up for the missed extra point. And then they miss an extra point again. That's 3 points off the board that changes the entire complexion of the game. And, like, part of me, Nelly, I don't know if we've done this before. I don't know if we're even allowed to do this. I just, at some point during the show, want to listen live to a New York radio show. I want to see what that sounds like today for them. Think about how sick you'd have to be to start, if that was us. If that was shoe on the other foot. That you come in here after having all the stuff that we talked about, 1,602 straight games in that situation, up 18 plus with 6 minutes left in the game or whatever, and you lost. You'd be sick. I mean, it was the most bizarre, crazy game ever. And it's somehow a Rally House Victory Monday. Because Bo Nix, multiple times at the end of a game, led drives. Nelly, here's the 5 drives in the fourth quarter. Touchdown, 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 field goal, game over. 8 plays, 78 yards. 13 plays, 74 yards. 4 plays, 19 yards. 6 plays, 68 yards. 4 plays, 56 yards. 4 touchdowns and a field goal. 33 points. 303-504-0925. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Keep the text coming in. Whatever you think that game was, tell me. Is it good? Is it great? Is it still bad? Are you still concerned? Are you over the moon happy? Is it everything? Continue this when we come back.
Pat, the kick throw goes through the uprights. You win the game. What was the first thought that went to your head?
Man, relief. I lost hope. I ain't gonna lie. I lost hope. It was one of them games, man, where we felt like we didn't execute. I mean, you go in the film room, there's a lot of corrections, but one thing we didn't lose was composure. And, we fought to the end. You never know in this league, no matter how much you're down, it's always a will and there's always a way. So.
Yeah. Again, if you didn't lose hope in that game, then you're not a human being. Then you are a Broncos football-loving robot. There is so much to discuss because, Nelly, you know what it feels like? It feels like I watched about 3 different games that the Broncos played in a day. We can talk about the early game. You know how, like, when you got kids and they play on a basketball team or a baseball team or something like that, or a soccer team, and they play like 3 games in a day. They're playing like a tournament. The Broncos did that yesterday against the Giants. It was just like, hey, let's best of 3. You guys ready? All right, let's go.
That was an AAU marathon, games all day.
You went to your local high school football field and you're like, all right, we're just going to have teams play each other real quick. Let's get one of these games out of the way. And the first game was terrible. First and second and third and whatever. All bad. But I just, we'll focus on the good here for a moment. The good is this. It's now been multiple instances of Bo Nix stepping up when it matters most. And I tell you what, Nelly, that guy has a very, very sort of steel-minded approach where he doesn't give up. Sometimes I look at Bo Nix and like he kind of looks like a robot. Like a football, didn't Sanford call him Bobot?
Yeah, the Bobot.
He's got that. Because there is no reason why you should even consider still winning that football game towards the end. But he played really well when it mattered the most. And I'll tell you what's the most impressive thing that he did. To get them back in the football game is one thing. But Nelly, when they scored with 1:50 left, only to have the Giants shove it right back down their throat for a touchdown. You have 37 seconds left on the clock. For him to come back after that emotional high, then emotional low, and put them in that position to kick the game winner is remarkable. Somebody pointed out that first throw that he had on the game-winning drive where he hit Mims, it looked like he was actually targeting Cortland Sutton, where both of those guys, for some reason, were in the same spot, but Sutton was running like a post route, and Mims just kind of sat down on it. Regardless, you get that play that's made. You got to go clock it, but you got to make one more. You got to get in better position. And then he hit Sutton for 22 yards down the sideline, spiked the football with 3 seconds left, and your special teams comes through for you. You get the dub. There is something about the mental fortitude of what Bo Nix possesses that is incredibly impressive. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be a dirty thing to say out loud or not. It's very Tebow. Where you can play a dog butt awful game and yet still be in position to win and then close it out at the very end. It's very Tebowesque. That's what his entire run in Denver was. I play bad. Oh, we got a shot to win. Boom, here's the big play that wins the game for us. Now, he's obviously better than Tebow. But all I'm saying is that sort of thing of nothing's working, this looks terrible, I'm pissed off, borderline going to shut the game off, and then you make this comeback. Nelly, I take these notes either on my laptop or on my phone during the game. I stopped taking notes. I was like, there's no point anymore. The game's over. I did that. No, I kept watching, but I stopped. And then I was like, I should start taking notes again. So I give him full credit for being able to have the mental toughness to stay in that game. And when you find that little sliver of an opening, you just kick the door down. And that sliver of an opening was the Justin Surtain interception. It was the rookie mistake from Jackson Dart that you were kind of waiting all game for. Like, he's under pressure, he kind of steps up, and I don't know how he doesn't see Strnad just sitting right there. But good hands by Strnad because it was sort of out of his reach. He grabbed it, but the second that play happened, you're like, okay, you get a quick touchdown here. It's like a 20-yard drive. You start the drive at the 20-yard line. You can get this within 3 points if you do everything right. And it was touchdown. You're within 3. That was after the previous touchdown in which you had 2-point conversions on both of them just to get it to 16. Like, I'm blown away. But, God, I'm also blown away by what the start of the game looked like and how you had absolutely nothing. And again, what's more frustrating, and we talked about the Tebow thing, like, it's very Tebowesque, the way that you won. But here's what's frustrating. When Tebow did that, that's all Tebow was. And some people they tried to convince themselves that something different. We all knew. In your heart of hearts, you knew that Tebow was just, that is as good as he's ever going to be, and it's not good enough. Now, if you could mix a lot of talent with the late game heroics, then you got like an all-timer on your hands. But Tebow just wasn't good. Like, Bo Nix is good. He's got talent. I want to keep using the quote from my buddy. It's in there. It's in there.
The files are in the computer?
Like, maybe that's all you got to do. I just got to walk up to Bo Nix and start banging his helmet around like Zoolander did with the computer. Just, start hitting it. Like, he's got it in him. He's got the ability to be a big-time quarterback in this league. But that consistency is going to be a killer. If there's a reason, I'm looking at Good Morning Football. Sorry, I just got distracted because I'm looking at Good Morning Football, and Kyle Brandt held up the front page of, it was the New York Times, I believe. And you know what it said in big bold letters? There's a picture of Jackson Dart, and it said, worst loss ever. And they're probably right. I mean, it's not a Super Bowl loss or anything, but if you could choose the worst way to lose a regular season game, it's that. But going back to it, Bo Nix has ability. He's got it. We've seen it. We've seen it at the end of the game yesterday. We've seen it at the end of the game against Philly. We've seen it in the Cincinnati game. We've seen it in the Indianapolis game. We've seen it at a ton of different points last year. But there's something about not being able to do things consistently that if his time as a Bronco ends in the next couple of years, if for whatever reason they can't reach the mountaintop or he doesn't improve or blah, 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 the reasoning for that is going to be the consistency. Like, that is going to be on his headstone if this ends in a way that we all hope it doesn't, which is he's no longer the quarterback here. That's going to be their problem. And part of me gets really nervous with everybody gets on Sean Payton, and I think deservedly so, for some of his play calling decisions, saying that's holding him back. And I think at certain points it does. But I can give you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 direct examples of why Sean Payton doesn't trust it. Like, why do you run so many swing passes? Why do you run so many bubble screens? Because when Bo Nix early in the game was taking shots downfield, he was off. I mean, how many times do we see this, Nelly? First play is a swing pass for 2 yards. Second play is an incompletion. Third play is a deep ball 40 yards downfield that he throws out of bounds. That's like the entire first half was that. Like, how about this? They set up a play, Nelly, that works. They're able to sneak Garrett Bowles into the end zone as an eligible tackle. He's wide open. And not only does Bo see him way too late, instead of lofting it to a wide open guy in the end zone, he tries to throw something with like, not a bullet, but just a flat football that, of course, gets tipped. And it's like, as much as people want to give Sean Payton grief about play calls, there are too many examples of guys that are open wide receivers that are missed or not recognized early enough. Or so, you know what I mean? And so I think there's a real trust sort of problem going on right now.
Can I ask you a follow-up question
Sure.
to that then? So if he doesn't trust Bo Nix to make some of those throws in key moments, why doesn't he trust his running backs either? Because it seems like he's making Bo make these bad throws, and then he also isn't handing off the ball. I have J.K. Dobbins on my fantasy team.
Yeah.
And what did Vic call it? The altitude sports radio football, altitude fantasy sports
altitude
football,
draft, altitude football. Yes.
And so anytime the Broncos got into the red zone and got down to like the 5-yard line, I went, okay, let J.K. cook, man. It's Steve's about to get some fantasy points here. Let's rack up the board for old Nelly. And it never happened.
That
Like
I don't know.
it just never happened. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I do think he got better at that a couple weeks ago. And then they got down to a third string left guard. And then it feels like he got really nervous about that again. So I don't know. I don't have the exact reasons for it, but I will say that I do think they didn't want to tip their hand in the running game. And anytime they tried to run on the left side, it felt like it didn't go anywhere. And so maybe he wasn't trusting of another backup offensive lineman playing left guard. I don't know, Nelly. I don't have the answers. I wish I did. Because it confuses me, confuses the hell out of me. But if there's anything I take away from it, and I know Sean Payton mentioned something about tempo in the postgame, and I think he's just being stubborn about this. There's no question that if you watch... Okay, I'm going to say something that's going to sound insulting, and I don't mean it that way. I think that Sean Payton thinks running at tempo is not a professional offense, that it's a college offense. And then I'd show him what his offense looks like because it's a very much a college offense. You know what colleges do all the time? Bubble screens. Check down to your running back. RPOs. That is a college offense. You're already doing it. Just go with it. Don't be stubborn about the offense that you want to run. Do the offense you need to run. You know, I think about that all the time. It's some people just get so... It's like they think that my scheme is so genius that all we need to do is execute this properly and we're going to be really good. And it's like, well, maybe you don't have the horses to run that system. Maybe you don't. You got to adjust. And I'm just like, feed into what at least feels like it works. And maybe I'm just stupid radio host that doesn't know anything and he knows more about football than me, which is true. Way more. And I just don't recognize it. But just from my stupid naked eye, I watch quite a bit of football. Don't claim to be a genius. But I know when things look smooth, When you get Nix in a position where he's got to go, hey, got to go, got to make a play. Come on, let's go. Find it. It just feels like he is way more in rhythm. And I think that does harken back to his college days, where maybe they did run a little bit more up-tempo, and it's not so much thinking about executing every single little detail of your offensive plan. It's about, I need to make a play. So, I mean, that's it. Again, no football expert, no football genius. He knows more about this thing than I do. Sean Payton does. But I know what things look like. I know when things run smooth. I know when an offense looks like it's chugging along, or it looks like it's got square wheels. So I don't know. I mean, again, this is the good from the game, is that Bo Nix, he has ability. But how do you get that consistent over 4 quarters? That's the next question. Now, again, I really feel like this show is just going to go back and forth, Nelly, and it's going to be good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, because there's a lot of bad in that game, too, that I want to get to. Special teams are driving me nuts. I wanted to throw everything when they caught the kickoff at the 5-yard line and just ran out of bounds. I'm like, what are we doing? And somebody can tell me that, hey, Darren Rizzi isn't the one telling them to catch it and run out of bounds, but it happens under his watch. So who? It happens every week. Like, there are things that are gigantic problems that need to be corrected now, not later now. You want to know why? You lead the division solely, first place, AFC West, everything we could have hoped for 7 weeks into the season. It ain't going to last if the first 3 quarters look like that, though. So it's Rally House Victory Monday. You can always text us in the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Yeah, I thought we were going to break. We aren't going to break. You know what this is called now? Extended football coverage in the appetizer hour. There is something going on where our commercials are not playing. So what do you have to do in those situations? Speak. So that's what I'm going to do. We can move on to the bad if you guys would like. And here's the bad. And now we're going to commercial. Texture says, get it together, boys. Another one said, let's do ads. God. There we go. See, now we're having different problems where we can't fade the music out, and so we're just work with us here. I got a message on my computer screen where all of our buttons are that says, could not open hibernate session for transaction. You guys tell me what that means. So here's the point. We're having technical difficulties this morning. I would argue that this is like the first 3 quarters of the Broncos game.
I was just going to say,
ready for the fourth.
That last commercial break was basically like the Broncos game, where it was really bad, but then it was good at the end.
Yeah, we'll see if we can pull our own sort of Broncos miracle. By the way, none of this is anybody here's fault. Certainly not Nellie's. When you get a bunch of red warning signs, that's where you need to call an adult for help. Here's the situation. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. I said this is going to be just a sort of ping pong game of good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, because there was bad. And I mean really bad in this game. First of all, your vaunted defense, I don't want to say got lit up, but was giving up some massive plays over the course of that game. The wide open touchdown to Bellinger to start things out. Tight ends running wide open all over the field. Give up that big run to Tracy. Like, that kind of stuff, first of all, out of character. It did not make Jackson Dart look like a rookie, I guess is what I'm saying. We all kind of expected rookie quarterback walking into Denver on that day against that defense was going to be blown up, and he wasn't. So that's one. I still think they have some issues in stopping the run. It's one area in which it still doesn't look right. It was good to see Greenlaw back on the field. It's probably going to take him a minute to get fully back up to speed. Secondly, this is what's going to kill you. This is what's going to hold you back. You know, we've talked about Bo Nix and the offense not looking consistent and not picking up on third downs and blah, blah, blah. We know all that stuff. There is a massive discipline problem with this team. Huge. They are penalized so much, and they are penalized in the worst situations. Third downs. Constantly giving up first downs. Putting yourself behind the 8 ball when you're on offense. You got 3rd and short. Well, you make a penalty, now it's 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 12. Those kill you. And for a veteran head coach, discipline should not be an issue. But it is. I'll tell you what else discipline is. Discipline is special teams. That's all special teams are. You know, I compare it to rebounding in basketball. There's like a want to. Hey, anybody can rebound. You have to want to rebound. I think that special teams is just, you have to be disciplined. If a ball is flying out of bounds off the kickoff at the 5-yard line, why the hell are you even considering catching that? How many times have we seen guys this year have a foot out of bounds and then touch the football, which leads directly to kickoff out of bounds that you get at the 40-yard line? So discipline is a massive problem and continues to be every single week. And that little stuff is just, it's not what winning football teams do. So that's an issue. And then finally, you know, we keep talking about the Bo Nix, Sean Payton. Is it play calling? Is it talent? Is it this? Is it that? And then you get a fourth quarter and you go, well, that works. So what is it really? You're bad on third down. That's a big problem. But you're actually pretty good when plays matter the most. You get 2-point conversions when you need them. You pick up fourth downs when you need them. So what does that mean? You're bad on
I ain't asking for the world here.
You're bad on third down, but you pick up fourths and 2-point conversions with ultra consistency. Like, I think that term Jekyll and Hyde is so overused in sports because everybody says it all the time, but truly, this team feels that way. You put up 33 points in the quarter. You had 5 drives, 4 touchdowns, and a field goal.
You know what's weird about?
Hang on. Yeah, there you go.
You know what's weird about Jekyll and Hyde? It sounds like Jekyll should be the bad guy.
I've always thought that. Yeah.
You know, but Jekyll's the good guy.
Jekyll's the good doctor.
Dr. Jekyll.
Yeah.
And then like Mr. Hyde sounds like a good upstanding businessman. No, but he's the freak that
he'll
Jekyll
shank
turns
you.
in. Yeah.
He'll shank you at night.
It's just that's a juxtaposition that's hard to comprehend.
I thought so too. Dynamite drop in there, Mosh. Thank you.
All right, late.
Oh, yeah.
I I look at this team and I see the multitude of problems that they still have. And then I see all of the things that could make them good. And you kind of ask yourself, and this is a weird thing to ask yourself 7 weeks in, but it's where you are and it's why I'm concerned. What team do you have? You should know. We're about halfway through the year. I should have a pretty firm grasp on what to expect week in, week out from this team. And I don't know what to expect quarter to quarter. Legitimately, the Broncos looked like one of the worst teams in football for 3 quarters. They did. If you did blind resume test, if you didn't know the records of teams, and you showed me that game between the Giants and the Broncos, I would say the Giants are like, yeah, they're an okay football team. They're okay. And I would say the Broncos are terrible. And then you show me the 4th quarter. Now, insanely lucky with a couple of things? Yes. Ball tipped. You got a guy at the back pylon that falls down with his hip inbounds. Lucky. Rookie quarterback makes stupid throw to keep you in football game where he puts it right in the hands of Justin Strnad. Lucky. Look, it was a great play by Strnad, but it wasn't like he jumped a route. He was standing there. Field goal kicker on the other team misses 2 extra points. Lucky. Now, flip side. You score 2 touchdowns and convert 2 2-point conversions. Good. Like, it was just such a giant mixed bag. And I almost feel like, Nelly, if that game ended with the Giants scoring that touchdown with 37 seconds left and you lost 32-30, I have no idea what kind of show this would be. Could you even do the, they tried their best to come back thing? Probably not. But because they finished the comeback, completely changed everything. You know, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that happened over the weekend. You know, Jay Norvell was let go at CSU. You had the Avs pick up another win to start the year. You had Shohei Ohtani playing, I think, the greatest baseball game that any player's ever played, in which he had 10 strikeouts on the mound and hit 3 bombs at the plate. Don't think we'll ever see that again. Like, there's so much, but I swear to God, I think the story of the entire sports weekend waking up this morning is this comeback, especially because it came against New York. So, you can always listen to the show, watch the show on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Trying to work out these technical gremlins, but Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
It'll go down to the 29. It is a 39-yard try for Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver's won! The Broncos are 5-2 for the first time in 9 years. So improbable. NFL teams had won 1,602 consecutive games when leading by 18 points in the final 6 minutes of the game. We've had 3 lead changes in the final minute 51. And 2 extra point misses by a young kicker for the Giants.
You guys ever heard a stat like that before? Did you know in that exact situation the Broncos faced, 8 billion teams won consecutively before the Broncos did that. It was 18 trillion, actually, I think is what the number is. I don't know why we're here today, because whatever you want to feel about that game, go ahead. You want to talk about a gritty comeback, never give up, the mental fortitude of a champion type of team? Well, you can do that show today. You want to talk about a team that looks like that they are still woefully unprepared to compete for big-time games and big-time situations, and that if they played a better team, they wouldn't stand a chance? You can do that show as well. Whatever you guys want to do, you guys tell me. Which direction do you want to take?
I've got another number for you. I think I've witnessed, since my early years, since I could witness football, I think I did the brute math here. I think I've witnessed over 850 Denver Bronco football games in my lifetime. All right? Not quite 1,000, because when I was below the age of 5, I don't remember. About 850. I have never seen anything like that.
Nope.
And I saw Elway, and I saw Tebow. For those who want to evoke Tebow and Elway, I'm telling you, I saw all those games. I saw all of them. None of them had the roller coaster I witnessed yesterday in the fourth quarter. None of them. And we'll explain why here during the course of the show. That was the single most baffling game I've ever witnessed.
All right. Hang on.
Yeah.
I'm going to make room for Mr. The Broncos are going to win by 50 points again, guy. Go ahead.
I can feel it down in my plums.
I have been struggling since the field goal yesterday to try to figure out what the hell I saw.
I know.
Vic, I'm dead serious when I say that I don't know that I've ever been more perplexed by a football team in my life. I am so perplexed because that fourth quarter team, the one we saw against the Eagles in, I guess, much less impressive fashion, and the one we saw yesterday, that team can beat anybody and do a lot of unbelievable things. The team that we saw for the first 3 quarters can't beat a damn soul on the planet.
It's like the worst team in the league.
I don't know what to do. I was just watching the highlights again. And by the way, if I was the New York Giants, Brian Dable, he wouldn't make it on the plane home. He wouldn't.
I'm going to tell you something right now.
You can't do something that 1,621 teams have never done. I just, it blows my mind. Here's the thing, man.
Moj, just quickly, I got 3 TVs on in here. ESPN, ESPN2, and the NFL Network. And at some point, there has not been a single time where this Broncos game has not been talked about on one of them.
That is correct. And it's got to be because
it's the biggest story of the day.
It certainly is. The amount of, I want to say, let's not mince words here. They got lucky. I mean, the amount of luck. The rookie throwing his pick at that time, it's the one thing that I was telling my lovely wife. It's the one thing he couldn't do.
Yep.
He could do literally, well, not fumble the ball, but he could literally do anything else with a football.
Why even throwing the ball?
I don't know. Because he's a rookie and he doesn't know any better.
To turn the ball over at that part of the field in that moment
situation
was the only way the Broncos get back in it. It was the only way.
It was simply incredible. When I look at that pass, Vic, and I know you're going to go down your little play-by-play stuff. I like how you do that, by the way. You get your gerbil scribble pad or whatever, like a left-handed gerbil roller. try to decipher.
I couldn't do it yesterday. There was too much stuff that happened. You know when you're writing feverishly and you just can't keep up?
Yeah.
That's the way it was. I don't know. It's a blur to me. It's truly a blur. It's one of those games, Moj, you have to rewatch it to really appreciate it.
So the pass that went to Mims, it wasn't intended for Mims.
Oh, the last drive?
It was intended for Cortland Sutton, and he overthrew him.
I know.
And Mims happened to be laying on the ground, and it hit him in the gut. And I'm like,
why are
oh my God.
Why are two guys in the same spot anyway?
I don't know. But so many things had to go right. God, all I can think, man, DT, they scored 33 points, right, that day. DT had to be blowing that ball sideways a little bit on that redheaded rookie kicker. I see, he looks like Brett Kane.
There's a lot of weird 33s going on.
There were.
I mean, people put the dots together. DT passed at 33.
Yep.
And, I mean, it was odd. I will say that.
And the Bear goes, I feel sorry for him, talking about the kicker. I don't feel sorry for him.
No.
You're so right, though,
Don't feel
Moj.
sorry for that guy.
Moj and Kane, you're so right. No, screw the kicker. I mean, that's what happens. It's the opposing kicker. And by the way,
Just saw the play
What?
again. He just misses.
He misses
Cortland Sutton, and there's 4 Giants standing around that football, and
it
Mims
hit-
is just like, boop.
It hit Mims
Thank
in the
you.
gut as he's falling down.
You're right.
It's
on first glance,
Look at
it looked
it.
like
Look
a
at
perfect pass, but it wasn't.
It's
It
like
could
the
have been
look-
picked by 5 guys if
It's-
Mims wasn't there.
I mean, look at what we're describe it, Brett. Quick.
So he's dropping back. He makes a throw, overthrows Sutton, and seriously, there are 5 Giants standing right there, 5 of them, and it just happened to go into Mims' gut.
Mims just, and by the way, Mims just standing there. He's not running.
It's like he stopped his route and was just like, I guess I'm not getting the football because there's 3 guys around
And
me.
then, right in the gut. It's absolutely incredible.
Sorry,
You're
Vic,
so
go ahead.
right about the conflicted feeling, though. And the overwhelming feeling is joy because you won a game. You're 5-2. You lead the AFC West for the first time this late in the season in almost 10 years. It should be joy overriding everything. But there's also conflict. And the conflict is pretty simple. After the first quarter, I tweeted out, we're a quarter into this game. I will wait until the final whistle to offer commentary. But what is your one word to describe this Broncos offense? That was just a quarter into the game. I could have made that tweet halfway into the game, 3 quarters into the game, and gotten the same result. Do you know how many people responded? I had over 1,000 responses to that tweet. 1,000.
People were pissed, and they should have been.
That was the overriding feeling. Over 1,000 people responding with words that I can't say on the radio. I can't say them. That's how they describe the Broncos offense. And then in a span of, 5 minutes and 17 seconds, because that's what I'll call it, 5 minutes and 17 seconds after the interception by Jackson Dart, everything changed. So there's no way to describe the Broncos offense. You can't. It's unexplainable. It's inexplicable.
Okay, so let me say a couple things here. One, so I got a couple of neighbor kids that are really good at basketball. They're like 12 and 10, but they're really good. And they're constantly playing in these tournaments, AAU tournaments, right? And they have those tournaments where they play 3-4 games a day, right? I felt like that was the game I watched yesterday. I felt like I watched 3 different games, just all at the same time. Some of them terrible. Last one was great. The other thing is, and this is a larger discussion for later in the show, but just to throw it out there now, we're 7 games into the season. The Broncos are in the solo lead of the AFC West at 5-2. And I have no idea if they're an actually good football team.
I don't either.
I really don't know. And that's what's freaking me out right now. You're a 5-2 football team who's leading the AFC West. We're almost halfway through the year, and I'm going, I don't even know if they're good. I really don't.
If you think,
not
think
great,
you know,
at
if you
least.
think you know, and let me say this, I would say inside their own room, I loved Pat Surtain's comments yesterday, Vic. Do we have those? By the
He
way,
was honest. You know,
I love it. And
can we save that? Can we say, because I have an entire segment.
Save it.
I have an entire segment on that train of thought. Please don't waste it, because today I'm going to go off today on what he had to say.
Okay. So, but I did love what he had to say.
I loved it too.
So, but if you think that you know who the Broncos are and how good they are, then you're lying to yourself because they don't even know who they are and how good they are. Here's what they do know. They're 5-2, and they did not give up. That's one thing they didn't do. They didn't give up. They kept grinding and grinding. But I can't help but think, when I see the Giants rush 3 at the end of that game, and I'm going, they completely got away from what got them to the lead in the first place in the way they played the football game, especially defensively. And I'm like, okay, you want to rush 3? That's fine. Give Nix all the time in the world, and maybe a little luck will help out. And it did. But the New York football Giants, Vic, they helped the Broncos along the way. There's no doubt about it.
Let me counter these tweets because we're going to get them from both sides today.
Just hold for a second. I need to tell Nelly something. I want to do it on the air. Nelly, here's what I want you to do during the show. Blast into a New York radio show and just record some of it for me. I want to play some of what they're doing because it's got to be the most miserable show they've ever done. You know what I mean?
That'd be outstanding.
So bomb into a random show. What's the one that? What's the big one in New York with like Michael K and stuff like that?
The Fan?
Sure. Yeah.
WFAN?
Go into WFAN. Go to WFAN. Just give me like random snippets throughout the show. Go ahead, Vic.
Yeah, and also if you want to call our show and tell us what you think the Broncos are, if you can define the Broncos on this show, we welcome all calls.
Dude, they're an enigma. Now, I don't know. I don't think you can put an accurate point on it. I don't think it's possible. I think you can try, and I think that I would agree. You know what? In all honesty, Brett, like you said to open the program today,
it's whatever you want today to be.
You could call this program and say anything, and you could probably get me to agree with you.
Yes, yeah. What is our phone number?
It's friggin'. What do you mean it's our phone number?
303-504-0925.
Well, it's the same as our text then.
Always has been.
Yeah.
Always has been.
No, it has not always been that way.
Since I've been here, so always been.
How about for the last 7 years?
Day,
is that okay?
Not that way.
Okay, well, 7.
We don't. I'm not living in 2014.
7512 on the text line writes in, and again, nobody's wrong on this. Everybody's right today. You're exactly correct on your assessment, Moser. This person writes in, how can you guys not know if they're good or not? I'll help you. They're not. Well, you can't be 5-2 without having a semblance of good. So I'll disagree. You can't be 5-2 and leading the division without being somewhat good.
You can't put up 33.
Dominant? No.
You can't put up 33 points in the fourth quarter and not be somewhat good.
But they're impossible to predict. We talked about it last night on our postgame show. So, all right, let's take a look at the next 3 games. What does everybody think? I have no idea. Guys, Moshe, your predictions are useless. And I hate to tell you this. Moshe. Your Broncos predictions, they're not worth the mouth they come out of.
Well, I was going to say,
okay,
I have a good mouth. Okay, it's reasonably good. It's got this little soul patch.
We have no idea.
Look here, I got a little bumper sticker on it right here. No. See,
Moshe, we have no idea what the Broncos are.
Dude, I have, and I'll be honest with myself, intellectually honest with the audience. I've got no friggin' clue. And I'm not going to make any friggin' predictions from this friggin' point forward.
I'll give you this.
Know. What?
I'll give you this.
What?
The one thing I wanted to see this season, and I told you guys this time and time again, I pounded my fist on the table. I said, the one advancement I want to see out of Bo Nix is I want to see if he can prove he can rally his football team. Right?
Right.
How many times did you hear me say that?
Plenty.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, has he played a complete game? No. But has he rallied his football team?
He's done it two times in the last 3 weeks. He has.
No.
Yes.
3 times in the last 3 weeks.
Well, you call the Jets game a rally game?
They were down late, were they not?
Yeah, but Jets. Dude, the
it
Jets
qualifies.
That's a winless football team.
No.
They stink.
Vic is right.
It qualifies. You have to still win the game. And I believe, and somebody check my history on this, because I went through it yesterday. I didn't have ample time to research. I believe he is the first quarterback in Denver Broncos history. Tebow never did it 3 times in a row. He did it periodically during the course of that season, rallying his team, but he never did it 3 times in a row. Elway watched his entire career. He never did it 3 games in a row. I believe that Bo Nix is already the first quarterback in Broncos history to rally his team late 3 games in a row. It's never been done before.
There is a difference, or at least a qualifier to it that I would say. needing to rally.
He was the reason they needed to rally.
Yes.
Yes.
There's a reason why you had to rally, and it's because you did nothing for 3 straight quarters, and you've done that for multiple weeks consecutively, and that's part of the reason why. Now, I'll say this. You bring up the name, and I think it fits, at least to a certain extent. Now, the way they've gone about it is different. But there is some Tebow stuff to these last few games. There is. And I don't think he's Tebow. There's one giant difference that we'll get to next.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Caplis Law. Dan Caplis helps good people keep going after a serious injury or the wrongful death of a loved one. Dan's 40-year track record of historic success in high-stakes personal injury cases tells you everything about how he operates. Because high stakes, they're fought on a different level. And Dan Caplis Law has proven it will go toe-to-toe with the biggest and the baddest the insurance company has to offer, and they will win. That's why Dan Caplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Give him a call today. He's got offices in Denver Tech Center, Loveland, Greeley, Fort Collins. You need Dan's help? 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551, or hit him up, dancapleslaw.com.
All right, let's go to Sammy in Hawthorne. What's going on, Sammy?
What's up, gentlemen? First-time caller. Love the show. I'm just calling about how you're one of the best defensive players in the entire league, and on your team is not in the game on the third down and the biggest play of the game. I mean, it just makes no sense to me. I saw it online, and then I watched the clip again, and he wasn't on. Dexter Lawrence was not in the game on 3rd and 11 or whatever it was on that Marvin Mims pass, and I really just want to get your guys' input on how that's even possible. And I don't want to see Shane Bone's face in New York ever again. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
That's a little bit of what it sounds like on WFAN, Boomer and Geo.
I say we take calls this morning, and every caller has to call in with a New York accent.
Vic, I guess I was just like, I wasn't online enough before that game. I had no idea the amount of beef going on between Broncos and Giants people on Twitter.
Yeah.
And that it extended all the way until this morning. Like it's not
Brett,
stopped yet.
Brett, there were a lot of Big Blue fans in that stadium yesterday.
Yeah.
There were a lot of them. But I want to take calls, but you have to give us your best New York accent, whether you're pro-Bronco or not.
Okay, but I think that's going to go incredibly poorly, so I'm going to vote down on that. I'm going to vote no on that. But I think when you talk about Shane Bowen, he's the defensive coordinator for the New York Giants. I think you look at him and his defense much like you look at the Denver Broncos and say, well, you know what? For 3 quarters, they look like one of the best defenses on the planet, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and then all of a sudden they get into this prevent thing. Man, you know what? I hope that from now on, prevent defense against the Broncos all the time because it just never seems to work. It's insane.
There's something else to that I want to get to in a second, but it is a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House shop every team in town. So I said there's a Tebowesque thing that's been going on with Bo Nix, in that I think for 3 straight weeks the offense has been awful until you absolutely need it to do something, and then it does. Mm-hmm. The difference, though, is this. You watch Tebow, and I know some people tried to convince themselves that he was something different than what he was. It was pretty obvious to most people who saw Tebow. He's just not very good. But there's these miracle comebacks that happen that end up winning football games. But for most people, especially outside of Denver, they watch Tebow play like that's not a good quarterback. I don't know how he's winning, but that's not good. Bo Nix, I was watching with a buddy, had a few drinks, and he makes a throw to Sutton in the 3rd quarter. And he looks at me and he goes, "It's in there."
The one on the left sideline?
Yes.
Yeah, the one on the left sideline
like,
over a linebacker, and he sort of stuck it in a pocket on the sideline.
Yes, that exact play. And he goes, "It's in there." And I go, I know. Like, he's not a hopeless cause that's just randomly getting lucky at the end. He can be good. Why can't it happen more frequently?
I think, and Sean Payton after the game, guys, he was not happy. His post-game press conference, he was pretty, it's almost as if they lost. But Coach Sanford mentioned this in the post-game show last night. There is, I believe, an inner battle on how to operate this offense.
Yeah.
And the leash and it feels like a leash that Sean Payton has on Bo in the offense is he lets it go in the 4th quarter. Desperation does funny things, right?
Yeah.
Desperation. When you're down 19-0, you have no choice but to let it go. And what happens when they let it go? What happens when the playbook, take that stupid playbook and throw it away?
Well, this is exactly what I was talking about. So if you guys are listening to the appetizer hour, people out there, this is like the main thing to me, Moj. Because you're so right, Vic, and I've thought this for a while now, that the offense just looks like, I don't know if there's not a lot of trust with Bo Nix at times, or if, I don't know what the deal is.
Is he doing it for his own good, or is he doing it because he thinks this is the way it's got to be? Well, you know what I'm saying?
Here's what's weird. I don't know if we have the audio here because it's in the middle of long answers, and you're right, Sean Payton was salty, and he got salty when he was asked about running the offense at tempo. And he was like, oh, we don't need to run the offense at tempo. And I think there's a battle of what Sean Payton wants the offense to be and what the offense needs to be. Because I'll tell you this, and I don't mean this as an insult, Moj, to Bo Nix. I think he needs a purely college-style offense. Get to the line. Don't overthink who's my primary read, who's my backup. I got to do this. How long is this play called? Do I got to call 2 plays in the huddle? Do I got to do that? Like, just let him go play.
Less
he
robotics.
Is so much
less
better
robotics,
when he's just,
more instinct.
Yes, when he's just reacting to what he sees, he's so much better. Because you know what he did? He took off and ran a couple of times.
And Brett, when all you throw is screens, those stupid screens aren't going to work.
Yeah, I hate them.
When all you throw is screens. If you don't mix in downfield passes, what good is a screen?
Okay, but this is where I'm conflicted about Sean Payton. And I don't know where he's coming from, and I wish he would share his thoughts on this, but he won't. Is he trying to force Bo to run the offense the way he wants it run because he's stubborn and he thinks that's the best way? Or is he doing it because he's deathly afraid and he knows something that we don't know, that if you let this kid play this way all the time, a kid's going to turn the ball over, and it's.
What did he call him last year?
You're going to have more headaches than you are going to happiness.
What did he call him after a game? The famous quote. What did he call Bo Nix? Do you remember that? He referred to a certain movie.
Oh,
sometimes he's got
Ferris
Bueller in him. He doesn't want to see Ferris Bueller. I do.
Well, okay.
I want to see Ferris Bueller. He's
I don't
fun.
know, man. But when he convinced Cam to steal the old man's Ferrari, that's kind of a
You asked a question, though, Moser. I think this is a good one. Because when you're a coach and you've been around as long as Sean Payton has, you have the resume and success that Sean Payton has had. I guarantee you, in Sean Payton's head, this is what he probably thinks. My game plan is so genius that if you just execute it, it's going to work.
Yeah.
But the question is, do you have the horses to execute the offense the way you want it ran? And I think the answer to that is pretty obviously no. Because once they get outside of that, quote, structure, things happen.
The subtle difference, okay, let me make the difference between the Bo Nix offense, the Tebow offense, and the Elway offense of the 80s. The Bo Nix offense, right now what we're seeing is a mixture of screens, wild plays. It's not boring. It's just not effective at times until the very end when things open up. The Tebow offense was largely conservative, run-oriented. Everybody knew what it was. There was nothing exotic about it. The Elway offense of the 80s, when Dan Reeves was running the show, was incredibly conservative in the first 3 quarters. Run, 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 run. There was nothing there until they found themselves down late in the game, and Elway had to rally the troops, and it changed on a dime. Okay, so Payton at least tries to be creative, but the creativity isn't working. Case in point, you got it 1st and goal inside the 3-yard line, and you're throwing trick plays in there. You're throwing every single play is a sprint pass option. Did you guys notice that?
Yes.
How many sprint pass options inside the 3-yard line? When you have to dial up those kind of plays, what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me they don't want to run the football. Goes between the tackles, keep pounding it up the middle. I don't know.
Is he concerned about left guard? Is that his problem?
He might be. Yeah, he might be.
Dude,
By the way, when I saw
everything's a sprint pass option in there. Everything.
It is. When I saw McGlinchey go down,
oh yeah,
my heart. I wasn't even thinking about this game. I was thinking about because at first, I mean, he's like, I'm like, oh my God. Anyway, the good news that he is reportedly going to be okay, or hopefully going to be okay.
So I'm glad that you brought this up, Vic, because again, however you want to feel about things today, you can feel about it. I'll tell you exactly what I thought. And there's a lot of people that get on Payton for his play calling and stuff like that. I think there's one play that perfectly crystallizes, like, there are times in which Sean Payton's offense, I think if Bo Nix would just execute it, would be really good. I mean, we have those examples of the Chargers game where he misses some wide open guys, right? When they're at the goal line and they run a trick play, they sneak Garrett Bowles into the end zone as an eligible tackle.
And he was open, by the way, wide open.
It took Bo Nix 3 seconds to see how wide open he was, and then the ball gets knocked away because he also threw the ball flat instead of with some loft. 100%. He's all by himself. That ain't a Sean Payton problem. That play is ran beautifully and executed the way you exactly want it to, and Bo Nix didn't make the play.
There are 2 problems there. There are 2 problems fundamentally. Again, you're 1st and goal inside the 3. Dobbins run goes nowhere. 2nd and goal, Bowles trick play. should have happened. 3rd and goal, sprint right pass. Not even close. They sniffed that out. You don't think they see film?
Yeah.
You don't think the Giants have film on Bo Nix inside? Then 4th and goal, the bubble to Sutton blown up. I want to focus though. You're exactly right on
Sutton
that.
got tattooed.
Yes, he did,
dude. That was the hardest hit of the game. I mean, Cortland Sutton is not a small person, and he went backward hard
on that Bowles play. For those who say, okay, this is all on Sean Payton's play calling. Okay, I'm going to give Sean Payton credit. I'm not a big fan of trick plays inside there, but that trick play worked. Bowles was wide open, and I thought Bo made 2 mistakes. Number 1, he waited too long. Number 2, this is Garrett Bowles. It isn't, you don't have Justin Jefferson waiting to make a great catch. What do you do with a football when you have Garrett Bowles with no one near him? How do you throw that football?
Just loft it in
like
there.
Like the egg toss, right?
Yes.
Just a little, here you go.
Like you're teaching a 3-year-old how to catch.
He tries to zip one in there like Elway used to throw screen. I mean, what are we doing with that? It was.
I'll tell you
of
what.
course, it's going to get deflected.
The funny part about that play, though, is when number 72 is reported eligible, and Kevin Harlan goes, "Yeah, but he's the starting left tackle anyway." Like he's just because typically it would be another offensive lineman that comes in and checks in as eligible, right? Harlan's like, "Wait, but
hey." Dead giveaway.
Got to change your arm angle. Got to change your arm approach. Got to change a lot on that play. You can't, unless he was coached to do that. We don't know the answer. Was he coached to zip it in there?
No. He panicked because he saw him too late, and then defenders recognize that there's a guy wide open in the end zone, so they're starting to backpedal.
How do you see him too late? The design was to go to the tackle eligible.
Exactly my point. I mean, this is what I'm saying. That is not a Sean Payton problem. That's a play call that is drawn up and executed to perfection that the quarterback didn't finish. And so you can't put this all on Sean Payton's play calls and how dare you not run it. Like, would I like to run it inside the 5-yard line more? Sure. At the same time,
it should have
worked.
He
drew up a play that should have been an easy touchdown.
Hey, you know the plays I want to see? The 2 plays they ran for 2-point conversions.
No kidding.
Because those were beautiful.
You know what's crazy about that? And this is... Dude, this game is going to give me like an aneurysm. I swear to God.
It really is for me too. And Vic, I cannot wait. I want everybody, for those of you who just joined the program, coming up in the next segment, Vic is going to break down and give his total thoughts on the Pat Surtain comments. So you have to be here for that.
Just to cue it up, because we've said this, haven't said what he said he lost hope in the game because he was honest, because we all did.
Yeah.
And even athletes who are on the field lose hope in games. I was down 34-17 in a baseball game. We weren't winning that one.
Right.
You still play.
But hang on, just quickly.
Sure.
Like, the reason why this team is going to kill me. I know, like, for now, this sounds like we're being negative. This is what the show's going to be. It's going to be positive, negative, positive, negative. This team is terrible on 3rd down. Like, they cannot pick up a 3rd down to save their life, even when it looks like it's wide open.
Unless they have to.
Adkins has the easiest 1st down you're ever going to get that he just drops.
Incredible.
And yet,
Ingram,
if it's a 4th down or a 2-point conversion, they execute every time.
Absolutely. Ingram had a drop that way. I'm going like, Evan, you've got to catch that football right over there in the left flat. I'm like, dude, come on. We're sitting here. This is where the brain damage comes in for me, too, and maybe for Broncos fans, Vic. By the way, driving downtown yesterday, I keep looking over at Burnham Yards. I keep trying to envision where everything's going to be once it gets there. I cannot wait. But we're sitting here on this Monday. The Broncos are tied for the 2nd best record in the AFC and the 4th best record in the National Football League. And the majority of the comments coming in this morning are, people think they're junk. And I'm like, they ain't junk, but what the heck is this team?
Well, we had 2 callers with New York accents, but you guys won't stop talking, and we couldn't take them.
Well, we have one caller.
Because I want to hear from fans, and I want to hear how you would describe the Broncos right now. How would you describe them? What are they?
I don't know.
Let's go up to Johan, who's been waiting patiently. Hi, Johan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
How you doing?
Hey, how you doing,
pal? Hey.
Good. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Moser, I love you, dude. Go Abs. I'll say this. We are a good football team. I think, Coach, I've seen this before with Tom Izzo at Michigan State. Every year we look like trash in the beginning of the season, but Izzo's always trying to look at things long term, get them ready for the tournament. That's what I think Sean just did last week and this week, taking a chance, trying to figure out our identity and offense. Want to know what you guys think with all the changes, and I do agree with the left side of our offensive line. He's probably adapting and pivoting, trying to figure out what to do with that nonsense. But I do think he's getting us ready. My favorite thing, though, and I'll just hang up right here after this part, is I am excited in the direction we're going, though. We're figuring all this out now, and then you got that Walmart money next year when we get rid of the Wilson contract. Better days are coming, but if we're going to take 2 crappy W's like we did, good thing we're figuring it out now.
All right, Johan. Thanks for the call.
That's a pretty good call.
You know what I love?
Johan, where's the accent? Gohan.
I kind of like that. I kind of like you do it initially at the beginning, then get your point out.
He started strong, and then he went back to himself.
So here's what's funny. I've made fun of Steve Ballmer because he did that interview after the aspiration thing where he's, it's that social cues thing when somebody's going, I got duped. I was conned. When you're doing that stuff, it's like, well, there's something going on here where maybe you're being dishonest. The fact that he let off the call going, we're a good football team. It's like, why are we laughing when you say that?
He's right, though. He's absolutely right.
His theory that is, I disagree with this theory here, that Sean Payton is experimenting so he can lay the foundation. Any coach will tell you, you don't experiment in the National Football League. There's no experiment. You don't do it. You don't forsake a game. You don't sacrifice a win to experiment. You try to win every week. You do whatever you can to win that game. So to say that he's dabbling and throwing some plays out there to see what happens later, no, I don't buy that. I never will.
I would also say on a bigger scale, a bigger scale, you can't afford to dabble and dibble and dooble and deeble. You can't afford to do any of that stuff. Because there's a certain team located a little bit east of you they're coming. The freaking Kansas City Chiefs, dude, they're coming.
They look a lot better.
Well,
and the Raiders look trash.
Well, the Raiders are trash. But when you put Rice out there with Brown and with Worthy, it's a lot different. So they're coming. And so you cannot afford to screw around. You can't afford to dabble and dibble and man, honestly, Johanna, I just think that right now they have internal problems. They know it. It's probably an internal struggle on how this offense should be run. How effective can Nix be with what Payton truly wants to do? There's probably some yin and yang in there, and this is his chosen guy, so he's got to make it work. But at the same time, you also have a defense that is elite, and they're going to keep you in a lot of games.
They didn't look like it yesterday.
Well, which is crazy because you had a rookie quarterback. Actually, he looked pretty damn good for 3 quarters of that game.
All the thoughts that I had about rookie quarterback coming into Denver against that defense going to get lit up, nah. Jackson Dart looked pretty comfortable most of that game.
You know what he does, the Dart kid? He's a bouncer around that pocket. He can bounce out and bounce out, eyes downfield. He has a lot of good qualities already.
Somebody texted in and said, you guys going to talk about Riley Moss being out of position on that. By the way, that PI was a joke. Terrible call. He wasn't out of position. Here's what happened on that play. Jackson Dart bounced out of the pocket. The receiver rerouted himself. He was in fine position. It's just things changed during the course of that play. The receiver just bolted. He's chasing, but he played that great. I thought that was a great play. Guys, if that's a PI in this league, we're in for a long year. There's no way that's a PI.
It was just hand fighting. They're tickle fighting all the way down to the goal line.
Also, Sean Payton, you can't be at the 2-yard line in the middle of the field. Let's say they picked up the flag. That's now 15 yards on him.
No. That's the best thing that could happen, though, man. That's the fact that Jackson Dart scored so quickly.
Oh, I know.
The fact that he scored with that much time left on the clock. All I was thinking, I swear to God, I was thinking this: let them score.
Right.
Let them score because you're going to give up something here. Let them score and then get back. Because if he had not scored there and they ran another play, the Broncos do not win this game.
Mm-hmm. Man, so much that needed to happen for you to win that game. Congratulations to Grandview's Brody and Jackson Flores. They are Students of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. So, look, I don't know how this show is going to be divvied up, okay? We got Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. That's what I do know.
Trying to get Kevin Harlan, too, because he's called these exciting Bronco finishes.
There's also Jay Norvell was let go over the weekend by CSU. I saw what I think was the greatest baseball game by any individual I've ever seen in Shohei Ohtani striking out 10 guys and hitting 3 bombs in the same game.
You've also got a hockey club that is 5-0-1.
The Avs continue to win. Like, there's so much going on.
But this game
this bipolar football game, so a lot more to get to as we go along today. Stick around.
we got the first score we needed, and then obviously we get into 2-minute offense. I don't want to hear about tempo. All right. But I think we made enough plays in a short period of time, and that was part of, like, you can't just have a long 2-minute drill touchdown. We had chunks, and the final play to Sutton was a play we installed yesterday.
It's a Rally House Football Monday.
You may translate. I'll be the translator.
Yeah, translate, please.
Here's how we translate. My plays work.
You know what's funny about that? It's so funny. We installed this play yesterday, right? Who installed that play when you're trying to hit Sutton and it ends up in Mims' lap?
Oh my God!
When
was that play installed? The play where two guys are at the same place at the same time, and it was intended for one guy, and it lands in the other guy's lap. When was that play installed?
That whole play, oh my God, you cannot believe the Giant. I don't even know how to say it. What's his face? The line, Brian Burns. I'll get to him momentarily. Somebody texted in earlier, said, well, Mims is there to clear out space for Sutton. Mike, really? Why the hell are they occupying the same piece of land? Yeah. I mean, they're both laying claim to this island in the archipelago.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm just clearing out space. For you.
Yeah, you're rubbing on me. You're clearing out space. Come on back over here.
Yeah, you like that?
But I'm like, no. Okay, fine. If that's the case, it didn't work. Yeah. Because they're both in the exact same spot. Mims is literally sitting where Sutton is going to run through him, and the ball hits him right in the gut. It's amazing. But Burns, as he's walking through the bowels of the stadium toward the locker room, he's cursing and blankety, blank, and he goes,
I saw that.
And he goes, drop 8! Drop 8! He's like,
oh, that's what he was yelling. I didn't hear that part.
He said, drop 8. He's shaking his head like, I told you they only rushed 3. Mm-hmm. And they dropped 8. And Brett, you said it, there are 5 Giants around that football.
Yeah.
So, and this is how lucky I guess this was. They did drop 8. They had 5 Giants around the football, but everybody's just staring at the ball. Nobody went for the football, and the Broncos had it go right into Mims' gut. I mean, it's crazy. Like, Burns is so mad because he's like, look, we can go get to this guy. We can keep the pressure on him. I don't know why they dropped 8 either. Crazy.
He was also standing right next to Russell Wilson, who looked like he was 5'2" next to Burns.
You almost forget that Russell Wilson was on that sideline.
Oh,
that's what's crazy.
I'll tell you who didn't forget it. I thought Brian Dable was about to have another aneurysm the second he started warming up. Did you see Jackson Dart limp for a second? Yeah. And then Russell put his helmet on and started throwing, and I could feel Dable be like, no.
But back to the Peyton. He's like, look, what I do, I don't know that tempo stuff.
Why is he so defensive about that stuff?
Because it feels like you're taking away from all the hard work he's done for the week.
But make no mistake, when he said that play to Sutton at the end of the game, I drew that up. That was him being like, oh, yeah, you guys think I don't know how to run an offense? How's that? It's like,
I don't want to hear about tempo.
How about 3/4 of no points? Yeah. How about that, though?
I'm going to make a lot of people mad, but before I do that, I understand we have another caller, 303-504-0925. Christopher's on the line.
Good morning. How you doing, Fruitcake?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Well, to me, the Broncos have been like the second half team for so many years, and it just feel like we're kind of still in that. It's like they're experimenting, man. They're in the kitchen making the sauce. And they may use a different meat this Sunday. They may use different spices. No. Just make the sauce right. Yeah. Okay, quit experimenting with it. Make the gravy. It's not gravy either. Make the sauce right and go with it.
Yeah,
but
good point.
They're finding ways to win, man. They're finding ways to win, and let's keep going.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Hey, Vic.
Hey, go feed your mother, Chris.
Hey, go feed her. Hey, I know you wanted to have your mother feed you.
No. You do something nice for your mother. You go feed your mother.
Well, I would if she was alive, but my mother's dead.
Hey, have your sister call me.
Oh God! Hey Vic, you were gonna break down this Pat Surtain stuff. I want to hear it. I want to hear your thoughts.
It's much deeper than Pat Surtain, but let me start with this. There is nothing worse. Would you guys agree with me when you're watching a game and you're watching with friends? Hell, in your inner brain, you're sort of talking to yourself, right? During the course of the game, you're having conversations. There's nothing worse than that person after a ridiculous, miraculous, historic finish like that, that person who tries to call you out afterwards and say, yeah, you never believed, did you? Well, I did. The revisionist historians that live among us, the gotcha people, the receipt street folks, the old takes exposed. You know, during the course of the game, you're saying, this Bronco offense is horrible. It's awful. Oh, do you want to take that back now? No, I don't want to take it back. I don't want to take anything back because I'm a human being like every human being watching that game. During the course of that football game, the Bronco fans booed the home team.
Big time.
Deservedly so.
I was
I
there.
think.
And for all of you fans who want to play this cheerleader game, there's fans and then there's cheerleaders. I've always said there's a big distinction. And I know the difference, trust me. I'm a fan. I'm a believer in fans. Cheerleaders have no idea what they're watching. They're always, we believe. You know what? I don't play that game. That game was over 3 times, and they came back to life. And not a soul in that building at 19-0, at 26-8, 5 minutes to play, nobody thought the Broncos were going to win that game. You held out hope that they may come, but nobody thought that. Don't lie to yourself. You know why I feel that way? You know why I'm able to say that? Because the players themselves, they felt that way. Listen to Patrick Surtain after the game.
Talk to me, Pat.
My buttons aren't working, Nelly. You got to do it.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
Yep. Sorry. It was such a great setup, Vic, and I hit
it was going to be
We're
perfect.
having computer problems this morning. You gotta bear with us.
Vic, I watched him hit the button
Fix
perfectly.
your stuff there.
Hey,
Fix it.
Get your boy Mike from Computers to come into the studio, man. Everything's broken this morning.
My stuff works. My stuff works fine. Fix it.
Pat, the kick throw goes through the uprights. You win the game. What was the first thought that went to your head?
Man, relief. I lost hope. I ain't gonna lie. I lost hope. Yeah, it was one of them games, man, where we felt like we didn't execute. I mean, you go in the film room, there's a lot of corrections, but one thing we didn't lose was composure. And, you know, we fought to the end. You know, I mean, you never know in this league, no matter how much you're down. You know, it's always a will and there's always a way. So,
and
that's credit Scotty Gange, by the way.
He lost hope himself. This is a player. So again, you liars out there, and there are a
News.
lot of you who want to come back later and say, you want to take back what you wrote? No, I ain't taking back crap. Almost cursed there. I ain't taking back anything because 2 things can be true. The Broncos can suck for 3 quarters and then pull out heroics in the 4th. Both things were true yesterday. Don't lie to yourself.
Bo Nix also said this, and this only backs up what Surtain said, and I'm sure there were a lot of guys who felt the same way. In that 4th quarter, he said, quote, I was thinking about how I was going to answer questions if we got shut out.
Yeah.
At least he's honest about it.
Guys.
I mean, because when you're through 3 quarters of play and you can't do jack squat.
Well, you know, we stayed at the game because we knew they would do this. No, you didn't. You stayed at the game because you're at the game. You wanted to avoid traffic. Don't give me that crap. You guys are such liars.
I'm telling you right now that if you've played to any level like a quasi-competitive organized sports in your life, we've all been there. I've had plenty of games in my life where I knew we weren't winning in the middle of the game.
Correct.
Like, you just know, you're like, the vibe of this game is off. We're down big. It would take an absolute miracle for us to come back. And people have this delusion that, like, if a basketball team's down 30 with 10 minutes left, it's like, oh, they still got to work like they believe they're going to.
No.
They know.
Yeah, I know.
They know. It's why in basketball, a lot, what do coaches do with 6 minutes left in the game and you're down 25? They throw in the bench.
Scrubs.
They bring in the scrubs. They're like, this game's over. We know it.
Everybody knows it. There have been hockey games where it's even like the end of the second period, you're down 2 goals, but I'm like, they ain't going to win this game.
Right. And players,
they ain't going to win this game.
Players feel it too. They know. And that's why I loved what Surtain said, because it was honest. It's like, I lost hope. Like, we're down 19-0. Nothing's going right. We can't get a stop. We can't do anything offensively. Okay, we get this touchdown. Then what happens? You know what I think almost guaranteed was the moment that Surtain lost hope? So you get the touchdown to make it 19-8. You're like, okay, maybe if we really scratch some things together, we can get back in this game. What happens right after that?
Well,
you have the miracle tipped
The miracle
pass
tip,
touchdown,
yeah.
and then football gods are like, one for you and one for you. The second that happened, it was like, all right,
it's
no
over.
chance.
Yeah, done.
After the goal line stand by the Giants in the first half, where the Broncos could not punch it in, I sent out a simple message. Broncos they're getting humbled right now. Humbling, bumbling, stumbling, crumbling. That's what they look like. After the game, you get this. Wow, another poorly aged tweet. You know, what do you mean it's poorly aged? When you're watching the game, what comes to your mind when you see that offense? I'm just curious. Maybe you don't put it out in the internet, but what are you watching? What does your brain say? Does your brain say to you, well, just wait till we put up 33 in the fourth?
Yeah.
Don't lie. I hate liars. You guys are all liars.
Okay. He's okay. Shut him
Freaking
off.
liars.
Shut him off. Quick. It's like 4 a.m. You send out a tweet, hey, it's dark outside. And then at 9 a.m. somebody goes, this didn't age well. Sun's out now, jerk. Number 2, contemplate this over the break here. What was the harder hit yesterday? Was it Cortland Sutton getting stuffed at the 1.5, 2-yard line?
Big hit.
Or was it Scattaboo lowering his head into the end zone on Riley Moss? And I'm like, Riley, he's in. Don't. I mean, dude, it's almost like that kid, dude, he likes pain. It's almost like he enjoys head pain. I don't get it.
That he wants to be in a lawsuit when his career's done?
I don't know what he wants, but my God, the kid is a battering ram.
Tonight, Altitude Sports Radio, you're home for the NFL on Westwood 1. It's another Monday Night Football doubleheader. Catch the Bucks and Lions on Altitude AM 950 starting at 5. The game will simulcast on 92.5 after Kreckman and Lindahl. Then stay tuned for Texans at Seahawks at 8 o'clock.
That's going to be a good game.
It'll go down to the 29. It is a 39-yard try for Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver has won! The Broncos are 5-2 for the first time in 9 years. So improbable. NFL teams had won 1,602 consecutive games when leading by 18 points in the final 6 minutes of a game.
Never tell me the odds.
Okay, so I don't know what's going on. Again, the issues are continuing. If you're hearing Dan Patrick over us for some reason, apologies. We'll get that fixed in a second.
I try to tell y'all it's sabotage.
Go outside the studio right now and have somebody fix it.
Vic, I'm just a talker. Anything else has to do with the server, not my qualifications.
That is correct.
By the way, that whole trailing by 18 points in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter thing, teams since 1970 are 2 and 3,677 after that game.
You want to hear?
That's just, it's so absurd. Again, I try to explain to my lovely wife because she doesn't really give a rat's rip. But I'm trying to explain to her. I said, you don't understand. This history just got made. This has never happened before. She's like, yeah, well. I'm like, no,
it's happened.
What's that?
It's happened.
It's happened twice.
Yeah, well, now twice? Yeah. Okay.
And the other 3,677 times it didn't happen.
This is not the first time, by the way. I found the other time. This is not the first time that the Broncos have overcome a 19-0 deficit to win a game at home going into the fourth quarter.
No, but it's down 18 or more with 6 minutes left.
Gotcha. But the other time that they were down 19-0, as they were yesterday, going into the fourth quarter, was 1983. John Elway was a rookie quarterback. They're playing the Baltimore Colts, not the Indianapolis Colts, the Baltimore Colts.
Who's quarterback there? Burt Jones?
God, who was the quarterback?
Dow Jones?
Dow Jones, Burt Jones.
But what made that game very interesting is that the Colts were coached by Frank Kush, and Elway did not want to be drafted by the Colts. Do you remember that whole thing?
Yeah. Oh,
so he ended up with the Broncos, forced his way out of Baltimore, ends up with the Broncos. They're down 19-0, 1983. He throws 3 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter to win the game 21-19. 3 unanswered scores to clinch a playoff spot. It was the first of many comeback victories for John Elway. It was birthed that year against the Colts. And already this season, guys, Bo Nix has done it 3 weeks in a row.
Vic, so then
I would love.
What do we do with that information? See,
here's
that's where we are. What do we do with that info?
Can I tell you what I do with it?
Sure.
I think it's great. And I give him credit. It's something we've asked for, right? Can you come back from down in the fourth quarter and win a football game? He has checked that box multiple times now. Good for you. Can I have a game where you don't gotta? Is that so hard? Can I have a game in which you play better for the first 3 quarters and where that's not necessary? Let's not, this is where I think you got to be pretty objective about this. It's a great thing that he did it. It's great. Also, you aren't playing against the Chiefs, and you're not playing against Detroit, and you're not playing against Tampa, and you're not against those teams where it's back and forth, and God, you got to have that one drive at the end of the game to really ice it. You played terrible for 3 straight quarters, and you've needed the miracle to come back. Great that you got it, but why is that necessary every week right now? Like, I've seen a whole bunch of this. I'm sure you guys have seen it too. Man, the Broncos are 2 really bad endings to a game from being unbeaten at 7-0. Now, yeah, and they're also really close to being 1-6.
Okay, so that's why
because the only game you played well from start to finish was Cincy, and that's it.
That's why today on Monday, October 20th, it's only the 20th. But you say everything's even now. Even Steven. Hey, they got a tip. We got a tip pass for a touchdown. They got a tip pass for a touchdown. Okay, hey. Those the Chargers and the Colts games, I tweeted this out yesterday. Okay, then you got your Eagles and your Giants games. So those even out, right? Clean slate right now. Yeah. Clean slate at 5-2. Clean slate. Now, from this point on, who are you as a Denver Broncos team? Forget about that. Everything's evened out now. The law of averages worked itself out. Now you start clean. Who are you as a team? What can you do well offensively as a team? And again, a lot of it is I don't know. As we go through this, and all the four letters and everybody else is breaking down that final little four-play drive that led to the touchdown.
Yeah.
And they're showing the 8 guys for the Giants dropping back in coverage. Oh, my God. And Dayball's about to puke, and it's like, it shouldn't have worked. Like, this is Broncos fans. Yeah, I mean, all this stuff. Vic, yeah, great comeback. It should not have worked. It shouldn't have happened. Yet it did. It's amazing. It's stupefying. It's crazy. It's all this stuff.
The last 4 games.
It should not have worked.
The Denver Broncos are on a 4-game win streak. All right? 4 games in a row. The Bengals, the Eagles, the Jets, and the Giants. In all 4 of those games, if you look at the fourth quarters, they've outscored the opposition in the fourth quarter of those 4 games 61-13.
That's very, very impressive. And you cannot ignore that, which is why, again, for the first 3 quarters when we're all losing our bacon and we're banging our head against the wall, you cannot discount the fourth quarters and what they're able to do at the most important times.
But then what do I do with the rest of it?
I don't know what you do with the rest of it because you can't divorce yourself from the rest of it, Brett. You've got to lump it all together. But when you lump it all together, it's like, how do you describe it? It's like filet mignon ice cream. It's not right. You know what I mean? One's not like the other.
You know, I'll say this too.
What's the worst food that could go with ice cream? Salmon?
Liver.
Liver ice cream. It's like liver ice cream is what it is.
I once ate liver thinking it was guacamole. Dip.
Garlic.
Well, no, actually they make garlic ice cream.
Do they?
Yeah.
Have you ever been to a restaurant? There's a restaurant in Scottsdale, O'Brien's or Charlie's or some crap like that, and they put dip out there, and it's liver. Who the hell does that?
I don't know. I don't do that.
What kind of whack jobs put liver out there?
Although I did one time have a salad at a big fancy event.
O'Brien's, Charlie's, Dave's.
Yeah, well, who's ever's. I did have a salad one time at a big fancy event, and what I thought was a piece of bacon on my salad turned out to be a sardine.
Ooh,
that sucked. That was a
surprise.
That was a very big surprise. Anyway, so it's.
Did I tell you about the salad I had in L.A. thinking they were tomatoes and it was actually raw tuna? I thought that was tomatoes.
Well, at least you got some meat on your friggin' salad, unlike the place you took me. Anyway, the point is this: they go, Brett. They're all one product. Okay, it's one product, but. It's like salmon swirled ice cream. It doesn't fit. It doesn't go. I don't know how you take that bowl of ice cream and scoop out the vanilla from the salmon. I don't know how you do it.
I'll tell you what makes me nervous about Sean Payton is that he's so defensive about his game plan and his scheme and his way he wants to run an offense. That I think sometimes you can have something that can help. I don't want to call it a solution, but something that can help ease some of the issues that you've had. And it's like he refuses to do it because he's going to be stubborn with his game plan until it dies. And it's like, well, you can tell me tempo doesn't matter. And you can tell me, and it would be true, that they're playing soft defense at the end of the game, and you're right. But I just watched the way that Bo Nix operates, and he looks way more comfortable when he's not thinking. And I think a lot of times within this complicated Sean Payton offense, there's too much going on upstairs with him, as opposed to him just reacting and doing what he feels like is best. Now, I'll tell you this much. As we're doing our little ping pong game of good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, there's something that is becoming infuriating on this team. They are so wildly undisciplined for a team that should be good, it kills them. The amount of first downs they give up through penalties. Guys, when you had a kickoff returner catch the ball at the 5-yard line and run out of bounds, what are we doing?
I don't know.
Yeah. And you can say, hey, Darren Rizzi isn't out there. The one he's not telling them to catch the ball and run out of bounds. That can't happen in Pee-wee football. How many times have we seen the guys this year, because they're all doing the directional kicks because they got to put it in the landing zone? Mose, here's what you do. You put a foot out of bounds, and then you bat the ball. That's all it takes, and you get the ball at the 40. But he tiptoed the catch by the sideline. He actually toe-tapped it. And, that little stuff is that's not what winning football teams do. That's not what playoff football teams do.
Get your head in the game.
Oh, hey, our offense is struggling. I got an idea. Let's start the ball at the 5 off a kickoff.
Crazy. 12 penalties yesterday for 127 yards.
It's unacceptable.
Bad. Yeah, it's really,
the sloppiness
really bad.
has not changed. And that's one thing. You're 5-2. You're through 7 games. But I wrote this down. That's top of my list here. Penalties and sloppiness. It continues. It just does.
Again, the Giants yesterday had 7 first downs from penalties. 7. The Broncos had 2.
Okay, let's roll through these before we get the break. A couple people waiting patiently. Let's get to Chris first. Hi, Chris.
Hey, yo, fellas, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Chris?
Hey, doing good. Hey, love you guys. Denver native. Just wanted to get Vic's thoughts because I grew up watching the Broncos too. What do you think about Bo sort of stepping into the next John Elway role? Just get him to the fourth quarter, and you never know what's going to happen. You might get that win.
I'm going to give you something on this, Chris. I'm going to give you something because these blokes wouldn't know about it because they weren't here in the 80s watching Elway. There was a time when Elway...
Don't you call me a bloke again.
Sorry. There was a time when there were fans here.
We prefer yokels.
There were natives here. There were people that were watching Elway as the number 1 overall pick, the can't-miss kid out of Sanford, during his first 2 seasons in the league. I guarantee they may deny it now. There were people that thought, this guy's not going to make it. He's not what he's stacked up to be. He's just not. He had to be subbed out his first year. Steve DeBerg had to replace him late in the season because he just wasn't playing that well. So to say that all rookie quarterbacks don't go through these growth issues, it happens all the time. At the beginning of the season, we said there would be games this year where you're looking at Bo Nix and saying, what was that? The problem is this. It's not just like one game. It's part of the game. And then the other part, he goes into the phone booth and transforms into Superman. It's the craziest thing ever.
Well, I don't know if he's Superman. He's pretty good, man. Okay? Put a P on his chest, okay? PG, man. Listen, this is a very interesting question. And, Chris, thank you. I think Sean Payton would love for Bo Nix to be the next Elway for the next 12 years here in town, or 15 or whatever. Yeah, of course. That being said, it's hard for me to compare anybody to a Hall of Famer, especially watching John forever and what he could do on a day-in, day-out basis, number one. Number two, this is a legit question. Don't get mad at me. Anybody, don't get mad at me. If we're having all these questions for 3/4 of a game or whatever the case may be, and maybe there is some sort of internal struggle about what Payton wants out of his offense and about what Nix can really do we ever even remotely broach the topic of, is he the guy?
No,
can you
how
even,
many people?
Because yesterday when I'm watching that game for the first 3/4, if you had told me that Dart is Nix and Nix is Dart, I'd believe it. The rookie because you see what I'm saying? I'm like, through 3/4, I'm like, which guy would you rather have right now? And I said to myself, God, that kid on the other side with that blonde hair sticking out, I kind of like that guy.
Can we get to the next call?
Yep. Stan's up next. Hello, Stan.
Oh, hello. My theory is that Sean Payton is so afraid of making mistakes. He has Bo Nix very, very afraid of making mistakes for 3/4. And then when the Broncos are down 2 or 3 touchdowns, Nix is unafraid, and he just throws fearlessly. So I think that's what's happening.
Stan,
that's a good theory.
I think it's a great call. I thought that too. For some reason, I have this feeling that Sean Payton is keeping Bo Nix on a leash way more than we think he is. I mean, there is no other reason. Here's what's funny. Like, if you don't want to give in to what I was talking about, running a more college-style offense where it's a little bit more tempo, it's get up to the line, run things quickly, look at the play calls. Tell me that doesn't look like a college offense to start with. It's bubble screens, swing passes, RPOs. That is college. That is what a college offense looks like.
You're right.
So,
Dan, great point. You lose 10 points for failing to give us the New York accent.
Yeah, I don't think he was really up for it. But I'll say this. Would it kill them at some point? You know what? Just don't telegraph it's coming. Just go tempo. Go no huddle. Just try. Give it a little try.
Get one more here.
Like baby Jamal Cale. Like, do you ever just get her to try a little something? Like, just give
I always do.
And she may not like it, right? But you get her to try it, right?
That's exactly right.
You fly the airplane in.
Just quickly, let's get one more. Anthony has been waiting patiently. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, fellas. How you doing this morning?
Hey, Tony.
How you doing? Hey, what's up?
Hey, just calling. I don't know if you remember me, Vic. I was standing out at training camp with my boys every single morning.
Oh, yeah. First in line.
Waking up. Yeah, we're always there, but not much. Me and my wife went to the game yesterday, and I wanted to touch base on the overcomplication of the offense. I was sitting there watching, especially that first half, and the personnel changes. It's like 3 or 4 dudes running on and off the field between first down, second down, third down, fourth down. It's like there's no rhythm being built up when you're changing half the personnel between every single snap. You're breaking the huddle at 10 seconds. There's no time for Bo to change the play because they're getting to the line with 9 seconds left on the play clock, and it's like that's not going to bode well. And then versus when you look at the fourth quarter, I know Sean doesn't want to talk about tempo. Look how much more rhythm they got into, how much better they look. So it's like the eye test is there. You just don't want to point it out because it's like the elephant in the room. It's just arrogance. So the arrogance is going to be the downfall of the Broncos.
Anthony, you had us at overcomplicated. It does seem overcomplicated at times, and I have not seen. You're so right. The bevy of substitutes. Just my goodness, it's like a moving company out there at times. Yeah, it's like I'm watching a lacrosse game.
It's a line shift.
Did that just come to you, or did you think about that one?
What?
It's like a Beacon's moving company. Bunch of dudes hit it out of the truck.
Dude, when you do that face with that soul patch you have, it's not a comfortable
It's hot,
look.
dude. Everybody thinks it's totally hot.
And
oh, yeah.
With that.
You know what? I'll say I want to get rid of it, but I can't. You know why? I've been told you can't. Avs are winning. You keep that ugly, stupid, dead caterpillar underneath your face.
Come on. No.
Well, yeah, Coach.
Congratulations to Cherokee Trails, Christian Bamara. Sorry, I had to look at that one for a second. Bamara. He is our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus & Schenker. Backus & Schenker loves Christian's passion and their passion for justice. We'll take a look around the league next. All right, it's time to take a look around the league on this Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. We'll start with the London game early where the Rams beat the absolute snot out of the Jags. 5 touchdowns for Matthew Stafford, 3 to Devontae Adams in that game.
You know, I had my star quarterback and running back on buys this week. I'm so mad that we got talked into doing fantasy football. I'm so pissed.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't have my best players either, but Bo Nix gave me the most points of quarterbacks ever accrued in fantasy this season, and I wiped out KJ.
All right, well, I lost to Kevin, and partly because I went to the waiver wire and picked up Tua. I'll get to that momentarily. I wish I had Stafford.
Stafford had a big day. By the way, Travis Hunter, he had his first 100-yard game, also his first touchdown in that game. It was the only 7 points scored for the Jags.
I think the Rams are pretty good, dude.
They are good.
Did you see afterwards, Stafford goes, 2 things. Number 1, he goes, oh, by the way, there were 86,000 people at that game at Wembley. Sold out. Stafford goes, 5 touchdown passes. Do I get a sword or something? Because they're in London, right? He gets a sword, right. And not only that, but Devontae Adams asked about Stafford in the postgame. He goes, he's an absolute killer. That's what they do. They kill. I mean, dude, Stafford is still the guy. It's
5-2. Jags are 4-3. The Bears have won their 4th straight. Now they're
what was that?
His sheathing of his sword.
Oh, he's okay.
So the Bears have won their 4th straight.
Now
this was the Saints, 26-14, but they've beaten in this stretch the Cowboys, the Raiders, the Commanders, and the Saints. Make of that what you will. But after starting the year 0-2, remember, they lost their second game 52-21 to Detroit. Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams have pulled it together for 4 consecutive wins. Thoughts?
I think it's pretty impressive. I tell you what's really helping out Caleb Williams is DeAndre Swift carrying the football is running all over the place.
He's having a great year.
Yeah, he really is. He's on Taste My Pigs, Touch My Pigskin.
I think it's good for the league and good for football to have the Bears give us a bit of a renaissance. At least be competitive.
Yeah,
right?
I'll pass.
I know you will.
But the Bears are 4-2. The Saints are 1-6. The Browns kick the holy hell out of Miami.
Holy moly.
And I wouldn't be surprised if there's some Mike McDaniel news coming up sometime soon because that team looks like they have just totally given up.
Another guy.
Dylan Gabriel, by the way, did nothing. He had 13 passes for 116 yards, but I'll tell you this. The Browns might have found a gem in Quinshon Judkins. That guy is a stud.
Hey, Quinn Ewers came into that game.
I was going to tell you, Moj. Who's Moser's favorite quarterback in the league?
Zach Wilson.
And as soon as I saw Tua get yanked in favor of Quinn Ewers, and they decided to take Zach Wilson and demote him, Moser, your boy, where number 0 is going nowhere.
Well, since my baby left me, I got a new place to dwell. It's down at the end of Lonely Street at Heartbreak Hotel. I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken for me. I'm heartbroken for him. Gabriel sucks. I don't care what anybody says. 116 passing yards. The Browns won, and they blew him out because Tua, dude, legit question. Have you ever seen a quarterback regress more in the history of the game than Tua? Ever?
Yes.
Who?
I've seen many regress.
Well, this guy...
Russell Wilson's pretty bad now,
This guy is a shell of his former self.
Russell
for whatever
Wilson
reason.
Did it right in front of your face for 2 straight years.
Do it right in front of your face.
Your face.
But no, Miami is giving up on both McDaniel and Tua. They're 1-6. The Browns are 2-5. I'm going to say this again, guys. I know it's the Tennessee Titans that the Patriots played. Drake May is bleeping good.
Drake, dude,
he is
did you
good,
see that
man.
one over the top?
Yes.
Yeah, the deep ball to Boutte.
His deep ball is gorgeous.
I was salivating. I'm like, oh, I want me some of that.
They're 5-2.
He goes over the top. I mean, right into the end zone. It's the perfectly timed play.
They're
it was
4-0
so
on the
good.
road, too. They're 4-0 away from home.
I know.
That might be a good football team.
Tell me if you like these numbers. Well, yeah, and by the way, they're tied with the Broncos for the second best record in the AFC.
They might win that division. They might beat the Bills.
21 of 23 for 222, 2 touches, a quarterback rating of 135.9. Good Lord Almighty. Yeah, kid's a player.
Pretty good.
Yep.
moving on. So the Patriots 5-2, the Titans 1-6.
Raiders suck.
Yeah, they're bad, bro. They're really, really bad. Now, the Chiefs are also, I think, really, really good now. That is their third game that they've scored at least 30 points in this year. They only had 2 of those last season, but they win 31-0 in Arrowhead against the Raiders.
They just called the dogs off, too. I mean, they won 31-0, but they called the dogs off.
Did you see that fake play, that acting job that Mahomes put up at the line of scrimmage? I mean, they're like toying with teams now. He turns to the coach and he goes, they're trying to draw the Raiders off sides. He turns to the coach and says, Coach, it's not working. Then goes back under center, runs the play, and gets the first down.
Yeah, when they're doing this, we're doing this funsy, cutesy stuff. Look the hell out. The Chiefs might be all the way back. They're 4-3 now. The Raiders 2-5.
Hey, did you see how often they tried to get Rasheed, what's his name?
Rasheed Rice.
Did you see how often they targeted him to get him back in the
He had 10 targets. Well, he had
It's
two touchdown receptions. Not a ton of yards through the air, but they didn't really have to. Everybody got fed. By the way, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys caught a pass from Mahomes.
Eagles.
But hold on. I'm going to say it right now. Kansas City is a problem.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we knew that last week.
Well, I guess we did, but now it's a real problem. Go ahead.
Eagles-Vikings. Vikings really tried to come back in that game, but the Eagles, they pulled away. Why? Because Jalen Hurts threw the ball really well. To his credit, he had a really, really good game. Now, Carson Wentz had 2 incredibly terrible picks in that game, like awful. But, man, it felt like the Vikings might come back and win that game, and the Eagles barely hang on. They're 5-2, and the Vikings are 3-3.
Hey, Vic.
By the way, interesting wrinkle to that Minnesota game. McCarthy was healthy.
Yeah.
McCarthy was healthy, and if they wanted to play him, they would have. They did not. They stuck with Carson Wentz.
Hey,
so
Vic,
now what?
Vic, did you lay it down?
Did I lay what down? Your lay it downs?
Eagles -2.5. Did you lay it down?
I didn't lay it down.
Why didn't you lay it down?
Because I was going to lay down my Broncos pick, and I got laid down after laying that down.
Well, speaking of...
You got something.
Speaking of lay it down.
This was an ugly football game. I know you won.
Doesn't matter. Brett Coin, lock of the week. Give me my coins. Ding, 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 ding. Panthers beat the Jets 13-6. Why? Because the Jets are bad. That's the only reason why I picked this game. Now,
dumbest football team in America.
It looked like the Panthers might have done some more damage to them. Bryce Young hurt in the middle of the game, so they had to go with quarterback switch. Didn't matter. Still won 13-6 on the road.
Did you see?
Thank you, Nelly.
Hey. Xavier Leggett had the only touchdown in that game from Bryce Young. Okay. Did you see him at the hockey game last week?
I did not.
I'll show you the video. He's like,
had a great time.
Xavier Leggett! I love that guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Except when he's on this video, took his clothes off. Like he's got a squirrel on a stick with no fur. It's weird.
There's a lot of shocking results, by the way, in the NFL so far this year. The Panthers being 43 has to be 4-3 is one of the biggest
Absolutely.
ones.
Yep.
Are you raccoon?
Raccoon. Jets are 0-7. How about Indy walking into L.A.
They're real, dude.
And just absolutely smashing the Chargers. Smashing them. 38-14 didn't even do that game, or 38-24 didn't even do that game justice. They smoked them. Now, Chargers still really hurt, but my goodness, man.
It's a good football team. Indy's a good football team.
The resurgence of the second chance quarterback guys, like I can't fight it anymore. Daniel Jones is really good for them. I don't know what else to say.
He's a good player. I know it's hard for you to say that because you didn't want to believe. Herbert threw the ball. This should tell you how bad it was for the Chargers. Herbert threw the ball. He was 37 of 55 for 420 yards and 3 touches.
Yeah.
But also 2 picks. But they had to throw. They
can't run it anymore.
That is correct.
They've lost everything.
They have no running backs whatsoever.
Do you know who their leading rusher was yesterday?
Herbert.
Second was Kamani Vidal.
I don't even know. Oh, that's the guy last year.
That's the guy that hurt the Broncos last year.
That's the guy I go, who the hell is even that guy? But I'll say this. They can never, ever wear those Savannah Bananas uniforms ever again.
Those are
That's
terrible.
just the dumb. That just looked awful.
So Colts 6-1, the Chargers 4-3. Cowboys Commanders. So Jaden Daniels also leaves in the middle of that game. He's got a hammy now, so I don't know. You got a hamstring. It's hard to think he'd play next week. But guys, For whatever you think about the Cowboys' defense, which is pretty bad, their offense
is killer.
Is really good.
Watch
really
out.
Good. Hey, and you know who's having a phenomenal season? Javonte Williams.
Number 2 leading rusher in the National Football League.
Rushing it in Dallas. Another 100-yard game for him, 116 on 19 carries. But Dak Prescott, there's something. Look, I think that George Pickens is a head case. Him being a number 2 to CeeDee Lamb is really working there. Really working.
As long as you can feed all those baby birds, which they've been doing, keep them happy, then the Dallas Cowboys offense, Vic, I'm not kidding. I know they're coming into town this week.
Yes.
That offense is no joke whatsoever. The Broncos have already opened as a 2.5-point favorite.
Riley Moss is going to have his hands full. Because you figure Patrick Surtain hits up CeeDee Lamb, right?
Yep.
George Pickens ain't no walk in the park, brother.
No.
That's a big boy.
Look, if his head's screwed on straight, he's good, really good. So the Cowboys are 3-3-1, Commanders 3-4. Hey, it's another week and another example of the Cardinals playing a game. How can we lose this one?
Good.
They're up
Good.
in the fourth quarter. Trey McBride has 2 touchdowns, and they get outscored 14-3. I'll tell you who won in that football game, as much as I hate to say it. Micah Parsons did. Micah Parsons was a monster late in that game, rallying up some sacks and getting them in really good position.
You know, it's 5-2 here in Denver. And at times we want to pull our hair out. The Cardinals are 2-5. If I was a Cardinals fan, I would have no hair.
Yeah.
I would be absolutely Kyle Keefe.
Oh, wow. Is he listening?
Packers 4-1-1, Cardinals 2-5. And then finally, how in the hell?
I don't know.
Do the Niners keep winning football games?
Well, Christian McCaffrey had himself an MVP type of day.
I mean, he had almost 200 yards all purpose. Or he did have 200 yards all purpose. Guys, you look at who plays for him, and you're like, how are you guys winning football games still?
Because right now, at this rate, Kyle Shanahan is the coach of the year.
He's no doubt coach of the year. No doubt.
George Kittle was back, and he was a non-factor. I
mean, this guy, what he's been able to do I'm looking up and I'm seeing Fred Warner with his cast up on a seat watching the game. I mean, he's got his best players watching the game, and he's still winning.
I don't know how he's doing it. Mac Jones, he may be another one of these guys that finds another job eventually, because Mac Jones, if he just keeps it inside himself, he wasn't great yesterday, but he's not really doing a whole lot for them to lose all the time. I don't know. I don't know how Kyle Shanahan's doing it, but he's got full kudos from me.
Niners win 20-10 over the Falcons. Niners are 5-2. Falcons are 3-3, and that is a look around the NFL. Keep in mind, guys, tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day for new keywords on the hour, on the 20s, or every hour on the 20s, I should say. Your chance to win tickets to Thursday's game versus the Hurricanes and an Avs jersey is on your home for Avs Hockey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, Schefter coming up at the top?
Yes.
All right, let's do it then.
Circa Sportsbook, your home for everything, no matter what you're feeling. You want a little bit of football? They got that for you. You want a little bit of college football? They got that for you. You want some MLB playoffs? They got that. NHL, everything you could imagine, especially with basketball around the corner. But tonight, 2 Monday night games, Lions and Bucks. Lions 6-point favorites in this game against Tampa. Also, Texans and Seahawks is the late Monday game. Seahawks 3-point favorites. Find that and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook. No better book in the game. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. It's a Rally House Victory Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town, and it's time for our Broncos player in the groove. Brought to you by Groove Toyota. Vic, who was in the groove yesterday?
You know, you could choose from so many. Obviously, Bo got in the groove. It took, 3 quarters. I thought Cortland Sutton made some clutch plays. Will Lutz, I can't tell you how much pressure is on a kicker in that moment.
You can't go through every name. You got to pick one guy. There's other guys we got to pick.
Can we give Cortland Sutton at least some serious credit for that last catch?
Oh, big catch.
I mean, behind him, up over the top, and that the
Yep.
defender's right there on his helmet. I mean, that was a great catch.
But I'm going to give my groove player of the game to Marvin Mims. They don't win that game without Marvin Mims. I thought he made several extraordinary plays.
God, it's weird. It's almost like you get him the football and good things happen. I don't know. Crazy. Moj?
Can I go back to one of my favorite guys, Jonathan Cooper?
Sure. Who is the recipient of, I think, the most talk from Giants Twitter before that game started?
Well, they ain't talking now, are they? My man out of Ohio State. You realize he has 6 sacks on the season?
So he's too shy of Bonita.
No, he's having a phenomenal
Yeah, he's
year.
having
They're a great duo.
They're a great duo. The fact, though, is that
he's a 7th-round pick, too.
I know. He's sort of an underrated guy, man. I love the number 0. I just love the way he looks. I love the way he plays. I'm going to give it to Cooper. He had a 1.5 sacks yesterday.
I'll give it to the guy who I think made the play of the game.
Yeah.
It's Justin Strnad. Now, did he jump a route and find the right? No, he didn't. But go back and look at that pick. That was not.
He drifted a little bit. He did a little bit.
No. What I'm saying is, he had to have some hands.
Yeah.
That was outside, full extension of his arms. Kind of bobbled it for a second. But the fact that he made that pick, that was the moment. You felt it. The second he made that pick, you're like, all right, you got a chance now, an actual chance.
He confirmed it's Strnad.
Strnad? What did I say? Strnad?
Strnad was everybody called him.
Oh, Strnad. Okay.
Strnad.
Well,
Stunad in Italian is a different term altogether. We don't want to call him Stunad.
Strnad is my player in the groove because I think it's the play that made you feel actual real hope that you could come back.
Agreed. And and this is why, again.
And by the way, to his credit, he admitted as much. Most sorry to cut you off, but I just want to say one more thing. He was asked about Greenlaw coming back in the game. Greenlaw got 20 snaps, I think, in that game. And he was also, on the subject of honesty, said, hey, I want to play. I understand how great of a player Greenlaw is. I have to make the most of my opportunities when they come along.
If you do
and
that,
if you think about that, he makes the pick there. He's had a couple of clutch sacks in games where he's come in on a blitz, too. I love the player. I think he's great.
All right,
buddy
so
of mine
we're in the
texted
groove
and said
then.
Zach Allen was the best player on the field yesterday.
He was pretty awesome. Well, late he was great. I mean, late he was a total stud. Yeah, he really was. He was great late.
That is our Broncos players in the groove, brought to you by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
Real quick, Schefter coming up at the top of the hour. We'll get his thoughts. He had all kinds of stuff about the Broncos.
Hey, by the way, Schefter straight up ripped us off. He sent a tweet over the weekend about those sack numbers that we were talking about.
Oh, we had that.
We gave it to him. I saw him write it down when we talked to him last week.
I'm going to own him.
And he didn't give us any credit.
Well, why would he? Why
let me give you the credit, the proper credit. It came from a listener, a loyal listener, viewer of our post-game show who texted us last week in the post-game show on Altitude Television. That's where the numbers came from.
Do you think he would go back and edit the tweet to say those numbers courtesy of a loyal listener of the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane program?
It wasn't even this show.
Vic.
Okay.
Don't get everybody confused with
Don't
all the facts.
get too in the weeds about this. We're trying to get mentioned, okay?
Hey, before we go back to the Broncos, because Schefter's going to get there.
And I've got something too.
Moser, the Avs, and you use this word during the game, they are professionals.
Yes.
That's a professional hockey team, winning in the most professional ways. What do you do with the goalie now? What do you do? Because Wedgwood's playing so well.
Well, I mean, he obviously wants to keep playing, so good for him. I mean, I think that Jared Bednar would tell you. Jared Bednar would tell you that both guys who want the crease is a good thing. A very good thing. Very good thing. But I guess the good part is you don't have to even think about rushing Mackenzie Blackwood back until he's totally and completely ready because Wedgwood is playing great. I mean, 6-0-1, or excuse me, 5-0-1, but in 5 of those games they've given up a goal. It's amazing.
McKinnon is on a mission this year. That's very clear. Also, Moj, do we check it off the box? They're 0 for 5 power play night, despite the win, sort of thing. I mean,
we'll
just
have
saying,
Coach on. Coach will come on Wednesday. The Avs
they
next
got
game
the
is
Mammoth tomorrow?
Yeah, it's tomorrow night in Utah. We're not doing it. It's an ESPN game, so I'm not even going to Salt Lake City.
Oh, so 12:30 at night when that starts, right?
Probably, yeah. I'm guessing we'll have the coach on probably at a later time on Wednesday.
So if you're not doing it, why can't you play golf with me?
I got stuff to do today. I'm
You're
sorry.
such a loser.
Sorry,
you don't want any of this.
I got stuff to do.
You just don't want any.
I want all of it. I just got stuff to do.
Hey, by the way,
but they're playing. I mean, they're playing not screw around whatsoever type of hockey.
Yeah, no, they're like, you know what they've really
done. And the
done
coach will talk about the power play on Wednesday, I'm sure, but it has to get cranked up, and they're going to continue to experiment.
Bedsy mentioned this to us last week, where he was talking about defensively they've been on point. There's not a ton of mistakes that they've been making on defense, which is helping out Wedgwood a lot. Not to say that he needs the help because he's playing great, but look at the scoring chances every game. Like, does it not give you 2022 vibes of
it does.
You're out shooting teams by like 18 shots every night?
Boston had 2 shots on goal in the second period, 14 for the game. I mean, at one point, Nathan McKinnon had 7 shots on goal, and the Bees had 9 total. Dude, they're playing really awesome defensive hockey. Their back checking is really good. Their puck retrieval and their battle winning is incredibly good. You know,
I watched the.
By the way, real quick, Vic, sorry about that. Last thing.
My God.
Stop. Burns and Manson, the 2 big fellas together, their ability to clear the zone quickly it's impressive right now. Go ahead, Vic.
I'm glad you brought that up because I watched the postgame show and I was very into it. Eric Johnson interviewing Josh Manson about having to play on the left side, which is foreign to him. And it was just, I was so intrigued by that kind of detail because we just assume, oh, it's a big deal. Just go out there and hit the little hockey thing. Let's go hit it. And having to play on the opposite side like that, that's a learning curve. And Josh Manson is going through it and he's making it look easy.
I say this to people all the time. I don't think they quite understand it. These are not just interchangeable parts that you can do. I've played third base and first base. They're completely different. It's not the same thing. Yes, you're on a corner, but the ball moves differently when it's hit to you. It's got a different spin on it. It's the same thing in hockey, I'm sure. It's like, it's not just, just go over there then. No, you can't just do that.
Guys who can play in their off wing like that are interesting to me to watch them be able to do that. It's 2 righties on that pair, though. So you got something cool there. I really like the way they're playing right now, and they're playing just, very, very focused hockey.
Also, some big news from over the weekend. After their loss to Hawaii in Fort Collins, CSU pulled the plug. They let go of Jay Norvell, and I think we can all agree we've met Jay multiple times. Very nice guy.
Love him, yeah.
It was time. It was. I was saying that for a few weeks. Like, I don't think there's any coming back from what they had. They're just, you get into year 4 as a head coach and your arrow's pointing down, can't happen.
There is a dearth of talent.
One last thing there, Vic. They didn't have past successes they could point to, be like, this is a down year. You know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, well, we won the Mountain West last year with 11 wins. Like, they didn't have that either. Go ahead.
What do you do? But what do you do with your next move? Because I think it's coaching's one thing, talent is another, and sometimes they do not go hand in hand. You need to stock the shelves there. How do you stock them at CSU? How?
I don't know. They got a great wide receiver at UNC. They got a kid who's playing lights out there. I don't know, Vic.
I know this is like a lame thing to say.
You need some Kelly Sup money.
But beyond that, I think this is lame to say, but I think it's the truth. You keep looking. So Norvell wasn't the right guy for the job. Okay. Try and find somebody who is. You can't just, I think too many fans, like, they throw their hands in the air when something doesn't work. And I witnessed this firsthand when I was in Nebraska when Scott Frost was there. And they're like, well, if he doesn't work, then who's gonna? I go, somebody else.
Will.
Somebody will. You keep looking.
Didn't this
you just
weekend,
keep
though,
looking. What's that?
Never mind. Just teasing.
Oh, hey, that they lost this weekend? Yeah. Talk to my wife about that. She's real happy.
I bet she's not.
By the way, Norvell gave me that sweet white helmet, the white Rams helmet, that Shockey put in his office, and you go grab that. That's my helmet. Somebody grab that today. Nelly?
I think his stuff is
mine.
Locked up.
Norvell gave it to me.
Last thing, before we get to Schefter. Lay it down. People always want to know how we do with the lay it down. Brett, you've scored big 2 weeks in a row. Nice job.
Thank you.
So maybe we should listen to the Brett Coin Lock of the Week. I am a half point away from being 3-0. First of all, Philly was great. The Cincinnati Bearcats, they beat the living snot out of the Cowboys on the road in Stillwater. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So they covered the 21.5 easy.
I think it's pretty safe to say if somebody's playing Oklahoma State, just bet on the team playing against them.
Probably. Yeah. But I'm so mad. Vic's Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
I told you.
Would you just? I was getting 9.5, and everything was going splendidly. I mean, I'm like, look, USC can lose this game. Doesn't bother me whatsoever. I have no sweat, no problem with that. Lose the game, cool. Just don't lose it by 10. Mm-hmm. And dude throws a pick with a buck whatever to go in the game. He throws a pick. I mean, we're going down there, Brett, to get some points. Is my point, okay? We're going, and dude throws a pick with less than a minute and a half to go in the friggin' game.
Yep.
And
I got backdoored.
Yeah, dude, that's not really a backdoor, but close enough.
I got backdoored.
I just love that.
I killed me.
All right, when we come back, Adam Schefter recapping that wild game from over the weekend. Has he seen anything like it? Adam Schefter next.
Pat, the kick throw goes through the uprights. You win the game. What was the first thought that went to your head?
Man, relief. I lost hope. I ain't gonna lie. I lost hope. It was one of them games, man, where we felt like we didn't execute. I mean, you go in the film room, there's a lot of corrections, but one thing we didn't lose was composure. And, we fought to the end. You never know in this league, no matter how much you're down, it's always a will and there's always a way. So.
Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every Monday to recap the NFL weekend by Adam Schefter. And Adam, first question out of the gates, if that game was played 1 billion more times from the 6-minute mark on, how many games did the Broncos win?
Whatever is one less than 1 billion. I don't know what that number is.
I mean, it's one of the most insane things. We're talking about it all morning, Adam, and I still don't know how they won.
What is the number one less than 1 billion? If you do that and ask AI, they would probably give you the number, and that would be the number because, look, if we go back and look at it, I mean, we could just break it down numerically, right? I'm just going through my notes because I was going over it this morning with somebody. Okay, so here's the deal. This, since the 1970 merger, there have been 677 games where a team has been trailing by 18 points or more in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. It's happened 677 times. And there have been 2 teams, including yesterday's Broncos, that overcame that deficit in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter to pull out a victory. The other one, I remember it distinctly because I was living in Denver at the time, and I remember going to bed and waking up and hearing that the Indianapolis Colts with Peyton Manning on Monday Night Football beat the Buccaneers in Tampa. And I'm like, what? How could that have happened? Right? Even I was in the ESPN cafeteria this morning, and this Giant fan told me that he shut off the game when they were up by 19. And he put it on this morning. He found out that the Broncos won. He's like, what? And I think that's the reaction that people have. The game was over on numerous occasions, and then it wasn't. And the Giants had them where they wanted, and then they didn't. And then they put it back away, and then they didn't. Mm-hmm. And somehow Denver found a way to pull out a game that I think will go down as one of the great collapses in football history, one of the great comebacks in football history. I know John Elway authored a lot of memorable moments in Denver, but there aren't a whole lot of them that are any more memorable than that one.
Yeah. Adam, I was telling folks, John Elway, his rookie season, scored 3 touchdowns. He led 3 touchdown drives, overcoming a 19-0 deficit to beat the Colts his rookie season. But that game pales in comparison to this. And all the games we talk about, right, all these comeback games, usually when comeback rally games, the team that's down comes back, takes the lead, and wins. And that's how it works. But what made yesterday different, Adam, is that the Broncos came back, took the lead, and then gave the lead right back in the final minute and then regained it in the final seconds. I mean, that's what made it distinct.
Well, how about the fact here, again, all these little things that, like a little work and stats that were coming in. How about the Giants' 2 missed extra points, right? Yeah. Again, we're talking about history. Jude Mikatomne, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, Jude Mikatomne is the only kicker in the last 40 years to miss 2 extra points, neither of which was blocked, in a game in which his team lost by 1 point. Now, again, incredible. Like, we go on and on. You want another wild one? The Denver Broncos scored on the day in which they put Demaryius Thomas into the Ring of Fame. We lost Demaryius Thomas when he was how old?
33.
Mm-hmm. 33. How many points did the Broncos score in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. I
33.
Mean, that's almost like the universe talking.
Based on your extra points, though, what's crazy about this game is that New York Giants scored 5 touchdowns. The Denver Broncos scored 4 touchdowns. The Broncos added 2 two-point conversions. They missed 2 extra points. You do all the math. That's how the Broncos win by 1. I mean, it's extra points. It's conversions. One got them, the other didn't.
Yeah, it's just all these. How about this one? How about the fact that Sean Payton throws a penalty that moves them that much closer to where Jackson Dart can dive in and gets in, and the Broncos get the ball back with 40 seconds. What if they had run an extra play and the clock had run out?
Yeah. It's amazing. Adam, we've been trying to figure this out. We started the program today going, I don't know what to do with this football team. I mean, if a team is 2-5, 3-4, maybe even 4-3, and they have some quirky things, okay, you don't know what to make of them because the things just don't go together. But this is a 5-2 team. They're tied for the fourth best record in the league, tied for second best record in the AFC, and I don't know who the hell they are. And I don't even know that they know who the hell they are because Pat Surtain just said, hey, man, I've given up hope. Bo Nix said, I was thinking about how I'm going to explain getting shut out at home, which has never happened to the Denver Broncos. I mean, this is what do you make of them? How do we do this? Help us.
Well, here's what I would say. They did their best to lose in London to the New York Jets, who haven't won a game. They did their best to lose to a Giant team that I think actually, and I told you guys this last week, I think that these two rookies, the quarterback and the running back, have just totally changed the image, perception, and reality of this football team to where I really think the Giants are a playoff caliber team now. They may not make it because they've blown a couple of games here and they've fallen behind the 8 ball, but I think the Giants are a dangerous, talented team right now with a lot of good players on their team. Denver did its best to lose the last 2 games. It survived in both. Look, I think 7 games into the season, all you're trying to do is stack together wins and give yourself a chance to get better as the year goes on, because how you're playing on October 20th won't be necessarily how you're playing December 20th. All you want to do is give yourself a chance to get to the dance, to be in the postseason, and then take your chances from there. Yeah, this team right now is flawed, and it's not playing as well as it should, but it's winning, and they're in position to be in the thick of the playoff race. And they've got a problem in the division in that the Chiefs look like the best team in football right now, and they look like they're going to be hard to catch. But you know what? Broncos have to play them twice. So let's see if Denver can bring its A game to one of those games against the Chiefs. Let's see if the Broncos can find a way to upset the Chiefs, because I think it would be an upset if the Broncos upset them for the AFC West title, because the Chiefs have owned that, and because they're operating now and playing at the type of level you'd want your team to be playing at. But it is only October 20th, so there's plenty of time for Denver to turn it around still.
Adam Schefter, all conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join at ccu.org. Adam, it's kind of a choose-your-own-adventure book today. You can look at the end of that game and be like, hey, what a credit to a gritty win where you overcame a whole bunch of nonsense and you found a way to get the dub. You can also look at it this way. What the hell was that for 3 quarters? And if you're looking at this game like you were sitting at the desk with Rex Ryan and Alex Smith and Damian Woody this morning on Get Up, I mean, what is sort of the takeaway? Is it, wow, I can't believe they did all that in the fourth quarter? Or is it more of they got issues because of what we saw for the first 3?
I think it's a little bit of everything right now, where you can't just wipe away and erase the way that Denver played for 3 quarters. And that's what we're talking about. Right now, the Broncos are a flawed team. They are flawed. What's their record, though?
5-2.
5-2?
Yeah, 5-2. So they are, you know what, like, again, you'd much rather be a flawed 5-2 team than a improving, talented 2-5 team like the New York Giants. There's a 3-game difference, but that's a long ways. Sure. Now, again, the Broncos have a lot of issues to sift through and sort out, and they play like that, they're not going to go very far. But again, it's October 20th, plenty of time. So they're doing what they should be doing. They're in a spot that they should be in. Again, nobody can really love the way they're playing. They're not playing great football, but they're playing winning football right now, which is all that matters.
What's the blowback in the Big Apple right now? Because obviously in Denver, I mean, we're celebratory. What do they want? Whose skin do they want, New York?
Well, you're talking about an all-time loss, and I was on SportsCenter this morning with Herm Edwards, and I said to him, I go, Herm, you had to play, and I remember when I was a little boy, I think it would have been 1978, you recovered the fumble. And for those of you who are listening today and aren't old enough to remember, Vic, you would remember it.
Oh,
the
thanks.
Giants had the game won. I don't remember how many they were winning by, but all they had to do was run out the clock. And I learned something from Herm this morning that I never knew before. And on this particular play, Joe Pisarcik, the Giants quarterback, handed it off. I think it was to Larry Zonka, believe it or not, and fumbled the ball. They ran into each other, fell down. The ball bounced up. Herm Edwards scooped it up, and the Eagles scored in what was one of the most improbable victories of all time. And Herm's like, that's how the victory formation was created, right? I'm like, I didn't realize that. After that game, quarterback started taking knees rather than handing off to the running back to run out the clock because Herm Edwards recovered a fumble against the New York Giants. Now, I remember, like I said, I think I was in 4th, 5th, 6th grade, whatever it was, but I remember the next day the Giants fired their head coach. I believe it was John McVay at the time, and they made household changes. Now, I don't think that that's happening today, but I do think that a loss like that has lasting effects, and you have to see the fallout of it. That's a loss that we'll see how this team responds. Maybe they're young enough and confident enough and brash enough with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo that they don't care much, and they go into Philadelphia and they win on Sunday. But I think a loss like that stays with you. It's an all-time loss. Again, how many Colts-Buccaneers games do I remember? I remember, even though I fell asleep at the end, that Peyton Manning came back in that game. How many times do you remember a fumble game that Herm Edwards recovered a fumble? Well, I think everybody will remember for a long time the 19-0 deficit that the Broncos overcame in the fourth quarter to win a game that nobody ever thought that they would win.
Adam, I know a lot of Giants fans want to blame the defense and the coordinator, but I would argue, based on that victory formation, that if you simply took victory formation at the 5-minute mark when Denver's trailing 26-16, rather than trying to push the ball up the field as Jackson Dart did and got intercepted, if you took 3 victory formations and punted it back, you have a much better chance of winning that game.
Oh, look, I think you look at it, and there's a lot of ways that you could view this. There are so many times where I thought the Giants messed up. Rex Ryan highlighted the fact this morning that they were rushing 3 players at the end. Like, the strength of the Giants team is the pass rush. Their resources are on their line. They have great players in Brian Burns and Abdul Carter and Kayvon Thibodeau and Dexter, and they basically, and they got great pressure on Denver throughout the game. And then when it matters, they drop 8 people back into coverage, which Brian Burns is all mad about.
Yep.
They have, with 5 minutes to go, with a young quarterback, they have Jackson Dart throw the ball like Alex Smith was talking about. How about like an RPO? How about where the quarterback's rolling out and running and keeping the ball and not having him thrown to the middle of the field and to cover? Like, there are a lot of things they could have done. How about, again, I'll come back to the kicker. The kicker missed an extra point last week. What if they activated Younghoe Koo from their practice squad? He was on their practice squad all week long and went with a veteran kicker rather than an inexperienced kicker who missed an extra point last week. There are a lot of things that they could have done. And I'm sure that they'll be thinking about for a long period of time.
I'm sure they probably will. Last thing for me, great blue suit today, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, really good stuff. We've been talking here, Adam, and we'll probably get into this as the weeks go on. But the offense that Sean Payton wants to run and wants to call versus the offense that Bo Nix is best at, there seems to be a little bit of a dichotomy going on here in Denver. I don't know. I mean, and that's his handpicked guy. I'm sure Payton's always going to win. But right now it appears they have a bit of an issue with how things should get done, at least for a while. And then once Bo kind of goes crazy, he goes crazy because they let it all hang out. How quickly could that get fixed, do you think?
Well, maybe they learned something from that. But I do think, again, Sean Payton knows offensive football. He's pretty savvy, and Bo Nix is a smart quarterback. But I do think somehow, some way, that when Bo Nix is on the move and running around and being a threat to run, I think he's averaging 9 yards per carry. That seems to be when their offense has a little bit of bounce to it. And I don't know how they do that, and they're much smarter at offense than me. But somehow you got to find a way to make sure that the defense is accounting for Bo Nix's legs and the rushing threat that he brings. Because when he runs the football, he's dangerous. You just got to do that at the right times and see if they can find out that there's a balance between what Bo's looking for, Sean's looking for, and also, like we're talking about the effects that a loss like this will have on the Giants. I also wonder what's the effect that a win like this has on the Broncos. Like, is this something that jumpstarts a team that hasn't been playing well, even though it has a 5-2 record? Do they bounce off that? Like they get some improvement, get a spark from that, or do they waste it and squander that and not improve and don't play better football from here? So I guess we'll find that out too.
Adam, last thing real quick. Is the Mike McDaniel experiment salvageable in Miami?
I mean, the owners are going to be a little bit patient. I don't know how much more patient. I don't expect him to make a change today. So he'll have the rest of the season, but I don't think anybody that has watched that team feels like there's a whole lot of hope for them turning it around right now.
It's Adam Schefter. ESPN joins us every single week. Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you, buddy. We'll talk next week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great Monday.
All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. I know what today. Oh, go ahead. What?
I forgot to. He stole our stuff.
Oh.
He didn't steal our stuff. He stole a random.
He stole a listener's watcher.
A watcher of the post-game show on Altitude.
But it's our domain. It's our property.
Ours.
It's on the show.
I agree.
We have rights to it.
I agree.
I talked to my lawyer. My son's at law school.
Hey, just quickly here, I know that Mike McDaniel has Denver ties, obviously. That thing's a mess.
Smoky Hill High.
Both him and Tua.
I don't know that it's McDaniel. Well, okay, let me backtrack.
What do you mean?
Tua, I personally don't think I've ever seen a quarterback regress the way Tua's regressed. And I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's his leg.
They gave up, dude.
I don't know if it's his head. They have quit because they have way more talent on that team than what they're showing. But when Tua's throwing 3 picks a week and throws his entire team out of the bus during the previous week, that's a major problem.
Yeah,
to win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that personality that we all love when things go bad, nobody wants to hear that. It's like Hackett, right? Hackett's personality was nice and cutesy, and then you start having the fans count down the play clock, and timeouts are bad, and then you lose football games. And you lose before or you have fans leaving before overtime starts, and it's like, yeah, that personality. The tuxedo T-shirts, now it's kind of messed up.
By the way, Ziegler, the amount of fired coaches already, college football teams, every week a coach is getting fired. 2 got fired over the weekend, Billy Napier and, of course, Jay Norvell.
Yeah.
Every week it's somebody else. Good luck keeping the job.
Just like 30 seconds. Thought the James Franklin interview thing on game day was weird. Thought that was really weird. Like, just gets canned like 4 days ago, and he's like, ask me why I think the team that fired me is dumb. You're just like, all right, got it. Really odd.
Well, I watched it. It's good television.
Yeah, it is. And Saban was just like, tell me why Penn State was stupid. Like, that was his question. I was like,
Did you see Saban's wife? She was funny.
Yeah,
Ms.
she was
Terry,
great. She's like, he ain't
great.
going back. We're having too much fun. No, he ain't going.
There is a price, though, she said. There is a number. You haven't hit it yet.
303-504-0925. Get back to the Broncos after this.
How about a brand new Ford Bronco Sport for $25,999? Oh, yeah, you can get it at Siltrahar Motors or Broomfield, or you can lease that puppy for $299 a month. That's it. What a deal. And they've got a ton of Ford Bronco Sports up there right now at Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield. Always the lowest prices in town. whether it's cash, finance, lease, trade, whatever, they've got you completely covered. And they've got over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles right now available on the lot. Awesome brands to choose from. You've got to check them out. They've been in business at Silterhar Motors in Denver and the Boulder area for over 65 years. They do things right, and that's why you should go there and find your new ride. If you want to look online, it's very easy. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. It's everything you want in a dealership.
Can I make a distinction?
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. Go ahead, Vic, distinct me.
And tell me if I'm wrong here. I'm sure listeners and texters won't hesitate. In my opinion, there's a big distinction between what constitutes a great game and a great finish. Yesterday, in my humble opinion again, was not a great game.
It was an
The
awful
first
game.
3 quarters were trash from a Broncos perspective. Absolute misery and trash. The fourth quarter was its own little...
Was magic.
I don't know what to tell you. So, I don't know if it's as much, oh man, that was a great game. No, it wasn't. It was a great finish. It was an unbelievable finish. It was an historic finish. Now, Moser, you and I, as you like to allude to many times, you and I attended a great game. Remember that KC-LA game in the Coliseum?
That was a great game.
That was a great game.
From the opening kick.
Oh, you guys were there?
Yeah, Moser would say.
Weird.
So, from a game, from the very onset, from the kickoff, that was a game. This game happened in the final 5.5 minutes. That's not the game. That's the finish.
I bet there are people in the listening audience who don't know that story.
It's all right.
I'm not going to tell it right now.
It's okay.
But I will say that it started with Vic and I getting there and getting into the Coliseum through a hole in the fence.
Yep.
We're going to move past that.
Chain link fence ripped up. We went in through the hole in the fence. Anyway, that's how the day started. And it only got better from there.
So there's a few questions that I want to throw out there because this is, again, what are those things called? The ink blot test? Rorschach test, right?
Rorschach test, right.
I hold up a big blob of ink, and you just tell me what you see in it. And everybody's got a different answer.
I do it. Ready, go.
I don't have one.
Well, just pretend. Looks like a crappy offense.
Yeah, I know. And then I look at it and I go, that looks like a team that can finish. And you're just like, what do I do?
That's what I was talking to Adam about, Vic. There is no wrong answer to this right now. There's no wrong answer. Somebody sent the thing to us.
There you go. Yeah.
That looks like a pelvis.
I see Batman.
Okay, whatever. Pelvis.
You know it's equally tough to distinguish? What the hell is a pass interference?
I don't know. That looked like hand fighting. That looked like hand fighting to me a little bit, that said.
I need somebody...
On an underthrown ball, by the way.
I need somebody from the league office to walk me through this like I'm a child and tell me what constitutes pass interference. Because everything I've known and seen, if you turn your head back, Riley Moss did, the pass was wildly underthrown, okay? Yes, did he have his hands on the receiver? No doubt. Did the receiver have his hands on him? No doubt. Hand fighting took place. I don't understand what pass interference is,
Moss
guys.
he got his head turned, too.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
he turned his head at the last second. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to call it. I don't know what pass interference is anymore.
Also, thank God, but I thought that Brandon Jones was dead.
Yeah.
On that collision between he and Hufanga, oh, my God.
Bro.
On
that drive, how many times did you say, oh, my God, come on, just end it.
Yeah.
End it.
Yeah.
Like the 4th and 19.
Yes.
Come on.
But again, you're talking about a personal foul there, too. I mean, the whole thing was incredibly frustrating, exhilarating, mind-bending. Did I say exciting already? What did I say? Invigorating? I mean, it was every innating you can think of was in the final 5 minutes of that game. You can't take an ending like that and make a legitimate and distinct conclusion about anything.
So,
and maybe that's why I'm so frustrated.
I have a question that I'm going to need a straw poll for.
Please.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Textures 303-504-0925. In one sentence, what is Bo Nix? In one sentence, what is he?
Is he? Yeah, there are a lot of words you can use, and I don't want to be that guy that sounds like I'm knocking him, but is he schizophrenic?
What is he?
You know,
we're just about a year and a half in, right? Just about a year and a half in to his career. And you have, hey, I want to see Bo Nix finish football games. And to his credit, he has this year. He has come back from down in the fourth quarter to rally his team to victories repeatedly. Also, why are we needing to rally to a victory against the Jets and the Giants? Why is that? Because you didn't play well enough early.
Do you know that the Giants had the 27th ranked defense?
Yeah.
Yeah, they aren't good.
Yeah.
They have a couple of good guys up front. Like they got Dexter Lawrence and they got Brian Burns and they got guys who can play up front.
I think that's the idea, and that's why Burns was so. And Dexter Lawrence, I mean, all he said was, "Can't give up 33 in the fourth quarter, man." Like, well, pretty much. I think that's why they were so upset. Again, you're dropping 8 in that final drive against the Broncos when the one thing that they do pretty damn well defensively is actually get to the quarterback. Mm-hmm. And they didn't even make an effort to do that. And again, on that pass that goes to Mims over Sutton, hits him in the gut, there's at least 4 jerseys right there, and a 5th comes into the frame. It's crazy, Vic.
I'm so conflicted about your question because there are so many levels to this. Again, at the beginning of the season, we talked about, what do you want to accomplish this season? Well, get to the playoffs. But for me, at the beginning of the season, I said, I want to see Bo Nix do something that he did not do last year. I want to see him rally his team.
Well, you got that, Vic.
3 straight weeks.
But
he's the first quarterback in Broncos history to do it 3 straight weeks late in the fourth quarter.
Then why are you asking the question about what he is?
Because I still don't know what he is.
I know. And that's where I'm confused.
I mean, he appears to be clutch sometimes.
He is clutch. He is clutch. You can't do what he's done for 3 consecutive weeks and not say he's not clutch. He's clutch. That boy, he's got clutch genes. He proved it. They exist. But what you want to do is take some of them clutch genes and say, can we be more consistent?
I like this one. I'm reading a lot of these. It's a slot machine right now.
The text machine is going crazy.
But I like this one. This from Lakewood Fan is what his name is on here. Bo Nix in one sentence. He's a talented but overcoached high prospect that has shown potential in a short NFL career.
It's not one word, though. I can't do all that.
I said one sentence.
For a sentence, though.
One sentence, not a word, one sentence. And I think that's pretty accurate. Like, I'd say this, just quickly, Moj, that Bo is doing Tebow stuff right now, but he is much better than Tebow. He has talent. It's there. It's not consistent, but you can see moments in which you can work with that. And I don't know what his ceiling would be. Like, I think one thing I am decided on, if there's one clear statement I can make on Bo Nix, I don't think he's ever going to be an elite quarterback in the league. But he can be really damn good. I think he's got the ability to do that. If you think that Nix is going to be like that Josh Allen, Mahomes, Lamar competing for MVP type, I don't think he's that guy.
Jeffrey on the text line says he is Russell Westbrook. Could be great. Could be a disaster.
Yeah.
He's not turning the football over, man. I mean, the one thing he has done pretty good for his career is not turn the football over. And number 2, he does the only guy that got to him yesterday was Burns, who got to him twice. Yeah. That's it, man.
I'm gonna say
he doesn't take sacks, but he just nickels and dimes. And it's pedestrian, and I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you what he is.
What is
in my opinion? He is thick-skinned. Because how many quarterbacks, when you're down 19-0,
sure,
when you're down 26-8, and they cut to that sideline shot, and he's on the sideline, and you have that look of defeat, right? He don't play that.
No, he's got mental fortitude.
He has a mental ability to not dwell, just to move on. And that takes some thick skin. That is a skill. That is a talent that he possesses.
Yeah. There's one thing, I've seen this a couple of times throughout the course of this year where somebody will say he was the 6th quarterback taken in the draft. And that stuff drives me nuts because it doesn't matter whether you're the 6th quarterback in the draft or not. The second you get in the league at that position, like Moj, if you draft a receiver in the 5th round, if that guy doesn't become Jerry Rice, you're like, fine, okay? Who cares? Like, he wasn't supposed to be.
If you draft a quarterback,
but
quarterbacks
the top
are
12
different. Pick, I don't care if he's the 6th one taken or the 10th one taken. If you take him at 10 You're looking at the top 12 top 12 pick in the draft period.
12th overall, you need to play as if you are a high-level quarterback in this league.
Which is the standard we're holding Caleb Williams to. The standard we're holding
Michael Penix
to. Drake May to.
Jaden Daniels.
J.J. McCarthy. We're holding them all to that same standard.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I'm just, I think it's such a difficult question of what is he?
Well, the reason you cannot answer that question is the same reason. Take a look at the Broncos' next 3 games. Who are they?
The Cowboys,
Mm-hmm.
Raiders, and Chiefies.
Okay. Cowboys, Raiders, and Chiefs. Obviously, the Chiefs is tough.
No. Texans are after the Cowboys.
Oh, so Cowboys, Texans, Raiders, Chiefs. Sorry.
Okay.
Before you get to the bye week.
All right, so I'm not going to pull a Moser here and throw a blanket statement. Dub. I have no idea.
But first of all, that's not what I sound like. That's what I sound like.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that foolishness because what we've learned by watching this team, every game is a week-to-week freaking hair-pulling, roller coaster riding, crazy ride, all right? I have no idea what to expect out of the Broncos.
If you think I'm making a prediction again about the Denver Broncos,
I have no idea.
In fact, I dare you. Friday, I dare both of you. On that final segment before Drunk Takes, I dare you, double dog dare you to ask me what I think about this game.
You know, it's both scary and refreshing at the same time to know that we are now 7 games into the season. This team leads the division. They're 5-2, and I have no idea what they are.
By the way, we got to do, if we're going to do lay it down on Friday, are we going to do it?
Yeah.
Well, I'm leaving for Boston early in the morning. So we're going to have to do it like right away because I'm going to be out.
Okay, well, listen for a second.
Yeah, I haven't checked your schedule. Sorry, Mo.
Well, don't worry about it. I got my own schedule.
Let me get my
checked.
people working on your schedule 5 days in advance.
If there is, I don't care what you tell me. The Broncos point spread is blank. I go, not touching it.
Yeah.
Not touching that.
Over under means nothing to me.
No.
Yeah. Means none of that means numbers. I mean, I want you guys to know something. Bo Nix, I had confidence in Bo Nix. It's an honor. I gave him the honor of picking him for my fantasy team as my quarterback.
I'm sure.
You gave him the honor. Okay.
Yeah. All right, that's an honor bestowed.
Mm-hmm.
Not many quarterbacks earn that, but it's an honor. In the first 3 quarters, as a fantasy quarterback, what do you think is going through my head? Any Bronco fan's head? In the first 3 quarters.
Can't read it.
You see what those are?
Yeah.
Those are zeros. Yeah.
Those are how many?
Do you
how
know
many,
that
wait,
Bo Nix?
How many of them?
3 zeros.
3 zeros.
And then
do you know that Bo Nix ended that game with the highest fantasy points in the NFL of any player all season? All season.
I can't get over how funny this looks, by the way, whenever you look at a box score. 0, 0, 0. 33.
It's incomprehensible. It's
Moser's GPA.
On the flip side of that, Brett, Josh Allen's in a bye week.
And that's how people with that GPA would react.
Okay, so Josh Allen's in a bye week. My backup was Geno.
Why?
Because that's all that was left when we were drafting. So I got rid of Geno. I'm like, they're going to get killed by the Chiefs, and they did. I go, you know what I'm going to do? I know they got a shot against against Cleveland. I'm going to go get me some Tua. And his score was minus 1.4. That was his score.
Yeah.
Did you see what Bo ended up with?
No.
Again, the highest, let me pull this up. The highest fantasy total of the year of any quarterback.
Good for you.
That's my quarterback. He finished with 39.9 points. Almost
fantasy
40 of
football
them.
is so stupid. It's just so dumb. I don't know. I don't know what to make of the Broncos. I don't know what to make of any game from this point on. I don't know.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Fact checker next. All right, Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Still can't believe they got the dub. Have you guys seen those things? I think it's on ESPN. You can kind of scroll throughout the game from the first quarter to the fourth quarter, and it shows you the percentage chance of you winning and stuff like that, right?
It's insane.
Yeah.
Well, they have that in video form. And, Nelly, if you could pull this up behind me, they did this in the fourth quarter of the Broncos game. And this is from, hold please, the NFL. The NFL's Twitter.
Some nerd.
So, here's what you got with, hang on, pause, keep it on pause. This is when the game was 19-0 in the fourth quarter. So it was a 7% win probability for the Broncos. And then Nelly hit play. Bo Nix gets the old tippy-tap touchdown to Franklin in the back pylon. So that jumps up to 11% now is what it's at.
Jump that much.
So pause again. So now it's the tippy-tip pass that goes back to the Giants on the drive afterwards. Continue. And that 11% jump now falls all the way down to 1%.
It's actually 0.7% at one point, under a percentage.
So that is after they take a 26-8 lead. 1% jumps all the way up to 3%.
Woo, baby.
When Bo
3%.
Nix scores that touchdown on the ground, 3% goes to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13%.
We got a chance.
Gets
I got
the
a
pick.
chance.
All right, so a little bit of a chance, 13%. Bo Nix to R.J. Harvey. Now that jumps to 23%, down 3 points. And then the Broncos win probability after Nix's next touchdown that puts them up goes to 85%. To only drop to 11% when Jackson Dart runs the ball in. Missed extra point, climbs up to 19, and then you know the rest. It turns into 100 after the field goal.
I will never, ever forget that pass that hit Mims in the gut. I'll remember that till the day I die. I even screamed it at the time to my lovely wife. He wasn't even trying to throw it to him. I can't believe how lucky they are. It was awesome, but I'm like, that is so fortunate because Mims stopped running his route, dude. He just stood there. It was intended for Cortland Sutton on the skinny post, and it goes over him and hits Mims in the gut. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
By the way, looking at injuries, you guys talked about Brandon Jones got knocked pretty good by Hufanga, his own guy, in the middle of that
He's
game.
okay, right?
I haven't seen an update yet. I'm sure we'll get one a little bit later for this Monday presser.
He got upended. That hit, the Sutton hit at the goal line, and then Scattaboo. Why does he have to be that mean to Riley Moss?
The good
that
news
was mean.
is that it was limited. It was 20 snaps out of Dre Greenlaw, but he did see the football field, so that's good that one of your high-prized, I should say, free agent acquisitions of the offseason finally got on the football field for you at a position that they clearly need to have some more steady play from. All injury reports, by the way, are brought to you by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos.
Broncos fans, just realize, I know it's now twice, right? In most of your lifetime, Vic and I were just tiny little babies going, wanted, at the merger. But what you saw yesterday, you will never see again in your lifetime. I will take that to the bank.
I opened the show by saying this.
Just we will never see a matching too many men in the ice penalty like we saw last year.
I've watched over 850 Broncos games in my lifetime that I've viewed, at least. I've never seen a finish like that.
Nope.
Ever. I've seen crazy games. The games that come to mind. Let me just give you a couple of games.
You can watch 10,000 football games and never see the end like that. It's insane.
The drive was obviously insane, but that constituted basically one drive in the overtime. The game in San Diego against the Chargers where Peyton Manning and company rallied from that ridiculous, 24-0 at halftime? Remember that?
Yeah.
Decker falls down, all that. That was crazy. John Elway in 1983, they were down to the Colts 19-0. He led them on 3 fourth-quarter touchdown drives. They won 21-19. They go to the playoffs, clinched a playoff spot. Crazy. The Broncos-Oilers game in the playoffs, Elway versus Moon, back and forth, frenetic, feverish, crazy. But none of them, any of the Tebow games, losing to Chicago and Marion Barber somehow goes out of bounds for no reason whatsoever. Crazy, crazy, crazy. None of them had the roller coaster turns like yesterday's game.
Well, let me just do it this way. Here's the Broncos' drives. Punt, 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 downs, half, punt, punt, touchdown, 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 field goal.
So it's one thing. It's one thing to rally and take the lead and win the game. You rallied, you took the lead, gave the lead right back, and then regained the lead.
If we were being objective about this, which is hard because the team that we care about is involved in this, but let's say we're doing this show in Oklahoma City, okay?
All right, how you doing over there, Brett?
They don't talk like that.
Yeah, they do. They don't talk like this, Oklahoma?
We're now doing an Oklahoma City radio show.
All right.
Are we talking about how the Giants blew that or how the Broncos came back? Which is the overarching storyline, you think?
I think how the Giants blew it, I think
so, too. It takes a lot for just to absolutely cave.
They've had both of them up as slugs today. Who's to blame for the Giants blowing it? And hey, Bo Nix and the Broncos having a miraculous comeback. I mean, they've talked both ways today.
They have.
However, we're overlooking so many of the little things that had to happen. Again, the deflected ball to Franklin, the deflected pass that led to a Giants touchdown, 2 deflections on successive drives, just stupid, ricocheted passes. The fact that
missed extra points, 2 of them.
The fact that, again, I can't get over this. And in hindsight, the Giants probably thinking, God, I wonder we should have done this differently. They're first and goal from the, 1 yard line? First and goal.
Yeah.
They scored too early.
Yep.
They left time on the clock.
You're probably so concerned, though, with this wasn't a situation they could bleed the clock and kick a field goal. They needed a touchdown.
I think they had 1 timeout left, I think. It's insane, but who would have thought, again, the Sutton pass was everything because they were still, even after the Mims pass, they're still out of field goal range.
The Mims pass, it's not even the intended target.
I know, they're still out of field goal range at that point. It's the pass in the left to Sutton, man.
No. The Mims pass was more important, dude.
No, I know it was, but but you're still out of field goal range. I mean, unless you want Lutz to kick a new NFL record.
What was that? They were at the 40. Where did
that
the
pass 49 maybe?
Yeah. Hey, how about
48?
How about on the previous drive? Do you remember Evan Ingram catching that pass on the sideline and then slipping past one defender to go 15 yards?
Yeah.
That was a huge play.
I'll tell you something else, by the way. It's not just that they missed 2 extra points. If you guys also remember, they missed 2 extra points, and they also failed on a 2-point conversion to try and make up for the point that they didn't get earlier in the game.
You know what? You're so right. They were trying to chase it too early. At that time, I'm like, why are they chasing these points? Just kick the extra point. What are you doing?
Remember you got that weird score of 19-0 because they tried to chase that
Twice.
extra point.
You know, it's interesting, too, because when the kid, I could see it in his helmet, but when he took his helmet off, the kicker for the Giants, I'm like, yep, I knew it was a redhead. Knew it. Absolutely knew it.
And then we take it for granted. And I know it's just a 39-yarder by Lutz? With all the pressure of the world. Think about what would we be talking about right now if that kick is blocked or if he misses it?
I'm telling you, Vic, there was part of me that just says, this thing's getting blocked, isn't it? Because there's no other way for this. There's no other way for this game to end. How stupid this was than a blocked kick or a dropped the holder can't handle the snap or something. I'm like, something stupid's got to happen. Thank God they made it. Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
It's another Monday Night Football doubleheader, and the first game in that doubleheader will start on 9:50, but then it will move to 92.5. And who's playing in that game?
What's up, Denver? This is Gabe Landeskog. I love my Broncos, but Brett and Moj, our Lions, are playing tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, Gabe, the captain knows.
Gabe Landeskog's Lions.
And remember, on the over-under, this is part of my lay it down, I have over 52.5. How you feeling about that?
I think that's a pretty safe bet. So
I think it's going to be a crazy game.
Moj, Detroit's out 4 of their 5 corners, top corners, and Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, all pro safeties are out. I think your over is going to hit.
Baker over under 400 yards through the air.
I can't tell you guys how cool. By the way, kudos to Connor for that halftime. He
did a
emceed
great
the
job.
halftime thing yesterday.
Great job.
And seeing some of those members of Super Bowl 50, man, that was cool. Talk about reminiscence.
Super awesome.
A lot more to discuss about this all throughout the day and tomorrow. Stay tuned for the morning sprint coming your way next. Until then, have a wonderful Monday. We love you. See you.
What's up, Denver? This is Gabe Landeskog. I love my Broncos, but Brett and Moj, our Lions, are playing tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It'll go down to the 29. It is a 39-yard try for Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver's won!
Pat, the kick throw goes through the uprights. You win the game. What was the first thought that went to your head?
Man, relief. I lost hope. I ain't gonna lie. I lost hope. It was one of them games, man, where we felt like we didn't execute. I mean, you go in the film room, there's a lot of corrections, but one thing we didn't lose was composure. And, we fought to the end. You never know in this league, no matter how much you're down, it's always a will and there's always a way. So,
what the hell happened yesterday at Empower Field, man? What happened? Coach, what happened?
Berto,
what happened?
All I can tell you is that your dream was a mere 22 points of third quarter football.
That's true.
Away from getting to double nickels.
That's true.
You didn't score a dang point in the first however many minutes. Was it, I don't know, what it ended up being, 30, 45, like nearly 48 minutes. You didn't score a point, and yet you ended up just 22 shy of your double nickel dream, man. 33 fourth quarter points.
They gonna get it for me one time this season. That was stupid and drunk and ridiculous. It's the reason we love football so much. But that was wild. But like, when did they score that first touchdown in the fourth? Was it? It was like 4 or 5 minutes into that thing.
Yeah, it wasn't fresh.
Right.
You hadn't touched the scoreboard, my man.
It was like the last 10 minutes of that fourth quarter. The Broncos were like, check this out.
The Giants were feeling pretty good about their goose egg, man.
Yep,
You weren't even flirting with the plus territory.
No.
How about, gosh, the one time you get down there and Sean Payton calls 4 passes inside the 5-yard line. Really good.
To your tackle, man.
Really good. That was awesome. I love 4th and goal screen passes. They're the best.
I don't understand what happened in those first 3 quarters. I was doing that thing. I was so upset. I was so upset through 3 quarters of football. And Broncos country was with me. They were with me.
Oh, it was the end of Bo Nix's career was over.
Yeah.
If you just listen to social media.
Are you kidding me, man? I would have traded Bo Nix straight up for Jackson Dart in that 3rd quarter in a heartbeat. Sean
Payton was about to go the same way of Jay Norvell, that his employment was ending, according to Broncos country, right around the 3rd quarter.
It was so frustrating watching the Broncos offense. So frustrating. And then the 4th quarter comes around, and Bo Nix is like, check this out. I'm going to throw 2 touches. I'm going to run for 2 touches, and we're going to have the greatest comeback in Broncos history. What? I don't know how. I don't know what any of that was. I don't understand, Coach. You take it to what was going on there in the 4th quarter that they were suddenly able to find 33 points?
Well,
what was that about?
First off, Brian Daboll should be fired.
The Broncos made the Giants crash out after that game, Coach. Did you see? Daboll crashed out. Burns crashed out. Like half that team was lost their mind because, they had that thing won. They had it won. They had that game won. They had it won, and they gave it up. Were the Giants, did the Giants boot that game, or did the Broncos just say, watch this? We'll see something you've never seen before.
I did screenshots of 5 different steps of the process of the most miraculous mile-high miracle I've ever personally witnessed. I know there's others that can be talked about, but there are 5 different points that you look at and you say, how in the world did Brian Daboll and these Giants lose this football game? Namely, when you have just shy of, you're inside of 4.5 remaining minutes and you have the football, it's 3rd down and 5, and you're the New York Football Giants with a rookie quarterback, and you can force the Denver Broncos to use their final timeout or run the football and get the clock inside of nearly 3:40, or it'd be 3:30.
Is that what it would have been?
And force the Broncos to go 2 long fields to score. Nah, I think we should have our rookie quarterback just throw the football and just throw it right to Justin Strnad. That's a good idea.
The things that had to happen in that game for the Broncos to win. Like the Denver Broncos are 5-2 and they're unbeaten at home and unbeatable at home. And yesterday was one of the craziest football games I've ever witnessed in my life. And I still don't know how good the Broncos are. You know what I mean? They're atop the division. They're 5-2. They should be considered one of the best teams in the NFL, but nobody considers them that, right? Because of how they've won these games. Like the Broncos are now one of these teams that could win 5 straight or lose 5 straight. You never know. You never know. So I just don't. What happened? What changed there in that fourth quarter, starting with that first Broncos touchdown? Because they looked incompetent, Coach. They looked like they didn't know what they were doing in the first 3 quarters.
I would even argue that the first touchdown of the game for the Denver Broncos, which was that happened. I mean, we're talking.
It's like 4 minutes into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean that's your first touchdown. I tweeted out after that touchdown. That was my most angry tweet.
Oh, was it?
I said that was embarrassingly awful football. Ooh. Because you threw the ball again. It was almost as if Sean Payton was saying, "Oh, I'm going to make sure that Bo Nix gets his passing touchdown stats in this wild fantasy football world that we live in. Everything's all about touchdown passes. How about you run the ball every once in a while inside the 5-yard line?" You know what they end up doing on that play? They throw a pass that gets tipped.
Yeah, like half the passes both threw yesterday.
And let me ask you this. In the red zone, what typically happens when a ball gets tipped by a defender?
It gets picked.
Yeah. So what's a better way to possibly score a touchdown than get another ball tipped?
Just run that ball.
Run the ball.
Run that ball. Run that ball.
Run the ball. Run it. So even that first touchdown, I would say even after that first touchdown, it wasn't really until the 2-point conversion that I was like, okay, wait, that was actually a good play. I like that. Like, Bo looked confident, and he threw. I can't remember who caught that one at the back. I think it might have been Troy Franklin back in the
Was
end
it
zone.
Franklin who caught the 2-point conversion?
Yeah.
Well, which one?
The very first one.
Because we had 2 deflected
19-8.
touchdowns in that game.
Yeah,
one for the Broncos and one for the Giants, which is crazy.
Yeah, so when you saw the back-to-back deflected touchdowns, we say games are drunk. We use that term. This game is drunk.
Right, yes.
Would you rank this game in terms of its inebriation? Would this be that this game was overserved? Or was this somebody went to a bar and said, I am going to try to see just how much punishment I can inflict on my liver?
This is an alcohol poisoning game. This is like a frat party kind of drunk game.
Was this like Ole Miss?
Truly just a raging alcoholic game where you just pound, because that game wasn't just like on a scale of 1 to 10 drunk. That game was a 12.5 drunk, right? There was things in that game that I've never ever seen before, including that crazy comeback, man.
Yep, that was insane. Hey, speaking of Sean Payton, at times appearing to pad Bo Nix's stats, even in what at the time felt like a meaningless touchdown, right? Because it's 19-8. You're like, yeah. And then of course it felt even more meaningless because the very next drive you give up a massive touchdown on a deflected ball to Theo Johnson. Took it to the crib. Did you realize that after the debacle of Bo Nix and his performance against the New York Jets in London, 35% of people that owned Bo Nix as fantasy managers, they benched him this week. Do you realize that Bo Nix scored the most fantasy points by any player in a single game this season in the National Football League?
And he did it in 10 minutes. He did it in 10 minutes.
This is it. Bo Nix at halftime had 3.94 fantasy points. Bo Nix at the end of the game had 39.96.
So crazy.
Dude, what is going on? So you asked the question, what changed?
Yeah, what changed? They went from incompetent to unstoppable, and I don't know what the hell changed.
I think that Sean Payton called the game like he had no time to call the game. So therefore, what do you end up doing? What do you run more of? What do you run more of? If you don't have time.
Little up-tempo offense.
Because you don't have time.
But Sean Payton doesn't want to hear that, man. He doesn't want to hear it.
And then, of course, the New York Giants assisted, too. They had their defense coordinator's awful. Shane Bowen.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Well,
terrible.
There was
some
players who were calling him out after the game.
The city of New York hates him. The locker room hates him. He started playing that bad prevent defense.
Yeah.
Which is really, that bad prevent defense is also what I think is what led to Jay Norvell getting got.
Ooh.
Because last year, if you remember, do you remember when the CSU Rams were playing awesome ball against 2 years ago?
2 years.
2 years ago, playing awesome ball against the Buffs.
Yes, I do remember that.
Remember the 96-yard drive that Shedeur Sanders led?
Mm-hmm.
They changed their stripes. They went from being an attack-minded blitz Shedeur Sanders, and they were hitting that fool.
To just, I don't like the bend, don't break stuff.
They started playing this awful shell coverage. You know what happens in shell coverage? Quarterbacks get comfy and they start making some throws. And they get back to their base concepts and they just find some completions.
But the variation shouldn't be that much because Bo looked like he didn't know. It's like he never played football before in the first 3 quarters. And then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, he looks like prime John Elway. And I don't, like, where's that variation coming from? Like, I need to find it out because literally halfway through that game, I was like, I'm not sure Bo Nix is a franchise quarterback. I'm not sure this is going to be the guy who leads this team to the promised land. And I'm looking over on the other side of the field at Jackson Dart going, you know what they got? They might have somebody in Jackson. And then by the end of that game, I'm like, Bo Nix is the greatest thing to happen to football ever. And it is so weird. I don't know what it is about, if it's in Bo's head, if it's something that Sean's doing, if it's just the nature of this team. It does have kind of that Tim Tebow feel to it where you're like, the Broncos shouldn't win these games, and then somehow they find a way to win these games. But yesterday they did it with an amazing performance out of Bo in the fourth quarter and the rest of that team. Let me ask you this question. What did you think about Jackson Dart? What do you think about the New York Giants? What do you think about the Giants?
They were fun.
Yeah.
They were as advertised with this new shot in the arm that Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo gave them.
Yeah.
But I also, at the same time, I think it's good. The wheels are going to fall off.
Yeah.
Like big time.
Yeah. I mean.
And that's what I predicted for both Cam Scatterbo and Jackson Dart, that there's going to be really high highs, but there will ultimately end up being low lows. And I think they're two players that I think ride that wave too much. They're emotional players. They are. I don't want to call them front runners because I think they're both good players that have good. I would love to coach both of them.
Yeah.
But at the same time, one thing I'll say about Bo Nix is, as bad as it was for 3+ quarters, what did we keep seeing Bo Nix do after every failed drive? He keeps going to that sideline. He keeps grabbing that tablet. He sits down with Stiddy and with Davis Webb, and he goes back to work. He doesn't allow his lows to be too low. Yeah. He doesn't slam his helmet. He doesn't cry. He just goes back to work. He's the Bobot.
You're right. Bobot doesn't break.
And I'll tell you what, man.
Bobot just bots.
So I heard either Moser, actually I think it was Vic last night on Altitude TV, the Mile High postgame. He said on there that, it's said oftentimes that you need your quarterback to have thick skin. He actually called the skin of Bo Nix metal. It's not just Teflon. It's metal, steel.
Yeah.
You know why it's metal? Because he's a robot.
Because he's a robot.
Because he's the Bobot.
Yeah, he's the Bobot.
And if there's one thing that is great at times, like, it's excruciating to watch the Bobot meticulously suck with like the same demeanor.
Looks bad. It just looks bad.
But the great thing is that he doesn't do the slam the helmet. Like Drew Lock could have learned a thing or two from the Bobot. And the Bobot ends up doing what? Time to respond. We haven't scored any points, and it's 4 minutes into the fourth quarter.
Bo after the game did admit that there was a point in that game that he was like, how am I going to answer these questions if we don't score a single point in this game? He's like, how am I going to talk about this offense if we don't score a single point in this game? Like, he was like, it was already in my head. It was in my brain. Like, it was Surtain. We played him earlier, right at the beginning of the show, who was like, yeah, I thought this was done.
I appreciate it. Big ups to Scotty Hastings. You and I have been talking for the entire segment about when the first touchdown came. It was 14 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter.
It's crazy. So we were 33 points in 14 minutes, man.
Yes, sir.
That's just dumb. I mean, I thought for sure that game was going to overtime. I was like, ooh, overtime, here we come.
On the other side of the break, I would love to discuss a player that has shown to be the most valuable player for the Denver Broncos offense.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, let's get into it.
And I would love to talk about that.
All right. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Rally House. Shop every team in town. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Rally House Football Monday. We're coming to you live from the Baxton Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. As yesterday afternoon, the Broncos, with an historic comeback, they beat the Giants 33-32. And we're here to talk about it. Matter of fact, we'll go through the big play replay coming up here in just a little bit. But, Coach, when last we left you, you were going to highlight a Denver Bronco player. A difference maker?
Difference maker.
An absolute
In addition to doing everything you can to get Bo Nix going early in games by way of mixing in a quarterback-designed run, try to make him feel like an athlete, use a little bit of tempo, might want to get into a little empty, run a little bit of mesh, rail, just some college-y type things to get Bo Nix to wake up. You also need to get the ball in Marvin Mims Jr.'s hands.
Okay.
He is the most impactful Denver Bronco skill player, and it's not particularly close. Cortland Sutton is Mr. Reliable.
Yeah.
Marvin Mims is the cog in the machine that allows this thing to become explosive. Please get that man that ball. And what I would tell you as we get into big play replay, that 3rd and 11 50-50 throw from Bo Nix is probably the most significant throw of Bo Nix's young career.
Oh, really?
A, because he didn't overthrow it. It wasn't another Bover throw.
Yeah, Bover throw.
It was a proximity throw, and guess what Marvin Mims beautifully did? He used his body to allow the corner to run by the catch point. He goes up and high points the football. I want to see more of that.
What do you think about Troy Franklin? Because it feels like a feast or famine with him.
Yeah, I'm not.
It's
I'm
either
not
like,
there.
that was great, or what the hell was that?
Yeah,
just with Troy.
A lot of Troy Franklin stuff feels a little, I don't know. It just feels like it's a hope and a prayer. I want to see the same amount of Cortland Sutton. I want to see more Marvin Mims Jr. I want to see less Troy Franklin. I want to see more Pat Bryant. And I want to see a little bit more Evan Ingram, because he looked slow and hurt. Really, in that kind of part of that fourth quarter drive, he had a couple shallow crosses that he caught. And I'm like, I thought his trait that's elite is like run after catch and speed and acceleration.
And it's not there.
It didn't look good until how about the last catch of the day for Evan Ingram, which ended up being the go-ahead touchdown drive that Bo Nix scored on Buck sweep, or the Ted play. That was an unbelievable run after catch by Evan Ingram. So is that a confidence builder? Does his body, is it getting back into form? I don't know. He looked slow and then he looked fast. Who knows? But I want to see a little bit less Troy Franklin. I think we have enough sample size at this point to say that it is going to be feast or famine.
I mean, he got 10 targets yesterday and made 3 receptions. He had, 8 more targets? No. 6 more targets than your man Pat Bryant. He had the same amount of targets as Cortland Sutton. He had more targets than your man Marvin Mims. So, yeah, I agree exactly what you're saying. All right. You know what time it is? It's time for the big play replay. Let's hear how this thing happened. This is going to be drunk. This is going to be dumb. All right, KJ, hit that thing. It's the New York Giants in the Mile High City to take on the Denver Broncos. The Broncos at 4-2. The Giants looking for their first road win of the season, coming off a big win last week. It was a special day for Broncos country as they celebrated both the 2015 Super Bowl team and Demaryius Thomas. But the first 3 quarters of this thing were horrific. Let's get things going with the first touchdown of the game. It came in the first, and it sounded like this.
Now here he goes, winding up, going. He's got him! Touchdown! Bellinger! Holy smokes, he was wide open.
Yes, he was. A 44-yard touchdown pass from Jackson Dart to Bellinger, and that's a touchdown. And they got themselves a 7-0 lead.
Yeah,
Coach.
that was some bad eye violation happening there. And I didn't think yesterday was a particularly good game for Brandon Jones. Just sometimes his eyes got in the backfield. He was a little bit too concerned with Jackson Dart as a runner. Man, you got to stay plastered on the second play, meaning you find the closest adjacent receiver and you just glue yourself to his hip. And instead, you got lazy with your eyes, and that's how you end up getting a wide open tight end running down the field.
Yeah.
It wasn't even their guy. It wasn't even Theo Johnson. It was Bollinger, a guy that I didn't know much about until this game.
Yeah, just free and clear on that one. It's 7-0. The Broncos' first quarter went like this: 3 and out, 5 and out, 8 and out. But, I mean, that was that weird one right before the end of the first quarter where it was like 0-yard run, a 5-yard run, a sack, a 0-yard pass, an incomplete. So, yeah, that was the start of like, what is going on with this Broncos offense right now? So it's a 7-0 Giants lead heading to the second quarter, and the Giants tack on to that advantage.
Thomas the block. Off to the running back, Scattaboo. There was a block inside. He's going to stiff arm his way in. Touchdown, Giant.
The Giants get that one to make it 13-0 because, and this is the weirdest thing, because the Giants would chase this extra point the entire game, and it would cost them 4 points because they missed 2 extra points and the 2-point conversion goal for it. But it did make the game 13-0 after that short pass to Cam Scattaboo by the New York Giants.
Yeah, at that point in time, you see Cam Scattaboo loose in the open field, and then he gives the old headbutt at the goal line, yes, and you're like, oh,
yeah.
Wait, this whole hype train that we were on this week, and all of the talk back and forth about Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo and the Denver Broncos pass rush. I sitting there like, oh, Broncos might get a little humble pie here.
Yeah. Well, until RJ came alive in the fourth quarter and Cam was just trucking dudes, I was like, yeah, I can see why people love them some Cam Scattaboo. You can just tell. So the New York Giants are up 13-0. The Broncos go 3 plays, 4 yards, punt. The punt into the half. It's 13-0. Broncos are trailing. Let's head to the third quarter, and guess what happens? New York Giants score again.
Tracy, a big hole, galloping, touchdown Giants. A burst of 31 yards.
7 plays, 59 yards by the New York Giants that would end in a 31-yard touchdown run right there. They missed the 2-point conversion attempt, and heading to the fourth quarter, the New York Giants lead your Denver Broncos 19-0, and it looks like this game is over. But starting the fourth quarter, the Denver Broncos start to go off. Make it do the thing, KJ. Make it. I guess I can just reenact the play.
Can you be Kevin Harlan? Can you give me your best Kevin Harlan?
Will you reenact? No, Kevin Harlan's unique. Can you reenact the Bo Nix touchdown run for us real quickly?
All right, here it is right here. Ready? Okay. Here we go. Hut 1, hut 2. Mesh, so read the defensive end, and I'm going to go run to the sideline. Touchdown. Or no, this was the pass, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, this is the – wait.
The second one.
It was the first – right, the second one is the – because it goes – the start of the fourth quarter went touchdown. Broncos, Giants, Broncos.
So the Broncos' first touchdown pass was the tip ball.
Deflection.
Tip ball is not a pig ball, as I've been told throughout the course of my year.
Not yesterday,
tip
at least.
Tip ball is a teeter.
Yeah.
Tip ball is a tutty.
Yeah, that was the 8-play, 78-yard drive that ended with that deflection. Then the Broncos actually – complete the 2-point conversion. I think that was to Sutton, right? And all of a sudden, the game is 19-8. I mean, I still think it's out of touch. I still think it's way out of touch, especially when the New York Giants come right back down and score a touchdown of their own. Then to make it 26-8. But here's the whole turning point. The Broncos have that amazing 13-play drive, and they get another 2-point conversion. This is the Bo Nix short touchdown run of the fourth quarter, and all of a sudden it's 26-16. Giants get the ball. I still don't think it's possible that anything's going to happen. And then Jackson Dart gives you a present. Jackson Dart gives you a present because he does this.
Denver's not stacked in at the line of scrimmage.
It's a 3rd and 5. They come up the middle. Heavy pressure in the throw. Intercepted. It's picked off by Surtain. He breaks a tackle. Breaks another. Now inside the 20. Oh, disaster. What a play.
Yeah, tell him, Harlan. Disaster. So the Broncos get the ball back after that interception. And the Denver Broncos put together an impressive touchdown play, and it sounds like this.
Nix will take it himself on 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos have their first lead today.
That's craziness. That's craziness. That is absolutely wild. So the Broncos suddenly have scored 30 points in a span of 10 minutes. But there's still, a minute 51 to go in the game, right, KJ? Still a minute 51 to go in the game. And the New York Giants get the ball, go all the way down, and Jackson Dart has that crazy 1-yard touchdown run that they had to replay because they didn't know if his knee was down or not, but it wasn't. He is in. And once again, things are looking grim for the good guys. But the Denver Broncos get the ball back, and they complete.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Brian Daboll, again, you threw the football with your rookie quarterback instead of protecting him. And so now, of course, the narrative is Jackson Dart is the face of one of the largest collapses in the history of football.
That's true.
Brian Daboll's the face of it.
I guess so.
Should you be a little bit more judicious of when you score?
Ooh, right. Because you know what?
You left 30-some-odd seconds left on the clock.
You know what's crazy? The Broncos probably lose that game if they rule that not a touchdown, right?
100%.
If they rule that Jackson Dart not a touchdown, if they said he was before the ball broke the plane, the Giants win that game.
I mean, do you know how many seconds were remaining on the clock?
How many? It was under.
It was 31.
Let's see. Yeah, it was. You're right. It was 37 seconds when they hit the touchdown, and then of course they missed the extra point. This is what second one of the game they missed,
and they were chasing a point too on a 2-point conversion.
Yes,
that's another point.
That's another 2 points. That
3 points they missed out on.
Any one of those, they make any one of those, the Broncos probably lose this game. Yeah, the Broncos probably lose. So it is 32-30. Giants still with the lead. The Broncos get the ball with seconds on the clock. Do I have to reenact it?
It'll go down to the 29. It is a 39-yard try for Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it! Denver's won! The Broncos are 5-2 for the first time in 9 years. So improbable. NFL teams had won 1,602 consecutive games when leading by 18 points in the final 6 minutes of the game. We've had 3 lead changes in the final minute 51.
Yeah, there you go. History right there. History right there. Will Lutz, 39-yard field goal. The Broncos score 33 in the fourth quarter for their greatest comeback in franchise history to beat the New York Giants 33-32.
Demaryius Thomas, man, 33 years old and his unfortunate passing. Denver Broncos score 33 points in the fourth quarter. With 33 seconds remaining, they inherit the football and lead the game-winning drive on the field goal from Will Lutz, who also is number 3.
It's incredible.
Mile-high magic.
There was some magic in that. There had to be some magic in that. Otherwise, that just doesn't happen. It never happens. Never happened.
It was an awesome dish of mile-high magic with some really potent seasoning of Brian Daboll stupidity. Guy's a moron.
It was insane. Well, I
Guy's
mean,
gotta
it could
lose his
very.
job.
I was about to say it could cost him his job.
It absolutely should.
Because it felt like the hope that Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo brought to the team that he keeps crushing it. And you know what? He did not handle that loss very well. Dabo kind of crashed out after that loss.
You see him looking for his D coordinator, screaming at him.
He's screaming at the D coordinator. He
you know
wouldn't
what?
talk to that kicker who missed the extra. He wouldn't even talk to him.
He looked at him like he was a soulless ginger, didn't he?
Oh, man. Just insane. Like, that's the kind of win for the Broncos that can skyrocket you to heights. And that is the kind of loss by the Giants that can just do your franchise dirty for a couple of seasons because they're going to have to move on from Dable. I mean, you can't let that go. That's just absolutely insane. But it's great if you're a Bronco fan. The Broncos are now. Hey, KJ, what was the Harlan said it yesterday. The Broncos have the NFL's current home winning streak record, right? Is it 8? Have they won 8 straight at home? Is it something like that?
I think it is technically 8.
Yeah, 8 straight at home, man. You don't want to play the Broncos here in the Mile High. They can be down big and still come get you. I mean, how much? We haven't talked much about the defense. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's take a timeout. And when we come back, I want to talk about the other side of the ball for both these teams because, and I mean, we still got to figure out what's going on with the Broncos offense. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. It's another Monday Night Football doubleheader. Catch Buccaneers at the Lions on Altitude AM 950 starting at 5. The game will be simulcast on 92.5 after Kreckman and Lindahl at 6. Then stay tuned for Texans at Seahawks at 8. We'll be right back.
Hey, Colorado coach, Mike Sanford here. What a wild weekend of football, wild weekend of sports. You got a Game 7 coming up in the American League Championship Series. And I got the place for you for any of your wagering needs, and that is Circus Sports, the app that you can get here in the great state of Colorado. And you can also visit circusports.com. Circus Sports isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way it should be with very, very clear odds, good odds, because they stay away from all of these promos and all these, you bet this, you get this free. This is pure old school Vegas odds. And as a result, you will find the best odds there at Circus Sports Colorado. So check out a couple of interesting games that I have circled for this college football slate. Number 1, I got Kent State, team that I made a lot of money a year ago betting on. They're hosting Bowling Green, who's having an interesting year. Bowling Green, coached by Eddie George. Bowling Green is a 7-point favorite. I think this game's going to be very, very close. So wherever you are looking for in terms of odds, I recommend strongly, and I put my stamp on it, go to Circus Sports Colorado. And just as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. If you got a problem, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, we've won a few late. No. Listen, I'm with you. You're telling me what's happened, and I've lived it. That I keep getting my hair cut, right, and it gets grayer. I feel you. I mean, there's no redemption. It's just the next week, the next challenge. There's relief, but as a coach, there's like. Oftentimes when you lose, there are a ton of good things that took place that you can build on. And then it's not unusual when you win that there are a ton of things that need cleaned up. So we're going to enjoy today, but tomorrow is not going to be as pleasant.
Oh, no. Can you imagine watching that tape today if you're coaching Bo? Ooh.
Yeah, you know what's funny, though, man, is...
You can't fast forward to the fourth quarter. You got to watch it all.
No, you can't. But some of that, too, is on Sean.
Yeah.
Some of it, too, is I think we've seen enough bubble and now and blaze screens out there on the perimeter.
No, right. It's almost all on Sean. How much of this blame you want me to put on Bo after what he did in the fourth quarter yesterday? You know what I mean? Like, I'm leaning more to just blaming Sean Payton for all this, and which is stupid, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Berto, I know a lot of people have been on, got the gotcha gang with all the people that tweeted out, and they at cold takes exposed or freezing takes exposed or whatever it may be. And then a lot of people are keeping their own receipts and going on receipt street of, hey, I Bo leave the whole time. Oh, right. Okay. No. You probably just pulled one tweet that was like semi-optimistic, probably half an hour into the game. Now,
right, when it's 7-0 or something.
Yeah, a little different. They're receipt street guy. If you're a receipt street person, you should just jump right on and start your own internet show, your own little internet show. There's a lot of people that are really good.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to drive you crazier even more this week because you just won, Sean. You just won. You're 5-2. You're rolling, and nobody has any faith in your offense.
Well, and here's what I'd tell you about that is, my own receipt street that I want to have here. Okay. And KJ Granderson, you've been on this journey with me for almost over a year and a half, 2 years, right?
A year and a half. Yeah.
Year and a half. You know how I felt about the necessity for Bo Nix to be utilized in the quarterback-driven run game to get him going. Why did it wait till the fourth quarter?
Sean Payton doesn't want to hear that, Coach. He doesn't want to hear about it. Like he's got his.
I have 2 middle fingers.
He's got 2 middle fingers, and that's what he's showing you right now.
Okay, that's fine. But let me ask you, physically, as a quarterback, what is the one trait that Bo Nix has that's like above the median?
Well, we saw it twice in the fourth quarter, right? He had an 18-yard touchdown run and a 7-yard touchdown run in that fourth.
Yeah, it was zone read on the first touchdown run that he had. Awesome. That's quarterback design run. And then he scores on a pin and pull concept, buck sweep to the left. Cortland Sutton is down blocking on Kayvon Thibodeau. How cool is that? Garrett Bowles is out there in space. He pulls around the block on Kayvon Thibodeau from your ex-starting receiver. Like, look at this.
Here we go.
Why did it take till the fourth quarter for you to get this part of Bo Nix active? Look how happy Bo looks.
Yeah. Looking at your man Jackson.
Look at this play. Look at that. Pause that. Hold on. Stop. Let's go to the board, man. Let's go to the board.
All right, let's go.
You ever been to the board before?
No. This is the first.
All right, listen up, guys. Let's go to the board.
Oh, I love football right here. What I loved about this is Sean Payton has built up some incredibly nauseating tendencies of situational football, which is red zone. What is he going to do? He's going to throw the heck out of the football.
Yeah.
In tight bunch formations, he's shown that he's going to do 2 things. Number 1, he's going to run a toss crack play if maybe he calls a run. And so there's a bunch formation up to the right side. Trent Sherfield is the Z receiver, the outside guy. I think that's looks like Atkins is the point man on the bunch formation. And then I think that's Troy Franklin is number 3. He puts Cortland Sutton in a tight split to the boundary, just about 2-3 yards outside of the left tackle, Garrett Bowles. And on that side, this is a very heavy pass tendency formation for the Denver Broncos. They're inside the 20-yard line. This goes into your red zone game plan.
Mm-hmm.
What they do here, Tyler Baday's in the backfield. Also, is Tyler Baday usually in on run plays or pass plays?
No, on pass, right?
Yeah, he's in there on pass plays. Look what Tyler Baday does at the snap. He goes and great play fake, sells the toss play to the right, and he freezes. Look at number 58, the linebacker. You got 3 guys that you eliminated from the picture. And then Cortland Sutton, man, in that tight, condensed split, he cracks down on a 270-pound wildebeest, Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah, that's a sexy block.
Yep, and then I want you to watch this. Let this thing play here, KJ. Watch the right tackle, Mike McGlinchey. Look what big.
Oh, go get him.
That's Bulls. Watch McGlinchey down there. All the way. McGlinchey got from the right tackle spot all the way into the end zone on the left sideline. This was football smut.
So how come I don't get more of this?
That's my question.
Why don't I get more of this geniusness?
Here he is right here. I'm pointing it out to the people on Twitch and YouTube. Here is McGlinchey right here streaking towards.
He's 15 yards in front of Bo right now.
Goodness gracious.
It's really impressive.
You know what I'm talking about?
And then Luke Wattenberg with a great block. I mean, look at that.
Bo bounces it outside like he's been running the ball since he was I love it, man. I love it. That was a great play.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Does Bo Nix, after this, does he look like he's playing the game with joy?
Oh, yeah. No, this is exactly how you want him to play. This right here.
Because what is the trait physically that he has that's above the median? It's his legs. It's the ability to run. Is he an elite thrower of the football?
No.
Hell to the no. So why do it in the first 3 plays of the game? Is he a bad thrower of the football? No. He's a good thrower of the football. Is he elite? No. You don't have the advanced analytics that he has if he's an elite thrower of the football. Mm-hmm. You know how you become we'll call it just a great thrower of the football when you're a great athlete, is that you get into your flow state as a football player, as an athlete. And when Bo Nix is in his flow state, he's good at everything. When he is bogged down by drop back, playing flat-footed, doing all this stupid stuff with his arm angles. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
He's like, I got to be like Patrick Mahomes.
No.
Nope. You know what? Play on the balls of your feet, and then, Sean, let the man run the football on designed schemes.
I agree.
It doesn't have to be 20 times.
You
Give it
need
to me
to
5
figure
times.
out how to make Bobot Flowbot. You know what I'm talking about? How do you activate Flowbot from the Bobot, just the standing.
Did you just drop a bar?
You need. Oh, here we go.
There it is. X-crack T-pull QB sweep. I would call this.
Look at this thing.
Hey, give me.
That's sexy.
Give me gun bundle right. Let's go 19 toss whack. How good is that, man?
That's great stuff.
God, that's good.
I love it. But see, you know how many times Bo threw the ball yesterday?
50
times, man. You can't ask. That's a losing situation. You can't have both throw the ball 50 times, can you? Or it worked.
It kind of had to at the end. I don't think that you're in a position where you're required to throw it that many times in the fourth quarter if you have a better balance of playing to the strengths of your quarterback earlier in the contest.
Mm-hmm.
And, this now becomes a Sean Payton question. I wouldn't call it a problem. You won the game. You're 5-2. You're one of, how many teams right now have 5 wins?
Well, I'll tell
it's
you
got to
right
be
now,
less than 10.
there is
less than 7, right?
There is. Wait. Hold on. That can't be right. Oh, sorry. The Green Bay Packers tie is throwing me off.
Well, they've only played. They're short a game, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they
4-1-1?
They've only
Tampa
played 6.
Bay is 5-1. The Patriots are 5-2. The Broncos are 5-2. The Niners are 5-2. The Eagles are 5-2, and the Rams are 5-2.
So you're one of what? 6 teams, 7 teams,
and that's a lot of good teams in that
somewhere
list.
between 6 and
that's
7.
Some really good teams in that list.
Right
so, but I would be a little surprised that the Patriots in there. But your man Drake is balling out. Balling out.
Hey, Danny Dunn. Hey, let me ask you this: Can I stay on Receipt Street, even though I made fun of Receipt Street people?
No, stay on it. Let's see.
KJ, what did I call this summer about the Indianapolis Colts and Daniel Jones? Did I say he'd be the Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield renaissance of the 2025 season?
You sure did.
Yeah, man.
How many times do you think I said
They beat
it?
the Chargers in LA yesterday, man.
A dozen minimum.
Yeah, I said it a lot, didn't I? Shane Steichen, Daniel Jones. You know who's the best team that you've played this season?
You think it's them?
It's them.
Well,
it's
they
the
hammered
Indianapolis
one of the
Colts.
other teams.
Do you realize that if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lose tonight in Monday Night Football, the only team that will have one loss on the record is the Indianapolis Colts?
Man, that's crazy. That's great.
What'd you say again? We got to find a way for the Bobot to become the Flowbot.
Yeah, you got
that. Was a bar, dude.
Because he's always the Bobot, but when he goes full Flowbot is when it's like, oh, here we. It's like, he hits that transformation like Optimus Prime, and all of a sudden instead of Bobot, he's Flowbot, and then you can't stop him because he's got mad swagger. But man, Justin Herbert, 420 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. He lost that game. That man threw.
Yeah, those uniforms, man. Those
times.
uniforms
the
were
all
not
yellows,
it. Not it.
The Savannah Banana unis.
They looked a lot cooler on their graphic release than they did on TV. I looked at them like, ooh, and you're getting the brake speed off you.
And yeah, and all the yellow.
What are they called? The party animals?
Is
the party animals beat the brakes off the bananas yesterday.
They did. Right. I got something to say, and it's simply this.
Well, then you should say it, young
Congratulations to Grandview's Brody and Jackson Flores. They are our Students of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. Proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes.
Bo, there was a camera on you as Will was kicking the final field goal. You watched it, then put your head down, then just kind of stayed there for a second. What's going through your mind in that moment as you kind of let everything wash over you?
A lot. He's just, thank you, Lord, for putting me in that position and choosing me to be, the quarterback of this team and giving us the opportunity to win a game like that. And, Evan said it best in the locker room, man. He chose us for a time like that. And just, very thankful, just very relieved. You win a game like that, it's like the best thing ever. My first time you sort of winning a game like that. So it was awesome. It was a great team win. Every side of the ball made a huge impact in the game at some point, and we just kept making plays and, kept hope until the very end.
That was Bo Nix after that insane Broncos comeback yesterday over the New York Giants. Denver wins at 33-32. It's Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. All right, Coach. I've just been trying to understand how the Broncos did what they did yesterday. But now, if you project forward, if you look forward, what does this win mean for the Broncos? Because it's an amazing win. It's an incredible win. But as Sean Payton said, now they have to sit there and watch those first 3 quarters of football today and figure out what the hell went so wrong in that portion of the game before they get to the fun part in the fourth quarter. So, what does this win even mean for how do you handle this as a coaching staff? If you're the Broncos, you're like, that was an amazing win, a game we should not have won, and now you have to go back and try to fix all those mistakes.
The slow start, I know a lot of us in the frustration that we felt, we verbalized, was about the offense and being entirely inept. And the reason that we felt that so strongly is because I say save for 5 quarters of offensive football in the 28 quarters that you've played this year.
Yeah.
Really, 24 have been absolutely buns.
Yeah.
Maybe 23.
Maybe, but yes, if you give them some grace, maybe, but yeah, that's crazy to me.
Like the Titans game, 4 buns quarters.
You're not supposed to win football games doing this, right? Nah. You got to play all 4 quarters. You can't. So how are the Broncos doing it?
Well, I think this game in particular was more about a slow start in all 3 phases. Defensively, you give up 2 explosive touchdowns to get down 13-0.
Those special teams coach are still bad.
I can't stand what I'm seeing on the field on a weekly basis.
Doing with that?
Dude, why is Darren Rizzi definitely listens to the program? Don't put a player in there that would ever in a million years do what's unacceptable at Pee Wee football level.
That was crazy.
Field a kickoff return. Like, I would have loved it if he would have stepped all the way out of bounds and caught it.
Caught it, right.
I would have been like, you're a G, brother. He's like, he was trying to show, he's like, I got 2 in. Look at me, man. Does that count? Is that a catch? Do I get a stat for it?
No.
The ball's down on the 5.5, 6 yard line. Guy. I hate the Broncos special teams.
They overcame so many of their own mistakes while the Giants can't. But is this the reason why the Broncos are 5-2? Because they can overcome their own mistakes?
Well, I also say this, like the defense, this was not one of their better performances, but it wasn't terrible. Cam Scatterbu, everybody's talking about like he went off. He had 60 yards rushing, guys.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart, what was his completion percentage?
He was 15 of 33 for 283 yards, 3 touches and a pick.
Do you realize how inefficient 15 of 33 is?
It's pretty bad.
In the NFL.
You're got sacked 4 times.
47% completion percentage, I believe. 46, 47, 6 or 7 again. And he had an interception. How many tutties? 1?
3 tutties.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
3 tutties, 1
4
pick.
sacks, though.
His quarterback rating was higher than Bo's, but then Bo had 2 touches and 2 rushing touches in that fourth quarter. I think it was just Bo was 27 of 50. 27 of 50. There's never a game plan that you should drop that has Bo Nix throwing the ball 50 times, right?
Unless you want just to get really intoxicated and have the craziest game ever in the fourth quarter.
It feels like to me, this is great. This is great as a fan. I love this as a fan, the way the Broncos are winning games. But KJ would like to know if this brand of football is just begging to get torched. is just begging to you, because you know what I mean? If you think you can keep putting together these fourth quarter comebacks, there's going to come a time where a team doesn't let you do that and you get housed by 40 or something. So are the Broncos playing with fire doing it like this? Just failing for 3 quarters and then just bringing it in the fourth.
It's the definition of playing with fire.
Yeah.
Now, you remember like going into the season and then even through the first five or 6 weeks of the season, you remember what my biggest question on Bo Nix was about winning football games in the fourth quarter? I kept saying, can he be the reason?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah.
That dude's done it now 3 weeks in a row. Name another Broncos quarterback that in 3 straight weeks of NFL football, regular season football, let a fourth quarter come from behind victory. 2 of which are monumental. But were you down 17-3 against the Eagles
in Philly?
And then now you're down 19-0, then again 26-8.
Mm-hmm. And it's not like the Giants just stopped playing football. They scored 13 points in that fourth quarter.
Because what I saw with Bo Nix a year ago and with the Denver Broncos in this offense against bad defenses, they were pretty good from the jump once Bo got his feet underneath him, right? Pretty good against Saints last year. I mean, he missed a couple throws. He had one really bad miss, but pretty dang good. And that was a game where Sean Payton used his legs. I remember that. He's pretty dang good against the Falcons, pretty dang good against the Panthers. Some of these defenses weren't very good. This year, it's the opposite. Against 3 defenses that, frankly, are bottom 5 defenses in the NFL, you were awful against the Titans, awful against the Jets, awful against the Giants until you weren't. While it does count, and you got to celebrate the left-hand win column, you've got to find some things. Sean Payton's got to look long and hard, not just at the offense and how he's calling it.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to look at how to start games faster, because this is becoming a trend.
Yeah.
Is it something with how you're practicing? Is there something that you need to do in practice to emphasize it? It could be sudden change simulate a sudden change in the middle of the first 30 minutes of practice and make them understand, the players, that you can't sleepwalk through the beginning of games or you're going to end up getting eliminated in the postseason, potentially against a team that's not very good.
If the Broncos would have booted this game late, say that Jackson Dart touchdown, the very last one, say the Broncos don't move the ball on that final play and they lose the game 32-30. Would people be asking Sean Payton to give up play calling today?
Oh, yeah.
If that was the case.
I think there's a lot of people that still are. I mean, right now on the Shop Mazda text line, I'd love to hear 303-504-0925. Give me a letter grade for the 2025 Bronco offense play calling solely.
Yeah, that's it.
Of Sean Payton.
What do you guys
Give me
think
a
of the
letter
play calling
grade,
this season?
A, B, C, D, or F for Sean Payton.
You're 5-2 while he's doing it. You're 5-2 while he's doing it. And every Bronco fan in this city would have taken that at the beginning of the season.
Now, let me ask you this. Why are you 5-2 when you've been able to stumble butt your way through at least 20 quarters of really bad football out of 28?
Yeah.
Offensively. Why have you been able to?
Well, I mean, because you got a historic defense.
Yep. And would you say even though the defense didn't have their best pitch yesterday, did they keep you around?
Oh, yeah.
Just long enough?
Yeah. Yeah.
To give you a shot? And then when they felt, all right, so here we go.
What would you say?
We got some Fs coming in. Would love to see Davis Webb call a game.
What would you say the Broncos'
minus
offense identity is? Right? Other than the Bobot going Flowbot in the fourth quarter. What would you consider their identity to be on offense? I don't know. Text line.
You know what?
We got a B minus. That's a D plus, a B minus. We got a lot of Fs and Ds in here. Vance Joseph is bailing Sean Payton out in a lot of these games. Man, I don't know. Right now, a lot of people are putting it right about the D. The D. Also, somebody wants to know that historic story defense allowed 32 points yesterday, which is,
Now, let me ask you this. when you're playing this bad of offensive football, and if you look at the drive chart for the Denver Broncos, punt, 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 punt.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Downs, punt,
yes.
downs, punt, punt.
Yeah.
It's like
we haven't even mentioned the penalties yet, Coach. We haven't even mentioned the penalties, and this Bronco team loves to
love that. They
rack up the penalties.
There's nothing that Sean Payton loves more than the old bubble or just swing screen.
He does that.
But he might like the yellow flag even more. So much so that he wanted to sprint
crazy.
down
He was
inside
out on
of
the
the
goal line.
He's like, I'm going to get one myself.
Have you ever rushed the field like that? Like, because of golf, you got out all the way to the field like that?
Yes.
Man, you guys are crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty common for me.
Like, every it's just how you coach.
Oh, man. I always tell my get back coach, usually strength coach, I always kind of measure my get back coach based off of like, I want to see like somebody who could really give me the business. Like, because I tell him, hey, grab my belt buckle.
Put you in a lock.
Rip that sucker.
Yeah.
Just grab. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they were coming, like there was people chasing Sean and he was all the way down there. I mean, he hit that. I mean, it cost you nothing. That penalty cost you nothing. It cost you half a yard because they were already down there on the goal line. But still, man, can't be doing that. I don't know what it is about these penalties. The Broncos you take on the personality of your head coach. Is it Sean? It's just I don't know what it is, but you can't be that. The discipline of that team is non-existent with those penalties. But whatever. Okay, the report card is like Josh gives them an A+ in the fourth quarters, but F's everywhere else. Is this offense the no-die zone? I get it. Okay, Levi. So there was the no-fly zone, and now the offense is the no-die zone.
I see what you did there, Levi. All right, so this one's interesting. Okay, B, players need to execute. Sean calls some great stuff, schemes guys wide open. I would agree with that at times. Players drop balls. There were drop balls yesterday. Mm-hmm. The penalties, and my only gripe with Sean is the personnel changes every play.
Yeah, people freak out about that.
Let one group get going. My biggest gripe with Sean Payton is that I believe there's a pride, an ego, narcissism, a stubbornness that gets in the way of him doing some of the things that I think Bo Nix does well.
Right.
And that's play a semblance of a college offense. And guess what? You're already pretty much playing college offenses because you're throwing a dang bubble or a swing screen, it feels like, to start every game with unbelievable frequency. That looks like, college. That looks like a MAC game. So why not lean into the tempo side of it?
Why
not lean into empty?
about it?
Why not lean into the quarterback-driven run side of things?
It was one of the first things he said last night when he was asked about after the game. They're like, how come you look so much better there? And he's like, well, we were playing an up-tempo. We went to up-tempo. He's like, but I don't want to talk about tempo. Don't ask me about tempo. Like, listen, man, if it works, it works. I don't know why you got to be so stubborn about these things. It's absolutely insane to me. We got this on the text line. It was a lot of conversation about it yesterday. We got to take a break. And I do want to ask you, does Bo Nix have a problem with these batted balls? Because the broadcast made it seem like it is one of those things that he's just throwing it directly into these paws of these big linemen. But we'll get to it coming up here. We're going to get into the groove too? Is that what's coming up? Because I got some names for that one. We'll get in the groove for the Broncos in week 7. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. We'll get to it next. KJ just working all weekend. He was my man was on the air. He was putting in mad work this weekend, and he still had enough time to put together some NFL news and notes for us on this segment as the morning sprint rolls on. KJ, what you got?
Well, you know what? Let's lead off with Bo Nix and his incredible fourth quarter comeback. The first player in NFL history with 2 passing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns in the fourth quarter. So that's just amazing in itself. Now, here is one of his greatest hype women in the entire sports world, Kay Adams, trying to tell us, could this be like something we've seen before here in Denver?
I'm not allowed to ask Broncos fans. Is this giving Elway? Is this Elway-esque?
No.
Giants fans might hate me for saying this as we're on the brunt of the end of this. Is this giving young Eli? Okay, just think about it. His passer rating jumps nearly 25 points in the fourth quarter. Nearly half of his touchdowns have come in the final frame this year. Nearly half of the Broncos' points do too, as you can see in the last row. This all begs the question, why do they have to be a bottom 5 offense through three quarters? Chris Sims has to answer that question. I hope he knows that. I'm not arguing at 5-2, though. A team that can consistently, hopefully, get it together on offense, and they've got that defense that can take them really far.
No, you're not John Elway, not yet. I mean, the fourth quarter comeback thing is great, but there's a whole bunch of difference between John Elway and that rocket arm and the Bobot. But these stats from the first 3 quarters compared to the fourth quarter this season are stupid and ridiculous, and I don't know what they are saying about your Denver. Does this change? Did yesterday's game and these stats change any of your opinions about Bo Nix?
It's really changed a lot because I hadn't seen in 2024 Bo Nix take the reins in a fourth quarter and say,
right,
we're winning because of me,
mm-hmm.
because of how I'm going to engineer these drives and this comeback. He's almost Bizarro Bo from a year ago. Last year, I feel like he kind of shrunk in big moments and was pretty solid when it was just the mundane. This year, the mundane has been buns.
Mm-hmm.
But then the high pressure, high stakes moments, 6-1 touchdown to interception ratio, 68% completion percentage.
3 game-winning drives. And a passer rating of 104. That's 23 points higher than your first 3 quarters. Like you're averaging 13 points per game in the first 3 quarters. And you're averaging 10.1 in just the final stanza. And it makes me feel stupid
nuts, man.
Because I think it would be easier to take someone that you know can do this in the fourth quarter and get him to do it in the first 3 quarters as well than the reverse of that. Somebody who is, the Bo from last year where he's looked great early and then shied away from the big moments. But that's not the case. How can Sean Payton not see what happened yesterday in the fourth quarter and say, let's just do that the whole game?
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as just simple as that, but there are some things that I know that Sean Payton should and could do early on in these games to get Bo into the space where he's in his, man, I say it's athlete mode.
Is that what it is?
When Bo is in athlete's mode. Okay, pull up real quick, KJ.
I call it the Flowbot.
KJ, will you pull up real quick? Go to Bo Nix recruiting profile 247.
Ooh.
Okay, Bo Nix recruiting profile 247 Sports, and pull that up on the big screen right here. I want to go through this exercise for a quick second.
Because I'm trying to figure out what this means for our quarterback, our franchise quarterback. When,
okay.
I mean, looks incompetent for 3 quarters, then looks like a world beater in the fourth.
Click on view recruiting profile as a prospect right there.
There you go. Keep on going down, brother.
Right
there.
There it is. Right there. Okay. So this is him. This is Bo Nix, the recruit. Look at that little, pimply-faced young man right there. Okay, hey, what do you see is prospect info? What position is he listed at right there? It says POS.
Oh, it says dual.
Dual. So what does dual mean?
Well, I think that means
he's a dual threat athlete, right, at quarterback. Where is he ranked? Say 247 composite in the 2000 and whatever. What class was this? 2017 recruiting class. He was the number 1 dual threat quarterback in all of high school in America.
So why don't the Broncos use that
because
other side of his skill set?
They're trying to make him into a pro-style pocket passer, and he's just not great in that space. The batted balls. He plays flat-footed yesterday. He wasn't playing on the balls of his feet. He wasn't getting himself into throws. He's trying to do all this stuff with his arm slot action, and it's ridiculous. KJ, will you click right there on the dual number 1 right there? I want you to go down right there on where it says 1.
Yeah, there you go.
Right there. Look who he was ranked ahead of as a dual threat quarterback.
Over Jaden Daniels.
Yep. Keep going. Sam Howell.
Over Sam Howell, Max Duggan.
Yep.
Let's see what else we got on here.
Keep going down. Keep going down.
Look at I can't believe he's rated over all these guys.
Yep.
KJ Jefferson.
Yeah, he was a good one.
There's some those two
John
dudes.
Reese Plumlee.
Man.
But he was the number 1 athletic quarterback in America.
So Sean doesn't use that portion of Bo's game because he doesn't think it's successful later in his career
I don't know.
right now?
I don't know.
Because isn't winning you're supposed to win games right now. I don't care what happens in 2 years or 3 years or what I want now. Win now.
Yeah, it's beyond me. I actually coached 2 kids on this list. Josh Calvin coached me at Utah State. Cole Kramer coached me at Minnesota. It's kind of fun to look at this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Life comes to you quickly.
Yeah, whatever. I'm sure in Sean's brain, everything he's doing is for the benefit of Bo and the team.
Look at number 36 on that list.
Oh, hey, man, it's RJ. What's up?
RJ Harvey, the 36th ranked dual threat quarterback in Bo Nix's same draft or recruiting class.
Man, RJ Harvey. Well, he did have a touchdown yesterday, but
short quarterback, man.
You know how many rushing yards RJ had yesterday?
That's like KJ out there slinging that pill.
That's exactly what it's like.
RJ had 0 yards rushing on 4 carries yesterday. Listen, Cam Scattaboo had over 100 yards combined rushing and receiving, but still, I can't. Yeah, doesn't matter. You caught a 2-yard touchdown pass to help the Broncos come back and win that thing.
So Evan from the Shot Mazda text line says he's Tebow, not Elway. I disagree.
I disagree with that as well because Tebow just couldn't play the quarterback position.
He's a law of averages.
Oh, you think so?
Was Tebow even a dual threat?
No.
He was a running quarterback.
Right.
It was single wing quarterback driven run from 1943.
But this
the Four Horsemen of Notre Dame.
That stupid magic is that the Broncos have this season.
Okay, but I would say that Tim Tebow is incorrectly called a dual threat quarterback. He was a single threat quarterback. He was a runner, and then he threw passes that
sometimes
they looked like you were throwing a shoebox across the room.
It's not ideal.
Yep. And then Elway was a dual threat quarterback, but with
Elway was
stupid arm talent.
Yeah.
Stupid arm talent.
Yeah.
And I think that you're somewhere in between.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement as well. All right, KJ, what's next?
That wasn't my vision.
That drop you guys heard right there, that's where the RJ Harvey dual threat comment came from back in the day. So earlier this offseason, Sean Payton was asked about, does he think he'll use RJ Harvey as a potential dual threat quarterback based off of his past? It wasn't my vision. That's where Sean Payton got that from. So
wild.
This is something that he's known for a while about is his young running back, but obviously he trusts Bo Nix to a degree. With that being said, Berto, earlier in the show, you brought up Brian Burns, and you brought up some of the stuff he was talking about yesterday after the game. Here's just a snippet of that, and I'm going to lower the music a little bit, everyone, so that way you can be able to hear it to the best of your ability.
Brian, you were very emotional in here when we got in. What was going through your mind?
There's just no way I was going to lose that game. I mean, credit to the Broncos for, executing the way they did, but we gave that to them. There was no way I was going to win that game.
That man wanted to murder his defensive coordinator. He wanted to he was screaming about the dropping 8 at the end of that game when he was in the hallway. Oh, man, he crashed out. Daboll crashed out. I seriously think the Broncos ruined that franchise for the rest of this season. They're not going to get that right. Not after yesterday, right? They can't get that right. As a coach, what the hell do you say to that team when you walk into that room today? Because you can't just say, hey, man, shake it off, man. Walk it off. Rub some dirt on it, man. It'll be fine. It's just one of those games. We were unlucky. We lost it. Let's get back to work. No, you can't say that. Not after that game, can you?
You apologize.
Oh, do you? You put it on you. You put it on you and your staff?
Yeah, this modern athlete isn't stupid. It's the Generation Y. WHY. They want to know the reason behind your decision making, and they want to see some real, honest transparency. And if you're right, then you're right, and you stand by it. But if you're wrong, and it is clear that you're wrong, which Brian Daboll was wrong on multiple fronts, just as a decision maker, he was wrong to throw the football on 3rd down and 5 as the game was approaching under 4 minutes.
Because, you got to ask yourself as a head coach, right, what's the worst thing could happen on this play right here?
And it's a rookie quarterback that's been known for throwing highly stressful interceptions.
I don't think he even saw him. I don't think he saw him. I mean, you know what I mean?
That was the guy I was alluding to a week ago when I talked about, wait till you see the Jackson Dart that played against Kentucky, played against Florida.
Just a turnover machine.
He just does stupid things. He glitches. Like he doesn't have as good of a processor as the Bobot
does. Right. The
Bobot doesn't turn the ball over like that.
No, he doesn't make those kind of mistakes.
It was weird. The only game, really, I'd say, the only games where he's looked like his Bobot processor had been glitched a little bit was in his first start of the 24 season and his first start of the 25 season.
Okay.
He was glitchy bot against the Titans this year, I thought.
And
then he's been able to eliminate those really bad turnovers.
All right, KJ, what you got?
That wasn't my vision.
Well, last week we played a cut from Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, and it sounded a little bit like this.
All right, injuries for today. We got Yetur knee, hamstring will be out. Ricky, knee will be out. Sky Moore, ankle will be out. Trent Williams, vet day. Christian, vet day.
And so on and so on and so on.
What did we count? It was 17? 17 guys were on the injury report.
Was it 16 or 17?
It was like 6 or 7. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
And so the 49ers, they went on to win last night on Sunday Night Football, 20-10. Christian McCaffrey, he just made history last night. He had his 7th game with 100-plus rushing yards and 70-plus receiving yards last night. That broke a tie with 2 other running backs for the most in NFL history. If the 49ers go on to win the NFC West and potentially get either the number 1 or number 2 seed in the NFC, should Christian McCaffrey be the NFL MVP?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I think there's one guy right now that's the NFL MVP.
Your man Baker? Who?
Dun, 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 dun.
No,
man.
Oh, Jones.
Indiana
Jones. My bad. Yeah. Yeah, they're 6-1. You're right. Daniel Jones is the MVP of the NFL right now, which is insane to say. But yeah, I mean, how many MVPs does Christian have? Is it 2? Would this be his 3rd? How many of those little bad boys does he have, right? Because my man was racking them up in the late 20-teens, right?
Do you realize that we live in a world right now where it is very realistic that we would have an NFL MVP, Daniel Jones, and a Heisman Trophy winner, Diego Pavia?
See, that's great. But all of this is crazy. All of this is crazy. Yeah,
that man is balling.
No, you're college
and he's
football world's good.
And he's from Borque. He's from New Mexico.
Listen, let's bring it. When I lived in New Mexico, there was people who still thought that was part of Mexico, just the new part. And we were like, people thought they had to have passports and stuff to come down. And we're like, no, man, this is America, people. What are you doing? Anyway.
Daniel Jones, 5th in the NFL in passing yards, 2nd in the NFL in QBR. 10 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
They're good. I don't know. I didn't think they would be 6-1 good. I didn't think they were going to be that good, but here they are. Just sitting there handing L's to the Chargers despite Justin Herbert going off. All right, KJ, what's next?
That wasn't my vision.
Well, another embarrassing moment for the Miami Dolphins, and they just keep piling up at this point. The Miami Dolphins were blown out by the Cleveland Browns. Scratch that. The Dylan Gabriel-led Cleveland Browns, 31-6. It got so bad that they decided to bench Tua after 3 interceptions and bring in rookie quarterback Quinn Ewers. How much longer do you guys expect Mike McDaniel to keep his job before the Dolphins have to eventually make a decision to just kind of do what they know is best.
Does he make it to the end of the season? Because, that's the only two options at 1-6, right? Is you fire him now or you fire him later. There is no, bouncing back. And, if Miami suddenly gets it together and goes 500 this season, would that save his job? Is Tua going to be their starting quarterback? Listen, I think you probably – did you demote Zach because then you could use the excuse, hey, we're getting blown out in Cleveland. I wanted to give the rookie some reps, so we put Quinn in there and set Tua so he wouldn't get hurt. That way you're not basically telling Tua, I don't trust you anymore, man. Because if you go to Zach, you understand what I'm saying? If you go to Zach, it makes you feel like, that's it, I'm done with Tua. I'm done with him and his $250 million contract. You're out. But with Quinn, you can just say, hey, I just want to give the rookie some reps. We'll go back to Tua next week.
Yeah, I think that's what he did.
Yeah.
He'll go back to Tua.
I don't, man. What do you do, Coach? What do you do, a coach, if you're Mike McDaniels? You're sitting in a situation like that.
When you listen to the post-game press conferences from Mike McDaniel,
I don't think he's a beaten man.
Well, he's a beaten man, but I also don't know if he's in a sound place of judgment.
He's in a bad place.
Yeah. So you could try to talk some sense into him, but it just seems like it's just purely chaos.
Do me a favor. Find a picture of Mike McDaniel when he first took that job 4 years ago, and then find that picture from yesterday in that press conference when it looked like the world was falling down on his head,
Did you see him with what he looked like on the sideline of the game? He was dressed up like he was hiding his face.
I just saw
it almost looked like something when Michael Jackson used to avoid the paparazzi.
Yes.
Seriously, pull up.
I saw that when Quinn came up to him like, hey, Coach, what's up? And he was just looking at Quinn like, I hate you, and I hate this team, and I hate this job.
There he is, right there. Does that not look Michael Jackson paparazzi-like?
No, it does, man. He's gone full hoodie with the big glasses. He wants nothing to do with nobody. Although, there you go, Mike.
You know what, though, man?
This man's going to make a great offensive coordinator for somebody.
Yeah, but I think personally, I think he's done a pretty poor job. This is still football, right?
Right. He's not handling any of this well.
This is still a tough man, grown man's toxic masculinity-based sport. Am I right?
Yes.
You know what he looks like? He looks soft.
Ooh.
And his team, what do they look like?
Well, they play soft.
They've taken on the personality and the persona of the head coach. And I used to be a big Mike McDaniel guy, but watching how he's dealt with adversity,
it's not good.
I've lost a ton of respect for him.
Yeah, it's not good.
I wouldn't hire him as my offense coordinator.
Ooh.
The entire room, think about the offensive line, they know that guy's soft.
Yeah.
He put it out there. He put it out on his tape. Your film is your resume. How you were conducting yourself yesterday was soft.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gone. It's gone sideways. It's gone sideways. And he tried to take the blame last night, but even then, man, that was a rambling press conference.
As the 930 says right here, Mike McDaniel looked like he would steal my internet passwords.
Yes, he absolutely does. And the guy who took that job 4 years ago looked like he'd steal your chick. That, you know what I mean? He'd come steal your, and now he had that kind of swag, and now it's gone. That's what Miami football does to you. Congratulations to Cherokee Trail's Christian Bamura. He is our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backers and Shaker. Backers and Shaker loves Christian's passion, and their passion is justice. We'll roll on after this. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in all day tomorrow for new keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to Thursday's game versus the Hurricanes and an Avs jersey is on your home for Avs Hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avs are still cooking.
They are nice.
They're cooking. They're I mean, they lead the NHL in the top team in the league right now. As they've got points out of every single game they have played so far, sitting there with 11 points.
How fun is that, though?
That's pretty fun.
Isn't it nice to see the Avs take a good approach at the beginning of a season?
Yeah, they look like
Last
a
year
team
was
on the
tough,
mission. Yeah,
wasn't
they
it?
look like a team on a mission to start this thing. So they'll be in Utah tomorrow night. You can hear that game right here on the station.
Tell you in our fine KSC family here who had a tough end of the season. Our friend of the program, Chris Armas in the Colorado Rapids.
That was a crazy. Well, we were obviously me and KJ were here doing that game, and there was a point. I think it was that was late in the game. Yappy had just scored to make it 2-1, and one of the opposing, FC Dallas went down by a goal, or San Jose went up by a goal.
We're gonna do it.
It looked like there for a minute that they were going to somehow make the way into the playoffs, but then LA tied it just a little bit later.
There was a little post-game press conference friction there between Burgundy Wave and Chris Armas. So
Armas is spot. Well, I mean,
not an awesome way to end the season.
Yeah, no, that was. I mean, you fall from 8th to 11th, but then there was 3 teams that the Rapids tied in point totals. Well, they were one of the 3. But just due to tiebreaker, they were on the outside looking in.
The last 2.5 months was just not good.
Yeah, you just needed 1 or 2 more points out of those last couple of games to get you some.
Was not a positive finish.
Speaking of negative things, we've had 2 coaches in college football fired this weekend. Billy Napier out of Florida was fired, and here locally,
Jay Norvell
at CSU.
Hard day for both those. I know both those guys fairly well. I know Billy really well. Kind of a buddy, just young coaches. I'm not young anymore, nor is he, but 10 years ago, where 2 young coaches are talking about the industry and, sharing insider information with how to get better and improve, and talking scheme, talking, recruiting philosophy. And yet looks like Billy Napier is going to be headed to sports talk radio here also.
Is that what
he's going to go the way of the Mike Sanford.
He's got to, you had to give him some advice. Like, hey, coach, how about you try this? But yeah, I mean, so Florida's moving on. CSU's moving on. So what's next at CSU? How do you feel about Jay Norvell?
I love him as a person. He's a great guy. He's down to earth. He's humble. He's hardworking. But at the end of the day, it's just being here in the state of Colorado and now coaching in the state of Colorado, high school football.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Prime and CU are never gonna put a fence around the state of Colorado. They're gonna go national and portal. Period. CSU has had a golden opportunity for the last 3 years to say we're going to get the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 ranked guys in the state of Colorado.
Yeah.
And we're going to put a fence around it.
Interesting.
And they haven't done it. And that's not the only reason that Jay Norvell got fired. Frankly, the product on the field
was bad.
It was bad. It was boring. Offense was boring. And Rams fans were promised Fort Fun or the Fort Raid or whatever it was, like the air raids coming to Fort Collins. They basically ran 11 personnel split zone. They ran split flow zone, and first down, get to you, 2nd and 8, get 1 or 2, 3rd and 7, chuck the football up. I called 5 of their broadcasts a year ago, and I was like, okay, if you play really good defense, you create a bunch of takeaways, you play really good special teams, and you try to wear people down with a very simple run game, you might have a shot. But at the end of you gotta score points.
Yeah.
And
so is that
Braden
the target?
Nicolosi was a failure. Yeah, he regressed. He was pretty good. He's fairly exciting early in his career.
Mm-hmm.
That long, awkward throwing motion ultimately just never got cleaned up. And I mean, where does CSU go?
Well, they need to find somebody. If that's the game plan, you need somebody who's going to bring an exciting brand of football, and you need somebody who's going to lock down this state. If they're like, this is us. This Colorado is us. We're taking the talent from this state.
The number 1 priority for CSU as a university, and I know that John Weber, the athletic director, Amy Parson, take the president's school. They take football very seriously. They look at it as the opportunity for a legitimate front porch of the university being the football program.
Yeah, yeah. And they're moving to the Pac-12 next year, right?
Yes.
Right? They're moving out. So this will be this
And
be
it's a
brand
Pac-12
new page
and it's a
for them.
Pac-12 that you can win.
Yeah.
You've got the opportunity to really get some investors involved, but the number one priority has to be for the Rams. The hire, the finances, it needs to be built around acquisition of talent. Pay the in-state players better than they're getting paid to be, K-State or Nebraska's 15th most important recruit on their roster. Make them your number one guy. That's got to happen.
No, I like that. I like that plan. I hadn't thought about it, but that certainly seems like something that could work. Because, yeah, you can get a coach up there who's like, all right, we're going to have a whole lot of fun, and we're going to make sure this team is based in this state.
Love this name.
Oh, so we got a name on the text line?
Yeah, from Mass Bandit said, why not Colin Klein, former Loveland High player and current OC for Texas A&M?
Oh,
Colin
he's
Klein.
the OC at A&M?
Yeah, and they're number 4 in the country.
Yeah.
And he's also just a tremendous human being.
Who, they held off Arkansas this weekend or something? That was a close game, I think, if I'm remembering right. But yeah, I don't even know if CSU has any names circled. I haven't.
Now the problem
heard
with Colin Klein,
yeah,
is I'm hearing his name for just about every job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's one of those hot products.
He could be one of those guys that says, you know what? It's probably better for me to start in a place that gives me the opportunity to learn on the fly. Because if Colin Klein goes and takes the job at Florida, not that he would. And nor would Florida probably hire an OC that with zero head coaching experience. But even if, say, K-State, there's movement at K-State, you're immediately in the crosshairs. You got to win today.
Yeah.
At CSU, man, let's just call a spade a spade. The bar for the last, 7 head coaches since Sonny Lubick has been so low. Other one that I think is a great name is Matt Lubick. Sonny's son, who's coaching at University of Kansas right now.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
He's a cancer survivor. The guy's a stud. I love Matt Lubick. Will Stein, Oregon offense coordinator, love it. Coach Ed Orgeron to CSU, no thank you.
There's a name I hadn't even thought about.
We're going to go to Valor. We're going to get you in on a big offensive line.
Every time I see Orgeron, he's like in nothing but like a Speedo, working out or running or whatever. Yeah, that man's he's living his life. No, living his life out loud.
Yeah, his skin is tanned at all times.
It's like a beef jerky flavored.
His face is inflamed. And his liver is screaming at the world.
It's almost non-existent.
His liver is
the hardest working liver in the country.
His liver might be as wrecked as that game's liver was yesterday at Power Field.
That game was drunk. All right. For Mike Sanford and KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Bertinelli. Thanks for tuning in for the morning sprint on this Rally House Football Monday. We'll be right back at it tomorrow. PhD is next.
Tracy the back. Good cup. Now here he goes, winding up, going. He's got him! Touchdown! Bellinger! Holy smokes, he was wide open. 44-yard touchdown strike. Dart. Thomas the block. Off to the running back, Scattaboo. There was a block inside. He's going to stiff arm his way in. Touchdown, Giants. Scattaboo. Tracy, a big hole. Galloping. Touchdown. Touchdown, Giants. A burst of 31 yards. A stunning display. And the Giants have gone up now by a count of 19-0.
Pat, the kick throw goes through the uprights. You win the game. What was the first thought that went to your head?
Man, relief. I lost hope. I ain't gonna lie. I lost hope.
Dobbins a block to the end zone, deflected, and did Franklin get it on the ricochet? Touchdown, Denver. On the deflected ball. Second down and goal. Fake handoff. Here comes Nix in pursuit. Thibodeau getting a block. And he'll get inside the pylon. That is a touchdown. It's a 3rd and 5. They come up the middle. Heavy pressure in the throw. Intercepted. It's picked off by Surtain. He breaks a tackle. Breaks another. Now inside the 20. Oh, disaster. What a play. Harvey the back. Nix chased by Thibodeau. Backpedaling. Touchdown. Harvey. And the Broncos are back in business. Nix to the air, Bowles with the block. Nix going long and caught by Mims. First down. Nix underneath. Ingram out of bounds. Oh, he stayed in and finally brought down by Belton. It's a catch and run. He's inside the 20. Nix will take it himself on 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos have their first lead today. 1st and goal. Dart will run it himself and dives. And short inside the 1.
I don't know. I don't think his knee ever went down. So New York calls the timeout. They can't challenge it. His contact. That looks like a touchdown.
It looks like a touchdown. Is right. Jesus Durley. And oh no! He missed that one again. 1st and 10 from their 23. And no timeouts. Nix. Long down the middle and caught at the 48-yard line and grabbed by Mims. It's a 1st and 5. Nix and caught by Sutton. Got it on the side. Newman was there. For Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz. 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it. Denver's won.
Bo, congratulations on the win. What an insane game. How would you just describe that 4th quarter and the finish to this win?
Well, I feel bad for the people that left early. A complete team effort in the 4th quarter. It was really bad there for a point. The morale was low on the sideline, but guys never quit. Took a few plays, and then next thing you know, Will Lutz is kicking a game winner, and man, I can't believe it. I haven't really had one like that, so that's a first for me. But I love our team.
I got to tell you, man, I'm exhausted. I felt like I went to Vegas. I don't even drink anymore. It was back-to-back late nights, followed off with a long day on Sunday. But man, it was a really, really special weekend, man. I mean,
I can hear in your voice a little bit.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
definitely got a little something going on.
Yeah, I mean,
How could you imagine if you were drinking and had them late nights?
I know. Well, I was hanging with the boys that were drinking, and they're doing a little bit worse than I am.
Yeah.
But man, I'm telling you, like, it was just like there was something magical about the whole weekend, getting the boys back together. And Friday night was just the boys at Shanahan's, just our team. Saturday night we had the full alumni dinner and honored DT at that one, and they honored Ronnie at the game as well. And then, Sunday, obviously, getting to go to the game was we were up in the box and going down to the sideline, getting our jerseys, taking photos down in the tunnel, going out on the field. I sat down. I was sitting with like the no-fly zone for the entire game, which was freaking riot. The boys, they don't ever shut up, and they were not shutting up early in the game with all those secondary miscues. I'll tell you that much.
Oh my God!
But it was fantastic. The whole thing was just great.
Did you stay for the end of the game or not?
I left with 4 minutes to go. Yep.
Well, you certainly weren't the only one.
I mean,
for sure.
yeah.
The bus is left. You didn't leave with the bus.
I don't feel shame. I don't feel anything. Yeah, I mean the entire suite cleared out early in the game, and I was actually I did drive myself to the game, but the buses cleared out the boys, and then I left with about 4 minutes left. My daughter wanted to stay, and I was like, nah, let's beat the traffic. Get in the car. We're listening to it on the way home, and I'm like, man, you were right. You're right, honey. My bad.
What a weekend. Scott, I asked Sean the question.
I heard that. How about that?
I asked him the question. Here we go. Go ahead, Dan. Roll it.
Coach, speaking of play calling, just to mix things up, have you had any consideration whatsoever to hand the play calling off, even for a short period of time, to get a different rhythm in the game?
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining today. That appears to be all the question.
That was it.
Hey, so
that was it.
They cut the PR lady cut you off.
No. I was the last question, but there were plenty of questions that were asked ahead of that.
Yeah, but
But that was the last one.
He wasn't real happy with it, though, was he?
Oh no, that may be the last question I get off the entire year, and that I don't know. Maybe the Broncos have been great.
That was this morning.
That was this morning.
Listen.
They posted it. They didn't edit it out or anything.
He was feisty after the game.
Yeah,
right away,
that's why we're asking the question.
And don't talk about tempo because they went to the 2-minute offense, if you will, and that's when they started scoring and going crazy. But they were forced to. I mean, when any time left. But
Sean came out after the game, and guys, I'm thrilled. First of all, I am thrilled they won.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's like that they lost.
It was as down as a vibe from Sean. I was actually surprised how down it was. So, okay, I think the question is fair if you're going to be that down about it. I don't know how you guys feel. I feel thrilled and excited. I think back to 2015 when you guys beat Cleveland and you shouldn't have beat Cleveland. Mm-hmm. I certainly am thinking back to a bunch of Tim Tebow times when the Broncos had no right to win games.
Well, we could go back to the 90s with John Elway.
Sure. I mean, how many come from behind victories did John have?
Right.
Well, look, I mean, give Bo credit. It's been 3 straight games of fourth quarter specialness, right? Mm-hmm. Especially the last 2. It's also been 2 straight games of 3 horrendously bad quarters of football, followed up by a special quarter of football. So I think I lean towards you on the optimistic side of the game. We like fans. I know everybody's seen the stats and everything, and the stats are insane. But we literally did just truly watch a once in a lifetime game that you will never watch the rest of your life. There was 1,602 games before this that a team, when they were leading by 18 or more points in the final 6 minutes of regulation, they'd won the game. So 1,602 games before this, they actually won the football game.
You've beaten 2 NFC East opponents by outscoring them in the fourth quarter 51-6. 51-6.
Nuts.
You had 18-0 against Philadelphia to win that game after 3 pathetic quarters. 3 pathetic quarters here, and you score 33?
Tyler has the 1,602 stat, which Kevin Harlan laid out, which is amazing. But on top of that, where we heard Adam Schefter talk about with the boys in the morning, teams trailing by 18-plus in the final 6 minutes in the fourth quarter since 1970 are 2 and 3,677. Both of those teams are the Denver Broncos that have the wins. The one win was in 2003 over the Bucks, and yesterday. 2 and 3,677.
Yeah. I mean, truly once in a lifetime. But I do get the grumpiness. I do, man, because it's not sustainable. You're not going to continue to win games like that. Obviously not like this. I mean, this is such an extreme. Check this out, though. One of my teammates who will remain nameless here threw $80 on the Broncos. He sent me a screenshot of it. He threw $80 on the Broncos when they were down 26-8.
That's awesome.
Guess how much he won?
4,000.
How much? 20?
He put $80 on it.
I'm gonna say he won like $2,000.
Exactly $2,000. He won $2,000.
So some people were drinking.
Yep.
I mean, is that a drunk bet if I've ever heard a drunk bet? I'll show you guys. This ain't over.
This ain't over.
Hey, enter. Look at this. $2,000.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go back to the Sean Payne thing. I was blown away after the game because you figured there's going to be a little cheer. And he did say that it was gritty, it was tough. He said, but let's be realistic. And, we got a lot to clean up, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, and I don't want to hear about,
tempo.
The 2-minute word. It's about tempo. I don't want to hear about that.
I want to hear that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all I know is I'm already writing my show for today because I think that's what we do when we watch these games, right? We already are formulating what we're going to say. First thing I'm going to come in there and say, so you can't score 13 points and win a game, maybe the rest of the season, because it looked like they weren't even going to get there, right?
Mm-hmm.
To this, and I disagree with Berto. I said, this isn't Elway like because Elway's got to start. Forget that. You got to forget moments. I think you said in the last couple of weeks, Darren, the reason there's so many comebacks, or maybe it was Andy and I were talking about it, Dan Reed said, we got to do this, got to do this, got to do this. And then fourth quarter, like, hey, John, can you go ahead and take this over? Yeah. Can you go ahead and
that was Tebow too. That was
rescue us?
Yep.
Yeah, and
that was yesterday.
And that was yesterday. It was like, I'm sitting there saying this. And I said this a couple weeks ago, if I never see another wide receiver bubble screen ever again, and especially on the 3-yard line.
Between the University of Colorado and the Denver Broncos, nobody runs more bubble screens than these two teams.
It's like a Colorado thing.
I know.
We ought to get T-shirts. Bubble screen left, bubble screen right, punt.
I think the play calling question is interesting because it was horrendous, and then I thought it was fantastic.
Right.
Yeah.
It was horrendous.
What's
it
the
was great.
difference?
It was, well, you tell me.
To me, it felt like you got into desperation mode, and I think at the beginning it was we can't be shut out at home, to then Daboll and the team making the worst decision ever and passing the football with 4 minutes to go or 5 minutes to go. I think it was out of desperation. We can't be shut out, and it loosened up or something.
Yeah, it did. It did. I mean, the two moments of the game that drove me insane with the play calling was the opening series. Like, what are we doing? Why are we tossing the ball 3 straight times? And granted, in defense, I'm sure on his script it did not say throw the ball 3 straight times. I'm sure that he was planning on connecting on that first one, and then that turns into a run for 2 or 3 yards, whatever. But they got out of whack, and it was just like, how many 3-and-outs could we have, or what felt like 3-and-outs to start the game? And then on the 5-yard line, like, listen, Garrett Bowles almost lived the fat man dream.
He was right there.
I mean, he was wide freaking open.
It was perfect.
He was wide ass open.
He just lobs it. It's a touchdown.
My heart broke for the man. We're down there in the tunnel, and I'm sitting there with Clancy Barone. I'm sitting there with Ryan Clady, Ryan Harris, Evan Mathis, Lou Vasquez, Michael Schofield, the entire offensive line. We're sitting there watching that, and we see Garrett Bowles wide open, and we're all dog cussing Bo. Like, what are you doing, Bo?
All you do
is a lifetime opportunity.
He just like a lob pass. You just had a lob pass. I will say this: Bowles made a hell of an effort.
He did dive for it.
He made a hell of an effort.
He did get a hand on it.
I mean, he made a hell of an effort.
But that's
series, a touchdown. Come on,
man. The play calls down there. Come on, what are we doing?
Okay, well, we have so much to get into. Plus, I think we should open up the confessional on Voice of the People for anybody who wants to just say, forgive us because I left early. And
no, you don't need forgiveness.
Just I apologize to you guys for leaving early. The doubters, the haters. It was an amazing. I'm jacked. I'm pumped up. I'm excited about it. And there's other emotions out there, no doubt. And Scott, your question about play calling. I mean, you brought it up. You're the first person I know that brought it up. I think a lot of people are.
I think there's a lot more people catching on to it.
But are you really surprised with what Sean had to say?
No, it pissed him off, though. That question you asked, you could tell he paused for like 1,001, 1,002. No, we're happy with what we're doing right now as offensive coach. All right, Coach, thank you very much.
But you're right, though. Like, somebody was giving me a hard time today after the question because they're like, well, you're just asking about play calling. They scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. That was pretty damn good, right?
I think it's an interesting game to ask that question. I really do. Yeah. I get it. I mean, there was a lot of bad stuff, but it finished great.
Yeah, and Sean's part of that too.
But also, and you called for this last week or week before, Bo's got to get on his horse again. What did he do in that fourth quarter?
Well,
he got on the pony, didn't he?
Let's get into it. Let's get into all of it. There's so much to churn up, and your reaction to. We could do some calls here again, Dano, on a Monday. See how everybody's feeling about things. Voice of the people there as well. 303-504-0925. Man, Broncos win the most remarkable come from behind game in their history. Woo! PhD here on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle right now, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. It is one-stop shopping. I know it's easy to drive all over the state looking for a new vehicle, but whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. New or pre-owned, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. They're going to treat you with respect. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And you'll probably become a customer for life, just like I did after buying my first car my rookie year at Phil Long Ford. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
uprights, you win the game. What was the first thought that went to your head?
Man, relief. I lost hope. I ain't gonna lie. I lost hope. It was one of them games, man, where we felt like we didn't execute. I mean, you go in the film room, there's a lot of corrections, but one thing we didn't lose was composure. And, we fought to the end. You never know in this league, no matter how much you're down, it's always a will and there's always a way. So
there's Pat Surtain saying he lost hope. So you can, it's okay if you thought they were going to lose that game. It's reasonable. We'll get to a bunch of that here in a second. The injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. McGlinchey, everybody got a little bit nervous about him, but he did go back in the game and seemed to be okay. Hopefully there's nothing serious there. Sean doesn't really reveal injuries. Other than that, Riley Moss got banged a little bit by Cam Scadaboo. He did go into the blue tent.
Trey Greenlaw got the exact 20 snaps.
Yeah, he got rotated just, pitch count, sort of thing. So
he didn't play much second half, did he?
He started the game, and I think he played like 2 straight series, and then they just kind of wrinkled him in here and there, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and Stranad, right place, right time, right call, right everything. Like, game-changing moment right there. Game-changing moment.
That was the entire game. If Dayball runs the football – and you forced Denver to take their last time out. Yep. Game's over.
It was 4:56 left when they started that play. Sean smartly, desperation, but smartly, it's like pulling the goalie with like 4 minutes to go in the game, started using his timeouts because it's now or never.
Oh, I thought that was brilliant. I thought the timeout usage could not have been any better than what Sean did in this game.
And all you need is for Dayball to pass him once.
Yep.
And even if it's not intercepted, even if it's dropped, thank you, because you still had the 2-minute warning too, right? So in the NFL, we've seen it a million times. That's a lot of time.
But all the Giants have one of two things: they run another play, don't get a first down. Either the Broncos call a timeout, or they don't, and the clock goes down to 4 minutes and 10 seconds or so. And now the Broncos are at their own, just assuming it's a good punt, 25, 30-yard line.
Yeah.
It's not that they couldn't still score. Yeah, they could have probably, who knows?
But you don't score in a minute.
Damn right you don't. Unlikely. Because if you're the Giants, you're just going to keep everything in front of you. You're just going to, tick, 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 tick. And even if the Broncos were to score again, if you get the ball back, you're sitting on a knee. The game's over. The Giants' inability and Daboll's inability to, understand that moment. Listen, I get it. You're Dan Campbell. You're the Detroit Lions. You run play action on 3rd and 5 or 4th down or whatever because that's what you do. You got Jackson Dart starting his 4th game. Just hand the ball to Cam Scadaboo for the 3rd time, and you probably walk away with the win. But this is the Tebow-esque sort of thing. It defies logic that it happened in the first place. And for the Broncos defense to get a takeaway, there's something kind of magical going on.
Well, it does feel Tebow-esque. I don't think that's a compliment. I know that's not a compliment. This is not sustainable to continue to be struggling for 3 quarters. And then, honestly, if you really look at it, I know Bo deserves a lot of credit for what he did in the 4th quarter, and he does. I'm not taking it away from him. I thought it was really awesome, the energy, all of it. He got freaking lucky as hell, too. He got lucky as hell on the first touchdown, the tip ball to Troy Franklin. Okay, we'll take it.
Yes.
Luck. He got lucky as hell on the deep ball to Marvin Mims. That wasn't supposed to go to Marvin Mims. That ball's going to Cortland Sutton.
No doubt.
We had 2 pivotal moments of the game that came down to pure luck from our quarterback.
I can give you more. Sean Payton getting the flag because he's, where's the get-back coach?
That arguably won the game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable because, again, the Giants are idiots. You take a knee, you let the clock go down to 12 seconds. You will have 3 plays. Now, you're going to have to throw the ball.
I don't think you take a knee, dude. I don't think so.
If you wanted to, you could have taken your time. You would have had.
That's flirting with sudden death right there.
I guess, but the Giants have 1 timeout left. And if you don't score right then and there, you don't score. You would have 3 chances to throw the winning touchdown pass with just less than 10 seconds to go. It's risky. It's risky, but you give yourself a chance.
You don't play with fire like that, though. But yeah, I mean, ironically, Sean running out there on the field and giving them the extra yard or a half yard, whatever it turned out to, that ended up being a difference in the game. I mean, the real difference, here's the 4 luckiest moments of the game. Your tip ball to Troy Franklin, okay, got a touchdown out of that one. Your overthrow to Cortland Sutton that just landed in Marvin Mims' lap some way, somehow. I don't know if those two ran the wrong route or something, but I promise you those two weren't supposed to be that close to one another. And then the 2 missed extra points. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? 2 missed extra points.
And nobody's really talking about this, too. The Broncos did stop them short of the goal line on a 2-point conversion. That actually, I don't say that's luck, but that also happened. Like, things just crazily went your way. But, in defense, though, they got a deflected pass for a touchdown.
For a touchdown, yeah.
I mean, they did get that. Yeah. They got a blown coverage where, they got 2 really kind of blown coverages on the running touchdown and on the touchdown to the tight end. I mean, this was uncharacteristic bad play by the Broncos defense that we really haven't seen all year.
Who was the no-fly zone blaming for that first tight end touchdown?
I don't know, but I heard them all chirping. I mean, they were throwing hats and getting ticked off, and yeah, I mean, it was hilarious sitting next to those boys.
Yeah, and then the Garrett Bowles, the goal line sequence. It would have been painful, but just it's the first half. Just kick the field goal. It sucks. And just put some points on the board and let's go. But nope, we had to be a little greedy, 13-0. And it's
no, Bo just flips that up in the air like a lob pass.
There's nothing to it.
There's nothing to it. He tries to line drive it to a tackle.
Right.
B,
know your personnel.
What did he get? 6? Was it 6 or 7 balls knocked down?
I don't know, but a few of those were really frustrating. They were like
they were counting them on the broadcast.
There a lot of times there's very little quarterback can do about a tip ball. I thought there was a lot he could have done about a few of those.
Well, it won the Bulls. Just dump it over the top.
Yeah.
It is pretty funny hearing the stories from people on the text line about when they turned off the game. So here's from Trey. I went to the grocery store when it was 19-0. My wife did the same thing. She was watching the first half and just was like, I can't take it. I'm going grocery shopping. Got back in the car 10 points down, spent the rest of the game in the King Soopers parking lot screaming at the radio. From Trey. Here was, I was working and listening to the game, and I had turned it off after Scatterboo TD and then turned it back on to hear that the Broncos actually won. And this guy is, please don't take calls. They're always terrible and painful to listen to. Let's go to Chris. Hey, Chris, you're on altitude. What do you think, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just got to say a couple things, all right? No offense if I was sitting next to the dude that was super negative Nancy, but I was on the 50-yard line, 7 rows up. Very lucky. My sister took me to the game. It was a beautiful game, beautiful day. Obviously, the first 3 quarters kind of sucked, but whatever. I'm a football fan. But I got to say this. Number 1, RIP to the Giants. I thought you guys beat us. Number 2, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. So kudos to the Broncos for finding that spark at the end, 4th quarter. Number 3, I need to know why we throw the ball on 1st and 2nd down the majority of our, drives.
All right, Chris, so you're asking about play calling, too. I don't know how many he had. Three's pretty good. I tell you this, after the game, the fans that were there were pumped. No, it was funny to hear Sean, being all like, how terrible things were. Outside of the stadium, everybody was jacked. Everybody's fired up.
You know how you could tell who was hammered that was at that game? They stayed.
Yeah, exactly. That's about right. I mean,
I still got to have this $18 beer.
I'm laughing at Garrett Bowles and Bo and the guys that are like, yeah, this is why our fans got to stay. How about you give them a product that's worthy of staying for, and then they'll stick around?
Yeah, man. I mean, come on.
Let's not shame the fans for leaving this one.
All right, let me go to Gary. Yeah, Gary. What do you got to say, Gary?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, I'm a longtime Bronco fan. I told my wife, they need to score 2 touchdowns with 2-point conversions and get a field goal just to tie it. So I walked to the store to grab her a soda, came back. She goes, they intercepted the ball. And I'm like, so I started watching the game again. I'm like, oh my gosh. And another thing for Mr. Hastings.
Yes.
About concerning the Ring of Fame. The Denver Bronco franchise, they drafted a player in the 12th round. He played 12 seasons. He was a starter for 9 seasons. The franchise had 5 conference championship games, 4 Super Bowl games, and on the Super Bowl game that's most precious is the one the Denver Broncos won, and he was the leading tackler with a pick.
All right, Gary, where are you going here, pal?
This was your
Jackson,
idea. Don't be mean.
Yeah, I know.
Who's he talking about should be in the ring?
Is this somebody you want in the Ring of Fame?
Yeah, Tyrone Braxton.
Tyrone Braxton.
What did he do?
Chicken.
Appreciate it, Gary. Thank you, Gary.
Led or tied the NFL in interceptions one year, I think, with 9. You know, Chris Harris never had more than, I think, 4.
You sure?
I think so.
That sounds crazy to me.
He had like 3 or 4 years of 4.
When did you guys think the Broncos did have a chance, though?
When they intercepted the pass?
I did, too. Oh, I had given up for sure. Like, I was up in the press box. I usually go down with 5-6 minutes to go. I went down with over 10 minutes to go. I was just like, this thing is done. And spent the entire, end of the game watching it on a TV, like in the media room. And you should have heard it. Everybody was screaming. It was unbelievable what was going on. Unbelievable. No other way to put it. I don't know if there's anything, Tyler, to even compare it to.
No, somebody asked me, I was doing TV last night, and they asked me, what was the greatest comeback of my career? And I was like, I don't know. Like, I like nothing like that. I mean, you would remember something like that. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm sure I had some good comebacks, down 10, down 8 points with a minute to go, whatever.
Well, dude, that whole 15 year, there was 4 or 5 games that you guys looked like no hopers.
Well, didn't we win something like, it was something like 8 games by 1 score or less?
Something.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 11 games by 7 points or less.
11
games that whole year by 7 points or less. Unbelievable.
Chris Harris had 3 interceptions 4 times.
Okay.
Never had more than 3.
Wow, he had some pick sixes with those 3, though.
He must have. Well, we can sit there and look real fast.
Okay, let's talk about the deeper thing. The fact of all this going on where Demaryius is honored and Super Bowl 50 and all that. There must have been some sort of vibe like, wow, here we are, this reunion, DT, and boy, things couldn't be much worse. But then for it to turn around, Tyler, how do you put that into perspective? That this all happened during what has got to be one of the more memorable days for all you guys.
Yeah, it's a bummer that so many guys left, and unfortunately they gave options on the buses, and there was an early bus. There was there's 3 different bus times, and I'm telling you, 90% of the dudes were out of there with 6 minutes to go in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So the majority of guys didn't get to stick around to see the great win there. I mean, there was. It was just a magical day, though, even without the win. Like, the game didn't mean anything to us. I mean, yes, we were invested in it, and there was a lot of complaining going on, and there was a lot of moaning going on. And it was fun to hear the guys getting riled up like we're still playing. And then, there were a few, if we could only suit up, we'd handle this one.
Delusional?
Yeah, delusional. No. I got to be around Demaryius' mom quite a bit, and it was a tough day for her, like it was a cool day, but it was a tough day. And Ronnie's family was out there as well. So, we were just missing our teammates and going out there at halftime. It was a mix of, it was a 10-year reunion for us, but for us, it was really about Demaryius. That's what it was really about. And so, seeing his name go up and going up right next to Peyton, just a magical day.
All right, we'll continue with breaking the game down and what the response was and the play calling, but we do have breaking Denver Nuggets news. Scott, you see the news about Christian Braun?
I have not.
Christian Braun, 5-year, $125 million extension.
Wow. Did you watch any of that game Saturday night?
Which game is that?
Oklahoma City.
Friday night.
Was that Friday night?
Yeah, that was Friday.
Friday night.
Saturday was the Avalanche. I did not catch any of the game on Friday night.
Joker, Gordon,
nobody played.
Murray didn't play, so it was all new guys.
Yeah.
And Christian, and Oklahoma City played their starters. Williams, the one kid, was really good. He didn't play, but all their starters played. Wore the starters out.
Okay.
I mean, they're up 13 at half.
Are you ready for the season?
And then the Booth boys came in the second half and
The Booth boys.
my God, I'm dying. The Booth Boys.
Well, the Booth Boys played
They
played all the fourth quarter. I think they played most of the third.
Christian Brown now makes $25 million a year.
Good on him.
How about that? Good deal? Happy about that?
Sure, good for him. And again, by probably getting Porter out, you're able to kind of extend him. Now you got him in there. He's a tradable asset. He'll be valuable. Why not?
Why not? It gets going this week with the Nuggets. The Avs are steamrolling teams right now. They made the,
oh my gosh!
They made the Bruins look silly.
And the Bruins games last year. Well, last year they were tough on them.
Guys, we have a fall right now. Holy cow! With the Nuggets, the Avs, and the Broncos.
How good is McKinnon and Natchez line looking?
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
And now
is Natchez going to get paid now?
I don't know what it takes. But now you have, like, why would you ever take Scott Wedgwood out?
Oh, I'm telling you, he's been phenomenal.
So did Blackwood get pipped by Wedgwood? I don't know. I mean, you are rolling. I'd probably roll that as long as you can.
Ask Lou Gehrig.
I gotcha.
That's Wally, how he's feeling.
I gotcha. So we have some awesome things going on here, man. In terms of in the groove, like, let's think about the player you thought was most in the groove. We'll get to that coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment, that can make the difference between an okay experience and an amazing one. It's given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. If you suffered with erectile dysfunction, you certainly want a good outcome. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. So here you go. You go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men, and they can help you. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And that location in Castle Rock, spectacular. As well as Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So call them today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We just saved all our good ones for the fourth quarter, and they worked. We just kept running them, and we found some momentum, and our defense found some stops. We got a huge turnover, and all of a sudden we just got some life back. Thought we could win the game, and so we, kept playing until we won the game.
It is time for In the Groove. I'm sorry.
Broncos fourth quarters.
Okay. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and groovetoyota.com. Who's in the groove out of that game? Who would you peg?
I don't know. I got to pick someone. You tell me who was in the groove.
I was just going to go halftime show. That was pretty cool.
I'll tell you who's in the groove, Marvin Mims.
Marvin had a great game.
I bet Marvin made 2 or 3 big plays. He had your first big running play right on the one wide receiver reverse.
Yeah.
2 huge catches.
2 huge catches, including one that wasn't even to him.
Not even to him, and he caught it. Good for him.
And he found it, which was a monster play. That catch over on the sideline was phenomenal. I thought Cortland Sutton had a couple great
Cortland was
good.
good.
Cortland was huge yesterday. Yeah. Huge.
So I would say this: Franklin had 2 or 3 good plays.
He got the penalty though too.
Yeah, but I would almost say
kind of a
the wide
BS
receivers
penalty,
maybe in the groove.
Okay.
I mean, now again, what we always say, Tyler, it takes somebody to throw on the ball.
If I had to give one in the groove too, I'm giving it to my man Jonathan Cooper. He's been tremendous all year long. Ends up with a sack and a half. Zach Allen's also been fantastic all year long. He was a part of a couple of those. But Jonathan Cooper, that dude, he's not making nearly as much money as Nick Benito, but statistically speaking, he puts up damn near identical numbers as Nick.
He's great.
I like him a lot.
They're part of the ABCD. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
No, they gave it 32. I'm going to tell you who else is in the groove. The only draft pick that's really doing anything.
Crawshaw.
Dude, I mean, he's
unbelievable. He's been incredible.
And when you're going, your first 7 possessions are out on 4th downs, the half ending, and 5 punts.
Yeah.
On your first, if he's punting 35-yarders and never flipping the field, you're in trouble.
We did have a great special teams Rizzy moment. We got Rizzied with R.J. Harvey not understanding the basic rules of kick return.
I ain't putting that on Rizzy. R.J. Harvey, you are a moron. You are a moron. I am sorry, but that was moronic, and you noticed he wasn't in there anymore after that one.
I wonder why he went in late. I was like,
yeah, Tyler Bernay took that over.
Yep.
I mean, you catch that ball and you step out of bounds versus getting the ball on the 40-yard line, that was moronic.
Do you think he even knew that if he stood out of bounds and caught the ball, it would go to the 40-yard line?
Yes, and the reason I say that is it's every special teams coach favorite rule in the NFL.
It's such a great rule.
It's their favorite rule. They overemphasize it a million different times. It gets talked about more than you would ever imagine for something that pops up once a year.
I want to tell this, let Tyler explain. I want you to put your defensive coordinator hat on. When R.J. Harvey comes to the game, are you not saying outside run?
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything he does that's not an outside run?
What did he end up with?
I'm looking at it right now. On the ground, he had 4 carries for 0 yards.
Okay.
And he caught a touchdown pass. He had 1 catch for 2 yards, and it was a touchdown on 2 targets.
I told you guys Cam Skadbu wasn't going to do anything. That dude's about as average as it gets.
He's pretty good.
Wow, he went for about 100 combined yards, including a touchdown pass on a screenplay.
That was a good play.
Yeah,
he had 60 on the ground, but I mean, honestly, it was 3 here, 4 there, 3 here, 5 there.
That's fine. What'd you say Harvey's stats were?
Yeah, well, there you go. That's
4
fair.
carries, 0 yards.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'd
rather have Harvey or Skadbu.
They actually share with Tyrone Tracy too. They kind of share the load there a little bit.
Listen, I like some. I think Skadbu and Dart. I think they're young. Let's see if they progress. I think it's interesting. But Robinson ain't real old either, is he? The wide receiver, 17.
Good old Glendale Robinson.
What is it? Wendell.
It's Wandale.
Wandale.
It's so much
like
more.
W-I-N, Oopla,
It's just
Dale.
It's just fun to say Glendale.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a small dude, too. He ain't a big dude.
No, like 5'8", 100 and something.
He's got to be. Well, I'll see what they officially list
But
him.
did you not think that Joker could play a little bit?
Yeah, he's 5'8", 185. Wow. And they list him at 5'8". He's probably closer to 5'7". And Mims is like...
What was his numbers?
6 for 95, 15-8 per, 23 long, 12
Yeah,
targets.
Yeah,
He ain't a big target either.
No, I thought he was good.
But, I mean, little Jordan Humphrey, 2 targets, nothing. He had been their kind of best option, so the Broncos shut him down. I mean, the Broncos did Jackson Dart did throw for 283 yards with 3 touchdowns. But I'll give my in the groove to under kind of tricky circumstances for Justin Strnad, who, I mean, at least he hears the footsteps of Dre Greenlaw. And he played competitively and had the play of the day. He did have the play of the day.
Dude, let me just say
Had
this.
to catch that ball.
You know another thing we keep talking about or don't talk about? They had 2 interceptions that end the game for the Broncos on their last touchdown drive.
Yep.
And twice you had 2 Bronco players running into each other.
That is true.
You had 2 picks.
Yep. Slam dunk.
Game's
Easy.
over.
Easy.
Game's over.
Game's over.
And you run into each other twice.
Yeah. So the Giants got lucky too.
Yeah.
I mean, there was luck kind of sprinkled all over the place.
Well, yeah, and if those refs were terrible, I mean, the Giants got the beneficiary of the referees far more than the Broncos did. That pass interference on Riley Moss, give me a freaking break,
weakish.
man. A little. I mean, that was one of the weakest pass interferences I think I've ever seen.
Well, Sean wasn't happy about it.
What was the play?
Ticky-tack at that time.
It's 4th and 12 or 13, and they give them the first down on the pass, but then there's a 15-yard face mask at the end of the tackle.
It was on John.
Which is a good call.
Was it a face mask or was it a personal foul?
Well, it was face mask is a personal foul, right?
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a late hit of the quarterback, but
well,
you're right.
No, that's what it was. That was the one that was a late
John
hit
Franklin.
on the quarterback.
Yeah. So they got the first down.
But it was like they were going to make sure they got a first down.
What do you mean they?
One way or the other.
Wait, who's they?
The orchestrated NFL.
Who's they?
The orchestrated NFL.
It was as that was happening.
Where's the referee's headquarters?
I assume it's on Madison Ave somewhere.
What city?
New York City, baby. Manhattan. You think they're pulling for Big Blue? Dable afterwards. Did you guys catch any of the Dable press conference afterwards?
Oh, I bet he was PO.
No, but they should fire that dude. They should fire him. I mean, he made some decisions in that game that ought to get a coach fired.
Listen, all they got to do is run scattergun on that 3rd down.
That's all you got to do.
Pick it up or don't pick it up. Game's probably over.
That's all you got to do. It's coaches overthink
Instead,
things.
you put in a rookie who, guess what he did? Made a rookie mistake. And you know what he should have done also? At that time when he stepped up and people all over him, eat it.
But he's a rookie.
Well.
And next time he will eat it.
Yeah.
But he's a rookie. And why are you even putting it into the universe with calling a non-running play? And you would think that, hey, man, I just know football. I've been in football my whole life. I get it here. But, things happen fast, I guess. Who knows? To the Broncos' benefit. But when Marion Barber went out of bounds for the Bears with Tim Tebow, I still to this day don't understand why that happened. And I will be leaving shaking my head about Jackson Dart throwing a ball on 3rd and 5 with the game more or less in hand. And I'll remember that one for the rest of my life covering the Broncos, too. To me, they're both the same thing.
The only way they win the game is with a turnover.
The only way.
It's the only way that they have any kind of chance to win a game.
And this Broncos team had 9 sacks on the Jets and couldn't get a takeaway. I mean, they're terrible in takeaways. It was only their 5th takeaway of the entire year, despite how good they've been. And it happens then? Why?
But guess what it was? You're +1.
They were +1. And the kicker misses 2 extra points. 2.
Which is like a turnover. Wouldn't you
Hell
say?
Yeah, 2. 2.
Yeah, that dude done.
Well, he's a replacement guy anyway.
I know.
Do you know who's on their practice squad? Oh my gosh. The Korean guy there. What's that?
The guy that was in Miami or
no, Atlanta.
Atlanta. He's on their practice squad.
Younghoe Koo.
Thank you, Dan. Younghoe Koo, an experienced kicker on their practice squad that they didn't go with. Who knows what they're going to do over there? Can you imagine? What is, by the way, what's New York City Sports Talk Radio doing today?
How's that going?
Burn it down, man.
Holy cow.
That's what they should be doing. Talk about burning it down with Dayball.
Because they're going to say, hey, Dart's good. Scadaboo's good, which they are.
Our coach lost us the game.
How about them not just putting more pressure on Bo Nix and just rushing 3 and dropping back into coverage when you got Brian Burns and Thibodeau and they got all sorts of good players over there.
Yeah,
you don't just dial up like, I don't know, 5-man pressure and, keep everything else in front of you? Put a little pressure on them? No? All right, well, so there's a big question here. The classic, did the Broncos win it or did the Giants lose it?
One more thought process.
Yeah, okay,
Ready?
Sure.
That needs to be talked about because they lead the NFL. They got to get control of these penalties.
Oh, it's insane.
Penalties are killing them. And we said years ago, and I don't know if it was when we were down in Colorado, to me, penalties are coaching. That goes back on the coaching.
All right, it's PhD here on 92.5.
sorry if you were asked this before or already, Brian, but you guys were pitching a shutout through 3 quarters, and then the 33 points all came in the fourth. What changed?
Yeah, they made some plays. Give them credit. So,
how much do you think your team, especially defensively, was kind of spent and exhausted there?
Yeah, 60-minute game. So, it's not one play, it's not one position, it's not offense, defense, it's collectively. So,
when you get the ball, they get the ball back with 31 seconds left.
Yeah.
It's very similar, eerily similar to kind of Dallas. Do you want to play more aggressively there? You were seeing.
Yeah, well, we played man with 2 double robbers sitting right there in the middle part of the field, different than what we did at Dallas. It was man-to-man with 2 robbers, and they hit an in-cut, and then they hit the go over there on the left-hand side.
Daboll's whole press conference was just kind of like that the whole time. I see you on the Shop Mazda text line. I'm Jorge from New York. New York radio is ready to fire everyone.
Oh, yeah. Well, but when you make a mistake, don't you just go like he did, go real technical on terms so that, we went full man with 2 robbers over here. You start.
Just talk over the media's head.
Yeah, to talk over the media's head. They go, yeah.
By the way,
speaking of talking over media's head, remember all the stuff we made fun of had fun with last week about Boston playing the coaches versus the media?
Yeah.
Did you see what happened in the very next press conference?
No.
The head coach,
Joe Mazzulla,
came down. He said, got the people, and they said, take away the podium. Because he speaks by a podium.
Yeah.
Got a chair and sat down with the thing. He says, now we're on equal terms. You understand
right,
what we're going through and the competitive nature. We realize that you guys are just being competitive in what you guys do, and I hope you realize what we're trying to do here too. And he sat down with the group in a chair with them.
Very nice.
I thought that was kind of, speaking of not talking over the media's head, I thought that was interesting.
I'm walking down for halftime and with my whole team, and we're getting on the elevator. And I see our boy BK, and I'm getting in the elevator. What do you think BK stops me? I'm like the last man getting in the elevator. The doors are open.
He wants you to invite him in there.
They're waiting on me to get in there. He's like, "Hey man, we really need you to play in this game on Tuesday." I'm like, BK, I'm not playing in the game, and I don't care about the game right now. I'm with my boys.
I'm surprised he didn't try to get in the elevator with you.
Well, no, he didn't do that. But he was dapping us up.
Of course. That is tomorrow. The media thing. The Nuggets actually, they just have the guys sit on a stool there at the practice court for the most part. And everybody's kind of just around each other. George Karl used to go like in the hallway and just, he got a chair. He would just sit down in a chair. It'd be like story time. Like, we'd be in there forever. Like, you'd be looking at your watch, like, how long is this going?
Malone started that way. Malone started out. It was COVID that changed it.
Oh, is that right?
They want a separation. Now it's everything's
But
on
the Nuggets
little,
don't use a podium for practice. They actually are, you're just standing there. It's kind of cool.
in practice.
For practice, yeah. They still use the podium stuff for post-game, I suppose. But practice, yeah, you're just kind of hanging out. I've never seen, actually, a Nuggets practice behind a podium. So,
Well, playoffs are.
And after practices?
Usually.
Oh, okay.
But
maybe.
the whole
You
NBA,
could be right. You're right about
NBA
that.
sets it up.
Well, that gets out of our hands, and that goes to the league, and they kind of control everything like that. Yeah, tomorrow's the thing. David Adelman show. Tomorrow. Begins with us.
Oh, is he going to do it?
He is going to do it. Whatever we do, we're going to have a setup down there. He's going to join us after 1 o'clock, and we're going to start the David Adelman show. So we go from there. See if you guys have a second thought about not playing. I get it. You don't want to play, but, All those...
You did say thanks to the PD, Mac?
David Adelman show tomorrow.
He just asked you to have a second thought if you didn't notice.
What does that mean?
I'm an old fat and got a bad wheel, bad back.
Well, maybe we should we do whatever you want. But, it'll be fun to dig into the Nuggets, and they get their season going, too. And
Thursday?
Yeah, when's the first home game? They start on the road,
Saturday?
Though, right? Saturday's first game?
They got a game Thursday on the road, national TV.
Oh, so you're not even...
No, they were trying to send me on the flight, and I said, no, I think it's important for us to stay here and talk about it.
Wait, are you going or not?
No.
You're not?
No.
You guys aren't doing the game?
No.
Oh, okay.
But they were going to send me anyway.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, and I said, well, I got radio.
You don't go to San Francisco again?
See, and no, I'd love to. I love going there. Phoenix home Saturday. Kevin Durant in town for your home opener, and then Monday's another national game. Then we go. Then we got a little road trip coming up.
All right. Well, we'll dig into some Nugget stuff.
Oh, we got basketball on Prime Video now.
Yeah.
Oh.
How many games are it?
I do.
Are you doing those games or not, or are those conflicts for you guys?
I think they're conflicts. I think we don't do those.
All right. Well, there's we got 2 of them. What are they against? Houston, Golden State. Oh, home game? Really? Not doing a home game?
Yeah.
Yeesh.
I will say this: watching Prime football, this was a Thursday, and the Avs are playing. The Avs play on Thursday too.
Oh my gosh, dude!
I think the Avs played on Thursday also. So I, you just click, go back from one, go to the other.
Yeah, you can't do that.
And I kept trying to go. Frickin' Prime game.
Tomorrow is another
Technology.
Avs Ticket Tuesday. So tune in tomorrow. We'll have keywords every hour on the 20s. Your chance to win tickets to Thursday's game versus the Hurricanes and an Avs jersey. You're home for Avs hockey. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Was there on Saturday with Bruins game, and it's just couldn't even tell the Chowderheads were there and the fans. Could not tell they were there.
Which is strange because they're usually pretty good with. I tell you, I thought a lot of Giants fans were here for the game yesterday.
There was Let's Go Giants chants going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of Giants fans. I was surprised.
They were excited for a while, and now they're back to life. So there you go. By the way, it was a spectacular day yesterday.
Yeah,
like it was almost a little bit too warm at certain points, but it was crazy nice out. And so honoring DT and everything with that, here is Peyton Manning, who got a little choked up.
Yeah. So the fact that it's going to be up there on the stadium next to mine means a lot because we were close, and he was so close to my family as well. So that means a great deal. So just seeing that at halftime. I haven't seen it yet, obviously. I'll see it when everybody else is. But seeing his name up there next to mine at halftime, that'll be pretty special.
Can you see the?
What was it like? The whole. Let's just talk about yesterday, because I know you guys had an awesome weekend period. But maybe specifically with DT and the conversations you might have had with some of your teammates, like from your perspective, how was yesterday?
It was surreal. It was awesome. It was sad. It was the full spectrum of emotions, right? Getting out there with the boys and celebrating a dude that we all just had so many great memories with. But and I know I've told this story before, but what Peyton just talked about right there, we're sitting there talking about it in the booth a little bit, and the only real stories that the players talk about with DT, nobody's talking about football. The stories that the guys are talking about is the kids. Like that dude was truly an uncle to all of our kids. I mean, I've told my story. I won't tell it again, but I've told my story with my son a million times, and he was like that with everybody. So to get out there and to see his name unveiled, I thought it was really cool, and I couldn't help but think his last few years here, the fans are pretty tough on him. They're really, really tough on him, and you don't really realize what you've got in the moment of how talented a player is until you take a step back and you look at the whole picture, right? Mm-hmm. It's so easy to get caught up in a drop or two here or there. But the one thing about DT, man, that dude he'd drop a pass almost every freaking time he'd drop a pass. He'd make some miracle circus grab over the middle of the field, take a huge shot, come down with one hand, always making up for it. So a really, really, really special weekend that was capped off with the 50-yard line was kind of like the last hurrah of the weekend. Mm-hmm. We went back in the box and everything after that. But
what was that like walking out? Because they had you guys come out offense and defense.
Yeah. So they let us know, like, hey, we're going to have the defense is going out first. Marcus is going to lead the defense out onto the field. Then we're going to have Peyton is going to come with DT's family and Ronnie's family.
Did you introduce yourself to Peyton?
I did, yeah.
Okay,
I said,
good.
Hey, Peyton, just want to remind you, Tyler Polumbus here. It's nice to meet you.
Well, he likes to tuck in that jersey, doesn't he?
Did he tuck it in? Well, that's a Peyton look for sure.
That's a dad thing, right?
I don't know. It's a Peyton thing.
Yeah, that's
Tuck it in a
definitely
football
Peyton
jersey.
look.
Yeah.
But man, I mean, we're down there in the tunnel. We're taking all these photos. We've got the groups going on. You kind of you separate into your positional groups a little bit. That just naturally happens. And you're looking over at the wide receivers. You know, Bubba Caldwell's there. Benny Fowler, Cody Latimer. Emmanuel was there. You know, everybody was there. It would be easier to name the guys that were not there than to name the guys that were there. And then Emmanuel's wearing a DT jersey, and it was cool to see that. You know, I thought Emmanuel did a good job. Did you guys get a chance to hear the speech?
I thought he was great.
Yeah,
I thought he spoke from the heart, and he was getting emotional and was tearing up. I was glad he wasn't reading off notes, and I thought it was terrific.
Yeah, he did a good job with it.
I thought the presentation was great. They had the Ring of Famers out there in their orange blazers, and then you guys came out. I thought Connor McGahee. Connor just sounds like you just need to have like a presentation of something. Just have Connor McGahee do it. Just sounds more official, you know, the way he does everything. It's great. No, and you got to get, you know what you realize? Halftime is short. Halftime is quick. And it's like you kind of got to get through everything you got to do without wasting any time. And sure enough, even before you guys were off the field, Bo Nix was out there warming up. It was interesting. It was an interesting moment to see you guys walk past Bo as he's warming up. And I was curious, like, oh, I wonder who's going to, like, is anybody going to say anything to anybody? And, you know, how that all goes.
No, but they were trying to kick us off the field, and nobody would get off the field. And one of my security officer buddies comes out to me. He's like, Tyler, you got to get your boys out of here. I'm like, no. No, I'm not getting them out of here.
This is the last time I'm probably going to be on this field.
Exactly, yeah. So
it was kind of cool because Bowles just went up and said hi to all you guys. Like, Bowles was just, like, friendly with everybody like that. But it's an interesting – it was like, you know, one team is passing this way, and Bo's getting ready to go back on the field. Like – and then you realize, wow, man, it's 10 freaking years.
Now, hold on.
We talked about that. I talked about that with Peyton, actually. Just like 10 years. Like, dang. Where did they go? And Peyton just cracked. He's like, yep, bat your eye. We'll be back here for the 20th.
That's true.
You know, it's interesting because Scott and I, we're all friends with, like, the guys from the 90 Super Bowls. And, like, every year that went by, it was like, well, at some point, you got to pass the torch. But it just seemed like year after year is like, woof, man, is this ever going to happen? And until you guys came along, now that torch is passed. Those guys in the 90s, they're great. We all love them. But you guys hold it right now.
Yeah,
I
hope the Broncos never win another Super Bowl.
Well, I got to tell you, man, if you talk to some of those dudes.
I hope we get to hold on to that torch forever.
When you talk to like TD and Rod and Alfred and those guys, that's kind of the same vibe a little bit.
Well, now it's like, well, we got two.
Yeah, but the 2015 team, listen, if there was another Super Bowl victory within 5-6 years or something else, or even the next year, whatever. But 10 years?
I got to tell you, on Saturday night, Dave Logan was emceeing it and did a great job. And, at the end of it, they actually brought up every single player and introduced us one by one.
Oh,
right?
That's cool.
And we did offense first. And, offense is up there. We're just kind of dapping each other up. Nobody's doing anything. They do the defense, and freaking decibel level 5,000 million and 3 goes through the roof. And I just turned to Evan Mathis, and I'm like, God, they never change, do they? Those dudes just don't shut up.
That's pretty good.
It was awesome to see everybody.
Now, the funny thing to think about, too, because Cortland talked about it last week, he played with DT.
He did.
He got a year with him.
So did Bowles, I think.
Yeah, I think they're the only two.
I was going to say that, I mean, so Bowles and Cortland would at least probably know some of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I know you weren't back the next year, and notice they went on a drought after you and Peyton retired.
That's right.
But, I mean, those guys actually probably know some of those cats, right?
Yeah. Not many, though. It goes quick.
I mean, Cortland probably went against, the no-fly zone his rookie year, right?
Yeah.
He had to practice against him every day.
Yeah.
So there's probably a relationship there.
Yeah. And by the way, Cortland Sutton, what a great leader.
I did ask about who they included in the no-fly zone, by the way.
Oh, you hang on to that. Can you hang on?
But I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, all right. All right, but they have an opinion.
Yeah.
They know.
They know.
Did you ask DeMarcus that?
I know. I didn't ask. DeMarcus is in the no-fly zone. Scott.
Really?
Did you ask Malik that?
No, I did not ask Malik
Well,
that.
then you didn't ask the people.
Let's go through the game and the highlights, the lowlights, everything with a remarkable game. And Scott's question, Scotty brought it up. You get full credit on it. Should Sean consider sharing, handing off, doing something different with the play calling? Coming up. Well, congratulations to Grandview's Brody and Jackson Flores. They are the Students of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Way to go. No dumb questions coming up in about a half hour. What were your favorite moments of the game? And we'll get to Scott, the play call and stuff here, because people are fired up about it. I do wonder if the tone would have been different with this play calling thing had Sean been a little bit more enthusiastic about how everything had went. But when the coach comes out and is kind of like, pretty negative and kind of down on what had just happened,
well,
you start saying, okay, well, what's going on?
Drive killers, Tyler, right? Or when you pick up a first down, you got a 10-yard holding.
Yeah.
Didn't have a lot of those yesterday. In fact, I think majority of the penalties were maybe even on the defensive side, if I'm not mistaken.
God, I don't know. I mean, all I know is there's a million of them.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to imagine we didn't have our share on offense as well. But these penalties are out of control, dude.
Well, yeah. I know Bowles had a holding. I think the play after he had a touchdown or something like that, maybe. Or anyway, maybe next series. But listen, the play calling just seemed like, and we said this in the opening segment. If I never see another wide receiver bubble screen the rest of the season, I'll be happy.
All right, Dan, why don't you go ahead and play it? And this was earlier today in Sean's. And this is Scott. You've been banging this drum. But by the way, you got plenty of support on this now. Yeah, you ain't. That might have been a one-man parade a couple of weeks ago, but
so I'm Sir Edmund Hillary right now.
You are leading the charge up the North Face on the Hillary step. Scott Hastings is proudly at the lead, and there's a line behind you. Go ahead, Dan.
Coach, speaking of play calling, just to mix things up, have you had any consideration whatsoever to hand the play calling off, even for a short period of time, to get a different rhythm in the game?
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining today. That appears to be all the question.
The pause between you asking the question and him answer was 10 times longer than the end of his answer and her cutting everybody else off.
Do you think that was a deep breath because you don't want to say something when you're angry or you're ticked off?
Oh, no, that was
a composure breath.
That was a composure breath. Go back and play it again, Dan. Let's count it as soon as you ask the question.
Coach, speaking of play calling, just to mix things up, have you had any consideration whatsoever to hand the play calling off, even for a short period of time, to get a different rhythm in the game?
2001, 2002.
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining.
And then
I gotta be honest, I thought he actually answered it pretty respectfully.
I thought he did,
Yeah,
but I think the pause helped the respect.
Yes,
and then it was as generic of a cliche as you can give him.
Well, I love how he says "we." Is there a mouse in your pocket? I mean,
you got somebody else in there drawing out the play sheet.
I will say, I think it was an interesting time to ask the question. Because there was a lot of bad play calling, and I'm not getting away from that. I mean, it was so frustrating in the first half, and there was two series in particular that were just boneheaded. But by the time the game was over, I was sitting here thinking Sean won that game. Like the play calling won that game when it was all said and done.
Well,
so it was bad, but it was also fantastic. So I don't know, man. To me, that's a little bit interesting timing to ask that question.
Were you there? Were you out there Saturday for the practice?
I did not go to the practice.
You didn't do that? Well, Sean was quick to explain that throw, which just looked like kind of a basic back shoulder out to Sutton. Okay, but apparently
I don't think that was a back shoulder. I think that was a bad throw.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
perfect back shoulder, bad throw.
Yeah.
Apparently, whatever that play was, they drew it up Saturday, and Bo Nix said the first live rep of that play you all saw for the first time.
Yeah.
Because Saturday was just a walkthrough. Sean said the hay's never in the barn. Jeff Legwald actually. And Dan, maybe you can go back and get it. It was an interesting back and forth with Leggy and Sean right before I asked that question about the habits of coaches calling up plays at the last minute. Do you do that or don't you? Sean says he does it all the time, where Leggy was like, that's really not that common from what I understand. Maybe you can find that, Dan. That was just before. Do you have that whole back and forth with Leggy?
from earlier today?
Yeah, I got the Leggy asked the question. I got Sean's answer.
Okay,
back and
let's
forth
hear
with
that.
No, it's really something. If you see something later in the week, I'll give you an example. We played Indianapolis years ago, and Friday we had this fake field goal in. I didn't like the way it looked. Back then we had a quarterback, as the holder, and looking at the practice film Friday PM, and then going back and looking at their field goal rush, it appeared it really was going to be more opportunistic or have a better chance of success if we were on the right hash. And then we changed how we released the tight ends. You have two wings there. You can send the one out and hold the other in, and we
All
just basically.
Not to cut him off there, but more or less he just went into detail about the play, saying we commonly have done things, Tyler, right up until it's not that unusual. And Sutton said when the play was called, he was like, okay, like we've never repped this like live. But Sutton said when he looked at what the defense was presenting, like, well, this could work. And Bo said that too. So to your point about good play calling, well, I mean, you get a gold star for that one, don't you? You designed this one the day before. You're using it. And Sean said we used it in the exact situation. Time on the clock, where the ball was placed, the whole thing. So Sean should certainly get some credit for something that really, really worked well, even if you want to give him some crap for things that weren't working well in the end.
Give him credit for calling the play when the game is hopeless that worked.
Well, okay, but how about being ready for a play like that? How about getting in the position to be able to call the play? What kind of credit does he get for that?
I thought it looked like you said it. I thought it looked like a play they've run 1,000 times.
Well, I think we're getting caught up on the semantics of how common is it to install something on Saturday versus whatever else. At least a few times a year, you go out for your Saturday walkthrough and a coach is like, hey, we got something new we're going to put in, right? Now, so what's the semantics of that? I mean, is that common or is that uncommon if it happens a couple times a year? I mean, it's not unusual for that to happen. And specifically, it's really not unusual for there to just be a simple route change. Like that's easy. That stuff's easy. These guys rep this stuff so many times. I mean, you're really not changing anything. It's not like you've never ran it before. You've ran it a billion times before. You just didn't run it with that exact code, that exact verbiage in the play call, right? So I do think he deserves credit for it. I do think that he identified something that he liked, and I do think that it worked out. Now, sometimes I think Sean, he can overthink situational football, but situational football really is the difference between wins and losses more times than not. So I think overall, frustrated early on with the play calling. Play calling was fantastic to finish it up.
Okay. So how do we blend this? Obviously, Scott, they ain't going to have somebody. We knew it too, by the way. And you're talking about asking a question you already know the answer to. But it is interesting to ask him. Nobody had ever asked him that the whole year, so you get a direct answer. But are we surprised? No, of course not. We said, what's it going to take the play sheet out of Sean's hand? Nothing is the answer. We are happy with the way things are going. We being him. You think he's asking his assistants, hey, y'all, what do you think? How am I doing?
Yeah, do you think there's a true evaluation from others? Hey, Davis, how do you think my play calling's been? Let's run a play that works in the first half.
So where's
I know your first 7 possessions in the first half, 5 punts, or was it 6? 4 punts, end of the half, and out on downs. That was your 6 possessions first half.
So what changed? What changed?
Well, I will say this. They scored with 14:08 to go in the fourth quarter. That drive started in the third. They had finally put a kind of a nice drive together at the end of the third. I was hoping maybe you could get a score late. In fact, I was sitting with the prisoner 582165443 during that game. I said they got to score early. If they want to have any kind of chance at all, you got to score early. I was hoping they end the third, but at least early they did.
Mm-hmm.
Still had over 14 minutes, which you're not expecting to score 33 points. You're not expecting them to score 13.
Mm-hmm.
I think what's lost on this is, you scored 33. They still scored 13. They got 2 touchdowns too. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Sure made it a lot easier if you could have kept him out of the end zone also, couldn't it?
Ain't no doubt about it.
So, I don't know. I answered my question. You ain't going to win any more games this year if you only score 13 points of offense. You got to figure out what you did. And listen, and we haven't talked about this. Did Dayball and the Giants help you? Did they go to prevent? Were they being stupid defensively and less aggressive? You asked a while ago, why don't you dial up some sort of pressure somewhere, somehow?
Well, by the way, I wasn't the only one. Brian Burns was asking that from the Giants. He was the one that was questioning what the hell they were doing.
Yeah, so they may have gone back to the I always said a prevent defense always prevents you from winning. You just don't expect it to prevent 33 points like that, which is just unbelievable. And listen, momentum's a tricky thing. And I will give Sean Payton credit on this one. And we said a while ago when he got to climb down the field, I mean, he's all the way on where the ball is put down. Well, and I'll just give you from the basketball. I've seen more coaches take a big-time technical that shows you support for the team. Like he's PO'd because that was a pass interference call, which was at that time kind of a crappy PI call. And he went all the way down on the field. And you know what? If I'm the team, I'm going, look, he ain't giving up. I mean, he's all the way out to where the ball's
Where
at.
the hell's the get-back coach on this one?
Well, no, he probably told him, no. Because, A, it didn't matter. The ball was stopped.
It didn't matter. Actually, it helped him, as it turned out.
And if anything, it took him from the 2 to the 1.
Right. He did for
I don't think he was smart enough to think all that through, by the way. I'm not going to give him credit for being like, hey, I know that I can only take this ball down 1 more yard, and this is actually going to help us win the football game.
For the record, he was asked about it after the game, and he called it silly that he did it and said it was a mistake.
But I thought it worked out great.
As it turned out.
As a player, I
Play that
love
one
when
more
I
time,
thought
Dan.
my coach was fighting for me.
With fighting for him, so is fighting for the team and losing your mind, can it be the same thing?
That's what usually happens.
What a soft call, by the way.
Oh, it's pathetic.
Great position by Moss. He turns around. He looks for the ball. His hand gets caught up on the, who's that, Robinson, on his arm. But so what? I mean, there's a little hand fighting that goes on all the time. What a soft call. But that's the NFL, right?
You don't see a coach walk that far out on the field very often. I'm going to tell you right now. I heard Mike Sanford talk about how he does it all the time. All right, you don't see that every day.
No,
but I'm telling you, I think he was doing it for his team and the fans.
Well, he said that it goes deeper.
I think you're giving him credit. I think he was just ticked off.
I think Tyler's right on that. He was upset about a Surtain penalty that he was lined up offsides earlier. Was it offsides? Yeah, there was a Surtain penalty.
Yeah, when Surtain timed that ball perfectly,
right,
and he was the only one like on the entire field that was on time, and the entire offensive line was late.
Correct, and that's right. And Sean was like, "Well, they definitely got that wrong." So Sean was feeling frustrated. I'm sure it's cool that everybody stood up, but he also got in the locker room after the game and basically told the guys like, okay, cool. We got a lot to work on. Like, there was no smoke machine.
Was there no smoke machine?
There was no club dub yesterday.
There should have been a club dub.
There was no club dub. And the players took his tone, by the way. If you listen to some of the players, they're echoing the things that he was saying. Like, hey, man, we got to be better than this.
Well, I will say this, and I'll be the first to say it this week. Be happy you won. You're 5-2. You're in first place in the West, ASC West.
Yeah.
And you got a team coming in next week that just dropped 40.
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't going to win.
They've done that a few times this year.
You ain't going to win scoring 13.
The Cowboys' offense is sick.
And now you got your best receiver back, who just had, by the way, 145 yards and a touchdown his first game back.
Yeah, I didn't feel great about this Giants game. I definitely don't feel great about this Cowboys game. And then you got the Texans, who have a great defense. Thank God you have the Raiders. It looks like their season's done. Like, they just got humiliated, and now the stupid Chiefs.
They're back.
Oh, my God.
Well, you got two wide receivers to go along with the best quarterback in the business.
Stupid Chiefs.
This heavy play never works. You guys see that?
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome.
You want to explain that real quick?
Go ahead, Scott.
Well, it was a draw you offside play. The Chiefs wanted to sell. It was 4th and what? A foot?
Yeah.
2 feet?
Yeah.
A yard. And they're going, and the Raiders aren't jumping offside. Mahomes steps back and goes, this stupid play never works. Hut handoff, first down, 3 yards. You're like, oh, they got him to relax a little bit.
Just a little bit.
And I'm like, oh, that's playing
it's next level.
That's three-dimensional chess right there.
It's pretty good. Because you just need that defense to relax for
just a pinch.
Just a little bit. He's screaming, this play never works.
Nothing works.
Hey, me and my boy Chris Chester used to do stuff like that on 3rd and long.
Yeah.
When like it's a serious like pass rush situation. I'd walk up to the line of scrimmage and I'd go, "Is it a screen or is it a draw? Is it a screen or is it a draw?" And Chester would hit me and he'd go, "It's a draw!" And so we're trying to get the defensive line to lighten up their pass rush on us.
Right.
And we would do it week in and week out, and it freaking worked. Those defensive linemen would just tiptoe off the line because they're thinking the draw's coming.
That's
I'm
awesome.
like, oh, hallelujah, thank you. At least I got 1 rep per game that I could use that on.
That's fantastic. All right, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. What's on your brain? We'll get to it next. DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T causes all sorts of problems. Includes a low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, so much more. Listen, this low T can just, slow you down and you're just not the same person. But don't feel odd about it. Guys in their mid to early 30s, they start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production. So you're like a lot of guys if this is happening to you. Here's the difference, though. If you get with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, you can get it back. Take the low T quiz, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, 10 questions, yes or no. Consult, we'll draw your blood, results, 30 minutes. A licensed provider will review your results, talk about your options, make the decision together. It's only $99. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Most men wait a year longer. No need for you to wait. Locations in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock location spectacular, and Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I'm just looking at the Shot Mazda text line. No dumb question. Are the Giants that good or is the defense that bad? Fourth quarter touchdowns allowed should never happen. I'll throw it out there, but I don't know if you can glean anything from that particular game. It was just so bizarrely unusual.
Well, the defense is not bad, that's for sure. But I will say there was an unusual amount of Emmys in that game on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, the amount of mental errors that was going on within the first 10 minutes in our secondary was wild. You know, I sitting up there with the no-fly zone, and they're just losing their minds at all the missed coverages that's going on. That was surprising to me. I did not expect that, but this defense is far from bad.
No dumb question. Why did Bowles have to leave the game for a play after his tackle-eligible play?
So if you report eligible as like the big tight end, or if you're just the man on the line, whatever it is, if you report eligible, you cannot go back to an ineligible number the next play.
You have to step out.
An eligible receiver. He could be an eligible receiver 2 plays in a row.
Correct. So like Paul Chesky could stay in there for 10 straight plays as the big tackle, but he could not move from that position to right tackle the very next play.
You know what's interesting? The announcers, going back and watching on TV, they picked up on how weird it was that 72 was eligible. Like Harlan was like, well, he's your starting left tackle. They do announce it. Like everybody hears it. It's a huge red flag that we got to keep somebody on him.
Not really.
You don't think so?
No, because you every time these guys report eligible, there are 99 plays of them not getting the ball, not even running a route for the one time that they actually do run a route.
Yeah, but it's so weird that you would report eligible. It's not, am I wrong here? Like, no dumb question.
It's not unusual.
Your
at all.
starting left tackle is eligible?
No, so you'll do jumbo packages where your left tackle will move all the way over to the right side, and or sometimes you'll even move both your guard and your tackle. It's not unusual.
No dumb question. Do the pregame skydivers get the axe with the new retractable roof?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah,
I don't know. Those dudes are pretty talented, though. I mean, if they leave that roof open, who knows? They might just need a 10 yards worth of space.
I don't know what the weather, the situation, but no skydivers yesterday, nor no flyover.
Yes, there were.
Oh, there were?
There were skydivers yesterday.
I just totally missed
there
it. Oh, my bad then. My bad.
Yeah, they ran into the big Jumbotron, the Bud Light sign.
Oh, I know how I missed it. I'm sorry. I know how I missed it. My son, who hasn't been to a Broncos game in 14 years, went to the game yesterday. He was at Arizona State. He was on the field. He rushed the field when Arizona State beat Texas Tech. He came back and he went right to the Broncos game wearing his Arizona State gear in honor of Cam Scatterbo. So he was one of those guys.
Did he stay for the whole game?
He said he stayed for the whole game. I asked him that because he goes to, I sent him a text about 10 minutes ago and go, hey, man, sorry, you happy, whatever? He goes, yeah, man, but college football is way more exciting than this. And then unveiled the fourth quarter in front of him. But he is a Broncos fan. He's a Broncos fan. He grew up in Colorado. But he also went to ASU. So he's wearing an ASU like hockey jersey. Talk about a random outfit. But he was on the field too with Arizona State being Texas Tech. We haven't really gotten into college football, but that was kind of a crazy game too. That's why I missed it. I was meeting him. I brought him a chicken sandwich.
There you go.
I brought him, press box, free chicken sandwiches.
Free chicken sandwich.
Stuck one in the pocket.
You didn't go buy one.
There was, however, no flyover, as our texters are pointing out, is because the government shut down.
That was the reason. I guess that makes a hell of a lot of sense. Okay. No dumb question. Why is LJ Skinner and Evan Ingram on this team? Wow.
Evan Ingram? Evan Ingram's coming alive.
Yeah.
What are you talking? Why is Evan Ingram on this team? He's strung together 3 good games.
Yeah, I thought he was okay yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, we need more of Evan Ingram. I mean, LJ Skinner, I don't know.
I don't even think that's his name.
Who's LJ Skinner?
It's Skinner, but it's not LJ, is it? It's something else. Is it LJ? All right, that's a dumb question.
It's JL.
It's JL Skinner. It's JL Skinner.
Right? I'm right?
James Logan Skinner.
I'm going to put a 95% certainty on that it's JL.
I feel that's way stronger than LJ.
JL.
No dumb penalty no dumb question. If a penalty is declined, is it recorded in the game stats or ignored? Well, penalties are accounted for.
But not if they're declined.
That's not what he asked.
What's he asking then? What am I?
Well, if you're declined, it doesn't go against
you.
you.
Oh, if it's declined, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Doesn't go against you.
I guess it just doesn't exist.
I don't know the answer to that.
No dumb question. Why does Sean never call any design quarterback runs for Bo in the first half, especially on second down?
I do think we should use more of that. I'm not saying we got to do it 7 or 8 times a game, but 3 or 4 times a game. Bo's feet are such a weapon, man. I don't know why we don't utilize it more often. I think that's a good no dumb question.
No dumb question. Was the defense bad? Was the defense's bad performance yesterday just a blip, or are they maybe not as good as the numbers suggest?
I'm with Tyler. I didn't think they were bad. In fact, like I said, my take going in the fourth quarter, what you're going to get beat 19-0. I mean, if you can hold somebody under 20. Now, how they gave up, I'm more concerned of the 13 points in the fourth quarter than I am in the 19 points in the first 3.
Mm-hmm.
How's that? So I'd like to know what happened. Now you got a huge penalty that got you down the 1 for 1 of the touchdowns on a 4th down, I think it was. And you got a deflected ball, 40, 50-yard touchdown. You know, I didn't think they were horrible early, but, yeah, 13 points in the fourth quarter almost bit you.
Did you see Adam Schefter use the orange rush in a tweet?
Yep.
Did see that. Good for him.
We'll talk to him about it on Thursday.
Then he got killed by a whole bunch of texters.
People didn't like it.
Oh, a bunch of texters after that.
No dumb question.
Hey, they had 4 sacks again.
Yeah.
They had 4. Should this off and listen, Jackson Dart. What do you think of Jackson Dart overall?
He's winning me over. Coming in, I was not overly impressed. I thought he was really good in that game. Obviously, he had the 1 turnover that ended up costing him the game, but I thought Jackson Dart was really composed. He had 3 or 4 chances to run and take off with his feet, which is what I expected him to do. And he bought time, delivered the ball down the field. One of them was a missed coverage one that was just freaking walk-in touchdown. I think in weeks 1 or 2 for Jackson Dart, he probably just takes off with his feet in that particular play. So he's winning me over. I think that dude's legit.
Yeah. 4 sacks. Hey, listen, if that's not a more mobile sort of quarterback, Broncos have 6-7 sacks easy. He definitely saved their bacon. And on 4th and 19, when he can move and more or less throw across his body, and it was close, and he picked up the penalty afterwards, but they had the first down on 4th and 19. And yeah, he got a little lucky. The Broncos defenders were like running into each other, but he put them in a position, and he did dive for the touchdown. I mean, he did everything it took for the Giants actually to win that game with less than 2 minutes ago.
After the dumb interception, he didn't sulk.
No.
Which to me says a little something about his future capabilities.
I'm kind of with you on Dable, by the way, Tyler. Like, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, Jackson Dart saved his job in all likelihood, but he should have been on the hot seat going into the season, and some of those decisions were just idiotic.
When the movie is made about yesterday's game, who plays Bo Nix and who plays Sean Payton? Well, we know Kevin James plays Sean Payton. We already know that. Kevin James would just come back for, home team 2, the comeback story. The bigger question is who would be playing, Bo Nix?
I don't know.
Well, that's a good question.
I mean, we could just go down Glenn Powell.
Pee Wee Herman died, right?
Pee Wee Herman is dead.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves doesn't look like him.
Not now,
but he was a hell of a quarterback.
Well, you got Chad Powers, Glenn Powell, who's playing quarterbacks already, who's a blonde.
Yeah.
No, you're not going to buy Glenn Powell?
No, he's too old.
Glenn Powell's too old?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
38.
Is he really?
It's the whole premise of the show, isn't it?
Well, I don't think the premise is that he's 38.
I mean,
he's 28 is more of the Chad Powers show. 38. I don't know who plays Bo Nix.
No dumb question.
Yeah.
What is the most annoying thing that could break 36, by the way? Most annoying thing that could break down in your house that you take for granted?
Ooh. That's a good question. Annoying. Garage door.
That's
that's a good one. That's happened to me. Oh, that is so annoying. Like who
You
even
got to get out of the car and open it up every time. With
big pain in the ass.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Well, you got something?
Hey, have you guys ever loaded the garage door spring?
No.
You ever done that?
No.
They told me not to do it. I did it anyways.
It's like you lose a hand.
Oh, I almost died.
Yeah,
I legit almost died.
Yeah, I had a garage door spring break one time and basically put a hole in the wall from when it shot off that time.
Yeah.
So I'm like, ooh, no, I'm good. No, I was thinking I've had this down at the house. Ice maker.
Oh, they none of them work. I've gone through this with the refrigeration guys. They suck.
They're made to break.
They are made to break. They are a gargantuan ripoff, and good luck getting it repaired. They are the crappiest thing that are part of an appliance. They are made to suck. No, I'm not kidding around.
Well, I hear you.
Like you're not screwed. You're like everybody else. They are designed to. You're just broke.
Yeah.
Good luck getting that fixed.
Well,
you will find out quickly. There's no hope. Like you just welcome to the world of buying ice. That sucks, though. I'm sorry to give you that info. I learned this the hard way. It was brand new refrigerator. Couldn't believe it. Like I was so pumped for the ice making thing. And just like, no, it's a separate part. Has nothing really to do. It's made by a different company.
It's not in the warranty?
You bring out your refrigerator guy and welcome to that miserable world.
Here's the funny thing.
Sorry to hear that.
The Warden has already got a replacement ice maker.
It'll break. It'll break too. It freezes up.
Well, I just need it for 3 more years or whatever, right? I mean,
okay, good luck.
But isn't it annoying when you want ice and you can't get ice?
Yes.
I just touched the button.
You did? Because I dealt with this for like 2 years dealing with the stupid ice maker. And like, here's how you do it. And then you do this and you do that. You replace this with this, but it's going to break anyways. Because why? There's a leak. There's some sort of weird leak that's going to freeze everything. Because the things aren't designed the right way. On good refrigerators.
I've never had an ice maker go bad. Ice maker.
Oh, you were lucky. You were a lucky duck. Brand new refrigerator, and like within 3 months, and I was just told, yeah, you got to chip away, you got to do this, but in 3 months it'll just suck again.
Mine just stopped making ice.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. It's frozen up. There's probably a leak. It's probably frozen, and it can't flow through, so it stops making the ice, and you just don't get it anymore. It blows.
So even if you put the new ice maker in there,
I can't speak because I don't know your specific thing, but it's a very common pain in the ass. You got to be kidding me sort of problem in a household. So it sucks. We bought ice in bags for like 18 months, and then we sold the house. And like the people that just bought it, I'm like, good luck. The stupid ice maker. I'm sorry. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it can be fixed on yours, but I'm just telling you. And we'll probably have 1,000 suggestions on the text line about how you can fix it yourself, and then I'm an idiot. So take that with a grain of salt, because I am an idiot. Dan's put together an incredible montage of yesterday. Get ready for it. And we'll go through the most remarkable comeback win for the Broncos coming up next.
Tracy the back. Good cup. Now here he goes, winding up, he's got him, touchdown! Bellinger! Holy smokes, he was wide open. 44-yard touchdown strike. Dart. Thomas the block. Off to the running back, Scattaboo. There was a block inside. He's going to stiff arm his way in. Touchdown, Giants. Scattaboo. Tracy, a big hole. Galloping. Touchdown. Touchdown, Giants. A burst of 31 yards. A stunning display. And the Giants have gone up now by a count of 19-0.
Pat, the kick throw goes through the uprights. You win the game. What was the first thought that went to your head?
Man, relief. I lost hope. I ain't gonna lie. I lost hope.
Dobbins a block to the end zone, deflected, and did Franklin get it on the ricochet? Touchdown, Denver. On the deflected ball. Second down and goal. Fake handoff. Here comes Nix in pursuit. Thibodeau getting a block. And he'll get inside the pylon. That is a touchdown. It's a 3rd and 5. They come up the middle. Heavy pressure in the throw. Intercepted. It's picked off by Surtain. He breaks the tackle. Breaks another. Now inside the 20. Oh, disaster. What a play. Harvey the back. Nix chased by Thibodeau. Backpedaling. Touchdown. Harvey. And the Broncos are back in business. Nix to the air, Bowles with the block. Nix going long and caught by Mims. First down. Nix underneath. Ingram out of bounds. Oh, he stayed in and finally brought down by Belton. It's a catch and run. He's inside the 20. Nix will take it himself on 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos have their first lead today. 1st and goal. Dart will run it himself and dives and short inside the 1.
I don't know. I don't think his knee ever went down. So New York calls the timeout. They can't challenge it. His contact. That looks like a touchdown.
It looks like a touchdown. That's right. Jesus Durley. And no! He missed that one again. 1st and 10 from their 23. And no timeouts. Nix. Long down the middle and caught at the 48-yard line and grabbed by Mims. It's a 1st and 5. Nix and caught by Sutton. Got it on the side. Newman was there. For Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz. 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it. Denver's won.
Bo, congratulations on the win. What an insane game. How would you just describe that 4th quarter and the finish to this win?
Well, I feel bad for the people that left early. A complete team effort in the 4th quarter. It was really bad there for a point. The morale was low on the sideline, but guys never quit. Took a few plays, and then next thing you know, Will Lutz is kicking a game winner, and man, I can't believe it. I haven't really had one like that, so that's a first for me. But I love our team.
Lost a game in regulation.
There you
How
go,
about
Scotty.
that? That's the 5th best start they've had in team history.
Well, you said you wanted a quick start, right? But you know,
They
we'll have
are-
more time
they
as
are a
we go.
machine.
But the big question is Scott Wedgwood. I said last year it's the best 1A, 1B goalies in all of hockey, and boy, is it not proven out this year.
They got Utah tomorrow.
Who just beat Boston also, though.
Hey, who can't beat Boston? Overall, what's our vibe? How we feeling about yesterday? Overall, where are you at? Because you got Sean Payton who comes out and he's gloomy Gus and everything's an issue and all that.
I would rather. Didn't we talk about this with the Jets game? I'd rather learn a lesson in a win.
Heck yeah.
Than a loss. That's what this game's about.
You know, I woke up this morning and first off, I was leaning towards the more optimistic side after that game, which is actually unusual for me because I'm an offensive lineman and the glass is always half empty. So that's just the way that we operate. But after that game, it was so special. It was so unique. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime game that you will never watch the rest of your life. Like, you will literally never watch a come-behind victory of that magnitude the rest of your life. It won't happen. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, considering it has never happened. It literally has never happened before like that.
Yeah. So I woke up that way, and then you know what really kind of pushed me over the top this morning? We're 5-2. Like this team is 5-2 right now.
First place.
It's wild. It does feel like a Tebow experience. It really does. I mean, there's been 3 games that you've had to come from behind or at least pull off some magic after sucking for 3 straight quarters, and then you pulled it out in the fourth quarter. It feels really Tebowesque. I continue to say that this is not a sustainable formula to win games moving forward. I stand by that. Somebody was calling me out on it. Like, Tyler, you said that 3 weeks in a row.
Do you have 6 home games left?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, boy.
Got
math and logistics. We'd have to count. Why? Say
because,
you do.
Because now you win just your home games. You're already 11 wins.
Oh, yeah. The path to 11 wins is a lot easier now. Lot easier.
Yeah, you got 6 left.
1, 2,
I already counted
3,
them.
4, 5.
You can just trust me.
Yeah.
Or don't.
Well, I said 6 start with.
Yeah.
So
well, not only you have 6 left, 3 of your next 4 are home games.
So you win your home games, you're a legitimate shot at winning the AFC West.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt. Sure. Well, I mean, technically you control your own destiny right now.
And as the games always change, right? The season always changes. 3 weeks ago, the Cowboys game, you looked like, oh, you're going to crush the Cowboys. Now all of a sudden, 3 games in a row, Dak Prescott has thrown at least 3 touchdowns with no interceptions.
We'll dig into
that
it,
game looks dangerous.
Definitely.
But then you look at it, you got to go to Washington. Oh. Well, maybe the Washington's not as good as we thought they were initially.
Correct. Agreed.
So now that looks better. You got Green Bay at home. They've shown flaws. You can win that game at home. Jacksonville, I read an article today talking about should they trade their quarterback.
Yeah, and you got Jacksonville in December
at
up
home.
here. Yeah, that's looking good. Never mind the fact the Raiders are a disaster, and you still got them twice. The Chargers, I don't know with the Chargers, man. Like,
Chargers are falling apart.
Holy cow. And yes, you're staring down the barrel of one heck of a game on Christmas against the Chiefs. It's awesome, man. You're right in the thick of it. And then you get to the playoffs, and if you're clicking if the defense can do X, Y, and Z, and I am pumped about this game. I'm not just happy. I'm like excited about it. Because I think, man, when you put this in your memory bank, the ability to come back and win, and I've seen this a ton with the Nuggets. The fact that the Nuggets have come from behind in so many big games and won in critical moments, I know it's in their DNA. It's part of them. The Giants have to just live with this collapse for the rest of their year and maybe their lives. Who knows what they're going to deal with. They may be waiting for the other shoe to drop. The Broncos, Tyler, they get to play like doesn't matter what the situation is. We got a shot.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but it's only true to a degree. I mean, Pat Surtain is sitting there saying he gave up on the game. The guys, if you're going to get every guy in that locker room to be real honest with you, they're all going to say that they gave up on that game. Sometimes weird things happen, but if you do this enough times, you are right. You do start to just have a belief. Like that's what happened to us in 2015. When something wasn't going right, I was just like, Vaughn's going to get a strip sack. Chris Harris is going to get a pick 6. Something's going to go right. Somebody's going to fix this for us. It's not going right, but somebody's going to fix it.
I don't think Tebow had I think everybody kind of liked Tebow overall. I don't think people disliked him, but there were questions about his ability as a quarterback amongst teammates. However, like talking to Chris Cooper, for example, I don't know how we're doing this, but it's getting done. You just talk to some of the guys on those teams, and it was like that year was kind of ridiculous, but things just happened. That's the commonality with this team and Tebow. Not Bo as a quarterback. He's a better quarterback than Tebow. But the ability, like, somehow we're pulling these games out?
Well, and I compared, like I said, I disagree with Bertle said on their show. I compare it to a little bit of Elway in the same thing that you had the head coach and the quarterback seemingly on 2 different pages for most of the game, and then the coach would relent and say, John, go win the game. Then all of a sudden you're going 98 yards, with a minute 58 and winning a playoff game.
Listen,
And he pulled Dan Reeves' butt out of a mess a whole bunch of times.
Do you think that's what Bo Nix is doing?
I think he did twice this year already. Now, he didn't play great and probably helped get the mess, but I'll bet you if you go back and look at some of those Elway games, I bet he didn't look great early in some of those games.
Yeah, I guess my problem with it, I don't know how great Bo was in the fourth quarter.
Man, okay.
It was good. Don't get me wrong. It was good, and I'm not trying to take away from an epic comeback performance, but he did get epically lucky on two really vital plays. I mean, he got epically lucky on the tip ball to Troy Franklin for a touchdown.
Okay.
That started the whole thing, right? I mean, if that ball bounces 3 inches to the right, 3 inches to the left,
could have been a pick, easy.
Exactly, right?
Or at least an incompletion, but it could have been intercepted.
He got epically lucky on the final drive when he throws the deep ball to Marvin Mims. That ball was not going to Marvin Mims.
Right, true.
He just flat out missed.
True.
I think he got a little bit lucky on the throw to Cortland Sutton that we defined as a great back shoulder throw. I think that was just a bad ball, and Cortland Sutton made a play on it.
They're taking credit for dialing it up the day before, but I hear what you're saying too. I want the play though to get.
Does that sound like overly pessimistic on me, or is that reality?
No, listen. If they end up losing that game, there's going to be a whole lot more question about Bo. Is Bo the guy?
Oh, come on,
dude! I'm getting texts the whole game from people that are like, "Man, Bo's a bust." Literally, I got that text from 3 different people.
If you lose that game 19-0,
okay. If
you don't think that would have been talked about,
if yes, Bo said.
Okay,
Bo said.
Why did you poo-poo when I said it?
Well, Bo said I was thinking about what I would say here if we didn't score any points.
But what if that first ball is an interception?
Oh, I gotcha. What if a frog had wings, it wouldn't bump its ass on a lily pad? I gotcha.
If ifs and buts
right.
were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Exactly. But the reality is just what happened. Never mind the ifs. The reality is you've got a quarterback who's come from behind in 3 straight games in the fourth quarter.
That's true. That is true. That is true, and that is building a belief on that football team that they can win ball games when it's ugly.
By the way, does it feel familiar? Because this was the same conversation we had about Tebow. We would point out 10 million things that were terrible, but then it was like, but they won. And like, well, okay.
Yeah, but you know what? At the end of the day, everybody was right. That was not a sustainable model to win football games.
You're ultimately right. And it's not like Tebow had success after he left. And yeah, they got their asses handed to them by the Patriots after the amazing DT pass against Pittsburgh. And nobody is sitting here saying Tebow's a better alternative to Peyton Manning. Nobody. Getting Peyton Manning in here was clearly the better thing. And Tebow got traded to the Jets and actually had a cup of coffee there with the Patriots, and it never worked out. It was done. Can you win like that? I don't know. But how about the fact that you might have a guy that has the positive qualities of Tebow in terms of not giving up, figuring out ways to win, and it's just a flat-out much better quarterback? How about that? A bust? I mean, this might be the most amazing thing the Broncos have going for them. Where do you find guys like that at quarterback?
Here's the reality with Bo Nix. He's fine. That's it. Like it's like he's fine enough that he is a worthy starter in the NFL. He's worthy of being a starter for sure, and he could probably start for a handful of teams in the NFL. But that's it. Right now, that's where we're at.
Would you rather have Jackson? Would you rather have Jackson Dart?
He's good enough.
Would you rather have Jackson Dart?
Not at this time.
No, not at this point.
All right, so he's better than Jackson Dart.
I don't know. When you ask it like that, I mean, Jackson Dart probably had a better game.
Should the Broncos keep their eyes open for available quarterbacks in next year's draft?
I hope not.
Okay. That's a big question.
I mean, we got problems if we're doing that.
Well, I'll just tell you, the Broncos will probably be...
And you know what my honest answer to it is? Probably not, because I already answered the question. He's fine. Like, he's a capable, worthy starter in the NFL. And I'm not taking that away from him. That's a big accomplishment in this world.
I'm just pointing out the Broncos are going to be drafted in the 20s. That's where the Giants picked up Jackson Dart. I'm just asking the question. I say no, because the guy's done whatever. I think he's proven it by far. But yes, there's some crazy inconsistencies here early in the game. I mean, not lying. I mean, it's the Jeremy Crawshaw show. Bo did get stung by a couple of drop passes, too.
Yeah, that first series. I mean, as ugly as that first series was, he had a drop ball in that one, too. Who was that? Was it Cortland on the first ball?
Cortland that was going to get killed if he actually catches it.
Yeah. And then Atkins just dropped an easy one. But it's like,
that too.
I mean, it's Atkins throwing to fullbacks, whatever he is.
Yeah, he had a big first down catch also, though.
Yeah. Well, he drops balls and catches touchdowns. There's no in between with Atkins. I don't know, man. If you want to have the conversation, boy, this is such Tebow, that things are a disaster. Look how bad everything was. But you're on the other side, like, what does really matter? Just winning matters, right? That's the most important thing. The guy figures out how to win. Both are right. Both sides are right.
I will say he's got a closer mindset, and you can't teach that. You can't coach that.
Right.
He's got that.
Right.
So if he could develop from there and use that as a launching pad, he's got a chance. He's got a really good chance.
How do you do it, though, to be more consistent, though? What do you do here if you're Sean
I
Payton?
don't know, man. I mean, he's got to figure something out. He's got to figure out why they can't start the game, because it's more than just a Bo problem. It's not like when you look at all the offensive issues, it's not like we're just looking at Bo. No, like there's play calling issues, there's drop passes, there's a lot of stuff going on. So I've been on teams that, like Pete Carroll. The very first thing we would do to start out every single practice was we would have a competition good on good. It was 3 plays. So somebody was going to win. Number 1 offense versus number 2 defense. He put us in situational football, and somebody was going to win. That was his way of forcing us to not be lackadaisical, waiting for 9 on 7, waiting for team pass. No, we're starting now, right? I've been with coaches that you're in the middle of a special teams period, and they blow the whistle, and they say, hey, sudden change. Hey, we got the ball at the 25-yard line. We're in the go zone. Let's go. So they just try to change it up. Something needs to
something needs to change in the process.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's tricky to do in the middle of the season.
I mean, Sean plays a big role in this.
Oh, no doubt.
If you would have lost that game, it had almost been better to lose all the rest of them and get a top 3 pick.
I think it would have been easier for Sean if they just got their asses handed to them and you just got your butt kicked. I think to his degree. What made it complicated was coming back and doing this. I sensed the frustration from Sean. Like, I think he would have been fine had they just lost the game and got kicked. His mood afterwards was, like to the degree, like maybe we didn't deserve this. Like, we got lucky. We just got really lucky. And as a coach, you don't deserve to get this lucky. But you did. You figured it out. Now, how do you harness it? And we'll see, because the Cowboys ain't no joke, guys. Cowboys put up huge offensive numbers. You going to get away with this against the Cowboys? I mean, I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. And look at the other teams. I don't know. The Raiders suck. The Chiefs are coming down the pipe. The Texans have the best defense point-wise, if we're going by that, in the NFL. But what a wild ride. And your Broncos are in first place. Crazy.
That's what's crazy.
Let's Football Goes next. Hey, by the way, don't count on ice cream this Christmas. I mean, he's your best friend, so I mean, maybe you can put in a good word, but I think it's done.
Crazy how all these Sean Payton conversations, Dan, you have, and DMac's the only one that's voiced on the question.
Congratulations.
That goes way back, Scotty. That one goes way back.
Before Dan goes,
it's done properly.
Unofficially.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you on the conference call earlier today?
Yeah.
You were?
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny. I didn't see you on there. That's.
Well,
I'm
does that
sorry.
mean something?
Well, I mean, you can get on there and ask a question every Monday.
I was with our bosses.
Oh, you okay?
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Let me give you a stat real first before you read this. Or
Okay.
give me a sponsor.
Let me just tell you, Cherokee Trails Christian Bamara, I hope I got that right, Christian, is our athlete of the week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker love Christian's passion, making Cherokee Trail proud out there east of 470. Their passion is justice. That's Backus and Shanker. Yeah, go ahead. We got Dan.
Give me a sponsor to this meaningless unofficial stats brought to you by Revitalized Health.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
First 8 possessions, 6 punts, 1 turnover on downs, 1 the half ended. Last 5 possessions, 4 touchdowns and a field goal.
The numbers are ridiculous.
Can we do something in those? I think what this all Tyler and I is at. Can we do something in those first 8?
I mean, I'll give you a bad quarter. I'll give you maybe 2 bad quarters. Just not 3. That's all I'm asking.
The truth is, you really don't need a full 60-minute game. You just need to be better for a X amount of time.
That's a dangerous way to play ball.
What can I tell you? That's the truth.
You've scored 51 points and given up 13 in 2 fourth-quarter wins.
By the way, what was the last team to play a complete 60-minute game anyways?
I mean,
Kansas City Chiefs.
Against who?
DMac, the last
week.
1,602 games would tell you that you do need to play a little bit more than the Broncos played in this one.
The numbers are staggering. Dan, let's football go. Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Love you, Mountain High Appliance.
I just wanted a sponsor.
Scott, we're simpatico right now because that leads into what my first story was going to be. So, guys, Bo Nix, the numbers when trailing this season are pretty crazy. When trailing this season, Bo Nix has a 76.3% adjusted completion rate, 1,044 total yards, 11 total touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a 101.6 passer rating. So why has Bo been able to perform so well late in games? Here's Sean Payton from this morning.
Well, look, there's a sense of urgency, certainly. And I would say the one thing more concerning is us playing better in the earlier quarters, including him. So I think that's the key. Look, it's been encouraging that we've been able to finish some games, and yet I said this to you guys yesterday. We're going to play in bigger games. We're going to have to be a lot more efficient in the first half of games.
What do you guys think is the key for the Broncos offense to get things going earlier on in games to where they're not having to have these miracle comebacks in the fourth quarter of these games?
I have no clue.
Well, your first 15's got to be better. You got a script for success. You got all week to do it, and that's where it does come back on play calling, and that's where it is a little bit fair. Our first 15 has been rough this year, and that's where you're usually like even if you don't score points, usually in your first 15, you see the team moving the ball. You see the team having some success. You've had all week to work on it. These are our favorite plays. We're going to get them in early so that we can set up X, Y, and Z that comes after this. Sean's got a script for success better. Look, I don't know what the script said. I would like to think the script did not say 3 straight passes to open up the game, but that's how it ended up.
Got any ideas there, Scott?
I'm trying to look up some numbers.
Because none of it makes sense. It doesn't make sense that you can play so well after playing so poorly. 3 games in a row.
Well,
does not make sense.
You probably say it sometime during those games. Dan Reeves. The thing I want to look up is points by scoring. You've scored 163 points on the season, I believe. He had 130 coming into this game, so 163. We know 51 of those came in 2 fourth quarters. I got to believe they're the number one fourth quarter scoring team in the NFL, and I got to believe they're the 32nd team in scoring in the first half, or 28 or something. I mean, Tennessee may be up there.
Sounds about right.
I'm sure we could look it up.
It'd be really interesting to see points by quarter for the Denver Broncos this year, and just how pathetic. And I'm with you. The one thing, and you played for Shanahan in 2 different places, and I'd even say Gary too. Those 2 cats, those first 15 always seemed to work.
Heck yeah.
One of those Super Bowl years for Shanahan, I think they led the NFL in opening drive touchdowns.
I believe it.
So why is there such a disconnect? Because it doesn't seem like opening drive. I mean, in fact, I would assume they've got more 3 and outs in their first drives of every game than any other team in the NFL.
How do we fix it?
You know what I've learned about
Dan
Sean?
Reeves.
Sean is really, really freaking good at situational football.
Yeah, his management's great.
He plans for it. He identifies weaknesses, whether it's the 2-point conversions, whether it's a fourth quarter play, whatever it is. He has got situational football dialed in.
Timeouts yesterday.
Dion needs to get on the phone with him.
The
oh my
scripting
gosh. That's for sure.
Is where he's struggling. And you know what, Dan? I mean, to the Dion comment, I got to give Sean a lot of credit for something else too. I thought he was brilliant with his timeout usage in this game.
I agree.
Brilliant.
All right, good stuff, Dan. Next one.
All right, well, speaking of college, Pete Thamel, college football senior writer for ESPN, reported yesterday, guys, that Colorado State is firing head coach Jay Norvell. They're 2-5 this year, are the Rams, and Norvell has gone 18-26 there in 4 years. So Jay Norvell out at CSU. Any possible head coaching candidates that you like for the Rammies up there in FOCO?
How about Franklin?
Ooh, James Franklin just fired from Penn State.
No, I'm totally joking.
They're going to have to pay him a lot.
By the way, did you catch that interview over the weekend? James Franklin? He's an interesting guy. Yeah, they're paying, what, $49 million? No, CSU's next head coach, Tyler? I don't know.
I'm bummed out that it didn't work out with Jay Norvell because I really liked the guy. I like his personality. I like the blue-collar approach. I mean, the auto body shop is a little bit cheesy to me, but, that shirt that he would wear to practice with the auto body shop name on it, a little bit cheesy.
He's trying.
But I like Jay. I was rooting for him. It's past time, though.
No,
in terms of the next coach, I have no clue.
Yeah. Scott, you want the job?
And I was listening to the morning show, I think, talk a little bit about today. It's, or maybe it was coaching them. It's not a great job. I don't think they have the money to compete NIL with Power 4 conferences.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean you can't get a good coach in here.
Yeah, but if you get a good coach, he's just going to be gone in 2 years.
But that's
you can't keep him. You can, you can make the reservation, but can you keep the reservation?
It's kind of like you with girlfriends growing up. Everybody gets excited about the boat and the clay courts, but then they eventually see it's you.
It's
and
a Pinto and the clay courts in Stowe, 5 hours away.
And then they realize that there might be something a little bit better. You know what? Then that's what you got to be, Darren. I really do. You got to find a guy that's young and can coach. And know it's going to be a stepping stone. You're hoping they're developing while they're in there.
I don't have a name for you, but what you would love is a guy like Kenny Dillingham at ASU. Somebody who's young, has ties to the school, and is just a...
But they've tried that, right? I mean,
a young guy at CSU? Who?
Well, they've had a couple guys, didn't they, that have ties to the school? They brought in some guys.
Well, somebody suggested an interesting one on the text line. Clint Kubiak is the OC in Seattle right now.
There you go.
He played safety at CSU.
Yeah.
And they interviewed his dad at one time for that job.
I like that.
I'd be shocked if Clint would take the job because I think he probably feels like he's 2 or 3 years away from being a head coach in the NFL.
Okay. Well, that's a problem.
But it's a good suggestion.
That would absolutely fit what I just said. How old is Clint?
37, they said. I'm taking them at their word.
30, okay. 37, ties to CSU, great coaching in his DNA, in his veins. I don't know how he is with NIL, Tyler, and how he's going to do stuff, but, who knows?
If I'm on the fast track to become an NFL head coach, I don't think I'm taking a CSU job. There's a lot. I don't mean to take that as a shot at CSU. I mean that towards a lot of college universities.
Right.
It's just a different world. You got to play the NIL game. You got to recruit your own kids.
And he's a coordinator right now?
Yeah, he's the OC.
Yeah,
Both
man.
the Kubiak kids are OCs right now.
Yeah, you go from OC to head coach in the NFL.
And the third is a scout.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be silly to take that job if he wants to be a head coach in the NFL. You just gotta. There's 6 or 7. Listen, Mike McDaniel, he's toast. I think that ain't going anywhere. There's gonna be 5 or 6 openings this year, as there are every year, maybe more.
Yeah. Yeah. You've got to find.
God, it is
I mean,
kind
Clint
of a bad
Kubiak
job,
would
isn't
be
it?
a great choice for CSU.
Oh, he'd be for CSU.
Yeah.
CSU should be thrilled to get Clint Kubiak. That'd be incredible for them. I agree with Tyler. Why would he do it?
Other than heart for your franchise.
I mean, money does a lot for people. I don't know how much money CSU's got.
Yeah, but as a coordinator, what do you think he's making right now? I mean, I gotcha. I mean, there's probably more as a head coach, but not. I mean, you get that head coaching job, man. That's $20 million guaranteed, no matter what. Maybe more. You're not making that at CSU.
He ain't gonna make $20 million his first time head coach.
Oh, in the NFL?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. You got it guaranteed.
No, Scott, that's not that much.
Over
I mean,
4 years?
Yeah. That's a drop
I'm
in the
talking
bucket.
when you say 20, I'm thinking Sean Payton's getting 18.
No.
Per. So I'm thinking per.
I mean, like, what is the entry? What VJ got like $20 million?
I bet entry level NFL these days is 8 or 9.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say between
and
5
then
and
it's
9.
all at least a 3 or 4 year guarantee, some sort of contract, anyways.
So yeah, you get 15, 18 million guaranteed. You're absolutely right. But he probably get 12 at CSU, guaranteed.
Really?
3.
Yeah,
if you can't,
I don't know,
and if you
man.
can't afford that, then guess what? Then find some hotshot young coordinator. You know who might
Sure.
be available? Get Petrino back up here.
I don't know. It's more likely, you know, what it's going to be who's the 31-year-old defensive coordinator at UNLV right now. You know, whatever.
Right.
Who's the quarterback coach at Boise State? And that's, guess what? That's your new guy.
Yeah.
And
And if
something
he
like
turns
that.
out great and able to turn things around,
Yeah.
then you just got to live with that you're going to have to replace him in 2 or 3 years. And you hope that you develop somebody on his bench, that another OC he's brought in that you really like, that you can roll in. You've got to recruit. You can't live with it, but you've got to recruit all of Colorado.
I mean, you would think at Colorado State you'd have a better program than Hawaii.
Yeah, but there's a lot of kids go to Hawaii just because it's Hawaii.
Well, okay, fine. I would like to think that you could recruit better football guys. I think it would be a problem recruiting at Hawaii. I think that
don't.
would. You don't?
No.
Okay. Well, if you can't beat Hawaii, which they didn't, and they haven't beaten, they should have lost to UNC. That should have happened.
Oh,
I agree with you, Tyler. I think it's I think it's a bad job.
There you go. Who's UNC's coach?
Well, you probably should look into that. You might want to look into that.
Someone saying Jay Norvell was making $2 million per year.
That makes sense. I mean, that's a lot of money. That is still a lot of money.
Yeah, but that's not that much more than an offensive coordinator in the NFL.
Correct. So it does not make sense.
I bet you an offensive coordinator in the NFL is anywhere between 1.3, 1.8, something like that.
Yeah, but if I'm the defensive back coordinator for Nevada, I'm jumping ship as soon as you make the offer.
The other option is you get rid of your football program, you save money.
Holy
There you
cow.
go, Scott.
Damn, Scott. Off the top rope.
Well, I mean, if you don't want to commit to it, I mean, it's
You a Ram hater right there?
Not at all.
All right.
I just listen. I think the state of college football is sad right now, and it's sad for the CSUs of the world. And I don't gloat on that. I'm not happy about that. I think it's tough. I think there was a time when your quote unquote secondary college football teams in your state. Well, look what Sonny Lubick did to CSU, right? I mean, is it that far removed?
Yeah, because
from
NIL and transfer is totally different than Sunday
exactly
State.
right. So you either got to find a way to change with the times, or guess what? Drop down to Division II and have fun.
It's PhD on 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. It's another Monday Night Football doubleheader. Catch the Bucks and Lions on Altitude AM 950 starting at 5 o'clock. The game will be simulcast on 92.5 after Kreckman and Lindahl starting at 6. And then stay tuned for the Texans and Seahawks at 8. Is that right? 8 p.m. our time? Holy cow. Wow, that is a late one. Imagine there's going to be like NFL games starting at like 10 p.m. East Coast time. Who watches those?
Doubleheaders. I got another cool, crazy stat for you guys.
Go for it.
Bo Nix, 27 of 50 in the game, right? Threw it 50 times. How many of those 50 throws did he have in the fourth quarter?
I'm going to go with 19.
He was 16 of 25.
Like a full game.
He had 25 pass attempts for 174 yards, 2 touchdowns. That he has not had games that good.
No, that's full game sort of numbers right there.
16 of 25 in the fourth quarter.
How could the Giants be so stupid, guys? Seriously. I mean, I get it. We're happy for our team, and we're praising where praise goes. But listen, no joke. The Giants are a special kind of dumb.
Tyler said the smartest thing on the show earlier today. That Jackson Dart has saved Daboll's job because there's not another coach in the NFL that would be 2-5 and have a result like we just saw yesterday's fourth quarter.
Right.
And his quarterback throwing a pick. And there's no coach alive in the NFL that would still be the head coach today.
And by the way, made the decision to throw the ball on third down when they should have run the ball and just ended the game right then and there.
Exactly. I mean, and listen, I understand. Listen, we weren't going to play it safe. We were going for it. Blah blah blah. If he gets a completion, first of all, if Strnad doesn't intercept it, knocks it down, okay, at least you got to punt. You got to move further. If Strnad's out of position, guess what? That throw wasn't going to get through on the back end either. I mean, if you go back and look at the receiver, you had I think it was Surtain was in the guy's back pocket. That ain't going to get there either. In fact, it might have been a pick six. So why are you even putting the opportunity? John Elway, okay. Peyton Manning, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes, okay. Kansas City just had a 4th and 1, and what did they do? Did they give it to Mahomes to make a pass play? Oh, they ran it. I mean, but you trust one of them cats. And if they screw up, and they probably did, well, they screw up. But a rookie on his third game? Not.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Scott, plain and simple, those are the type of decisions that literally get you fired as a head coach. So he is lucky that they've got as much energy in that building as they do. I think there's a lot of people, though, that are looking at that team, and they're going to still look at that game, as crazy as this sounds, as there's a lot of positives out there in New York, because there was a lot of positives.
They're looking at it, Tyler, the faithful blue that will ride and die with the Giants, Drew Goodman, through thick and thin, look at that game as a win. They won that game.
Drew Goodman. Why are you bringing Drew up?
Well, he's a Giants fan.
He was there yesterday.
Was he? Because he's a Giants fan.
He was there talking to Jim Sakamoto, just hanging out, watching his Giants.
Yeah, he's a Giants fan.
My daughter was very confused, by the way, of why she was seeing Manning jerseys for the Giants.
That's good. That's funny.
She's like, "Wait, Dad,
that's funny.
What team did Manning play for?"
That's a riot. Well, here we are, man. How long are we going to remember this one for?
Until next Sunday, and then we see.
Oh, I don't know, man. I think this is one that goes down. This
will go in the memory banks. But listen, if they go finish season 9-8, which I don't think they will, but say they finish season 9-8, this will just be a good memory. But
are you more pumped up about yesterday, or questioning things in the future, or kind of disturbed by things?
It was so epic that I feel more pumped up. If it were a 14-point come from behind victory, I've had those. I've been in those. We were down by 14 points against Baltimore one time in the fourth quarter, playing out Washington, pulled that game out, got a victory. That felt incredible. But with as much bad stuff as we had, if it was just that, you'd feel like, I think there's more negatives than positives. But that was truly, boys, like in the most literal definition, a once-in-a-lifetime game that you will not witness ever again.
There's a buttload of negatives in that game.
Of course.
There are a ton of them, and they won. They scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. It's an all-timer. We'll never forget that football game. We will never see that again in our life. We'll never see another quarterback throw 2 touchdowns and run for 2 touchdowns in a single quarter after they got shut out for the first 3 quarters and looked like they couldn't even get out of their own way. The game was amazing.
All right, give me 5 Broncos games that you can never forget.
Ooh, good call. All right, the win over the Bears, the Tebow season.
I'll put that right there.
Yeah. Marion Barber?
Why'd he go out of bounds?
Ran out of bounds.
Was he just pulled by fate?
That's what's crazy about it. In this one, like, I can point to just as many things the Broncos did and as many dumb things the Giants did. Like, I can point the fingers in all directions because it's the only thing you can do in a game that is that improbable is, like, everybody has to screw up so many times over for the confluence of events to end up with the Broncos winning.
You're waiting for George Clooney and Marky Mark to go down on the ship.
Right.
Give me other ones. Can't
Raheem Moore, The Drive.
Raheem Moore 20.
Pittsburgh.
Tebow. Pittsburgh Tebow.
AFC Championship. My year against the Patriots.
Yeah, but that game, other than the New England didn't throw it to Gronkowski. I mean, you know, I would say The Drive will always be there for long-term Bronco fans. But I will say this: when Larry Bird retired, Kevin McHale once said, he said, "There'll come a time even where people don't remember Larry Bird." And I'll bet you right now, half Bronco fans couldn't tell you anything at all about The Drive.
Hey, you know what? 33 points in the fourth quarter. Larry Bird, number 33.
There you go.
All lines up, fellas.
But for me, the Drive is epic. The fumble the next year in Cleveland is still against Cleveland was epic. The Tebow to Demaryius Thomas,
playoff games
in overtime was epic.
Playoff games are almost in a different category.
Marion Barber running out of bounds,
unbelievable,
was epic. The Chiefs win when Tebow completes 2 passes, and there's Eric Decker going 70 yards for a touchdown.
2 for 8, and he won.
was kind of epic.
By the way, in that game, great little stat there. It was the only game he started that they never trailed. That's it.
No kidding.
That was it. That was the only one.
That's a good fact.
I'm going to tell you another Bronco game, see if you guys remember. And this is the first, you guys, Tyler was a kid. You guys might not have been here yet. There was one of the most iconic, greatest Monday night games I've ever seen in my life. And it was Montana and the Chiefs versus Elway and the Broncos in Mile High.
Oh, that's a big Andy game.
That was boom, 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 boom. And John Elway on NFL Films, they take the lead with like 1:40 go, and he said, "I'm sitting on the side, and all I can think about is we gave Montana too much time." And I'm like, and that was one of the more iconic games ever.
Speaking of giving too much time, have you guys covered this? That Sean Payton's unsportsmanlike conduct and pushing it down to the one was a winning play.
Yes. Yeah.
And what's so nuts about it is, like...
Now, let's not give him credit for that, by the way, because I promise you he did not do that intentionally.
No, he did not. But the Broncos, because they were not letting Jackson Dart score.
Yeah.
Like, both Benito and Singleton were trying to make the tackle on that play. That's another one of those moments of that game. If Jackson Dart is ruled short and the clock runs...
We talked all about it.
The Giants are going to win that game. Probably going to win that game.
Yeah,
because Denver wouldn't have had time.
You theoretically would have had 3 chances to throw the ball in the end zone.
Right.
With plenty of time to do it.
Yes.
Here's another thing. If it was short, I was sitting there saying, you got to go Green Bay Packers Super Bowl 32. You got to let Terrell Davis
let him
go.
Score.
You got to let him.
Yeah, but they need to let him score right then and there.
Right.
Where
on the first play.
Which they didn't.
And they were not.
Yeah, you
I mean, 2 guys missed tackles.
To give yourself a chance, he had to score on that play.
Right.
That is correct.
It was wild that it went that way.
Yeah. Yep.
But then, they might have a penalty. You don't know. You don't know what's going to happen if you're the Giants. And by the way, shouldn't you be able to protect any kind of lead with 30 seconds left to go and your team doesn't have any timeouts?
Something else, and Tyler said this, I heard this on the drive-in. You were talking about Sean Payton's his game management yesterday, his use of timeouts.
Yeah.
You were dead on. It was
brilliant.
He was marvelous in that game. But again, he had Brian Dable just throwing in lobs all over the place. That 3rd down and 5, where the interception was thrown. If they just run the ball right there, Sean either burns his final timeout or the clock runs down to the 4-minute mark and you punt the thing away.
Yep.
But either way, like that,
Game's
that
over.
decision was the losing decision of the football game.
Correct.
Can I just say, all these conversations, and they're all right. I mean, Dayball was an idiot on that one. Sean was good. You know, we got lucky with the penalty from Sean. All this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what it really came down to? A freaking kicker that missed 2 extra points.
Missed 2
That's what
PATs.
really lost the game for the Giants.
And Denver was really good.
They could have weathered the entire storm if you just made those kicks.
And the Broncos converted their 2-point conversions all day long.
And they stuffed a 2-point conversion.
Yep.
So not only did he miss, but they stopped a guy at the goal line stopping a 2-point conversion.
It was such an insano game. The amount of things like something else, and Tyler, I think you alluded to this as well. You were loaded with good takes on the drive.
Thanks, buddy.
You were on fire today, pal. And I said this to Andy too. I don't think Sean Payton would have been that upset about losing that game. And the evidence that I will take on that is the drive that the Broncos had when they got the ball with it was like 10:09 left, and it was the drive to make it 26-16. The Broncos were operating on that drive like we lost today.
Yeah.
They had no urgency on that drive whatsoever. That was a 5-minute, it was like a clock-killing drive that the Broncos went on. They eventually scored a touchdown on that drive, but I don't think it was until Dart threw the interception that the light bulb went on for all the Broncos, including Pat Surtain, who had, admitted that he basically gave up of oh shoot, we can win this game.
Yep.
Oh, they're willing to give this thing away to us right now. But I thought Sean Payton's play calling and their urgency in the fourth quarter just kind of told me at the time, because I was all I'd even written it in my notes. I'm just we got to kill Sean. They're not even trying to win this game right now.
Scotty and I were just talking about that. I mean, we all knew what our takes were going to be on this game.
Right.
And nobody was preparing for anything that we've got right now.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I tweeted it to Cosmutter yesterday. That game was beat right or hell. That was the delete everything that you just wrote kind of football game right there, it was just so awesome. Andy, how are you doing? How's the heart rate today?
I'm fine. This is like old hat. This is like slipping back in. This is like driving through my old neighborhood in North Denver. It's all I grew up on. Seriously.
Just no offense for three quarters.
Dan Reeves giving the ball to Sammy Winder, running up the backside of his guard, and then, we're going to punt 9 times, and then all of a sudden.
Have you seen the side-by-side of Bo running in and Tebow running in from almost the virtual exact same place?
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys got any Tebow vibes from that one yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, there were.
But even Tebow didn't do 33. The 33 is
say
just
Tebow couldn't have
something
done
that I can't process because that offense flat sucked. And
but I mean, from the I cannot believe they actually won this game sort of Tebow thing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Even to the point where Lutz is lined up for the 39-yarder. I was in the back of my head, I was like, this is getting blocked.
But here's where it wasn't.
I know.
Did you think that?
Did
you really?
I was sort of thinking the same thing,
right.
man. Like this game's just not done with surprises.
Yeah. This game is not drunk enough. I'm looking at the drive chart. Look at this. Punt, 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 turnover on downs, end of half, punt, punt, touchdown, 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 field goal. Get out of here with that crap. What is this?
But here's where it wasn't Tebow, dude. Where I gave up, because you and I have been getting hell for the tweets we put out, where I finally gave up and said, come join us and talk about this disappointment on the Altitude postgame show, was when that dude caught the ricochet, touched the tight end.
Of course.
I mean, as stupid as the Mims play was, and it was, you're not wrong about that. How about the guy just volleyball serving it? Chris Marlowe thought that was a sweet set for the tight end to catch it and run down the sideline.
The best accidental hook and ladder that has ever been executed in the history of football.
It's not your day. The football gods are telling you, nope. You suck too much today. You don't get this one.
You get the dumb PI on Riley Moss.
Those refs were not.
What is that flag?
Those refs weren't great.
What is that flag? My goodness.
It just was everything.
Yeah.
I don't. That's why I was like, it's just not their game.
Do you think the Broncos didn't deserve the win?
No, they didn't deserve the win. Are you kidding me?
They didn't deserve it. Although I'm not so sure the Giants deserve the win.
Nobody deserved that.
That was the dumbest game we've ever seen.
It really was.
Well, who deserved the win then?
Nobody. Nobody. That deserved to be a tie, and both of those teams should have been relegated to the CFL after that thing.
I've got a few things I haven't deserved in my life, but come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, Dable doesn't deserve the win call. In the
I'm not
past.
saying that he does.
No. All right.
The refs don't deserve to ref another game the way they've gone, too. There's a lot of people that shouldn't have been doing it. I don't know what we watched yesterday. I mean, it's just fun because we won. How bad? Dude, how bad does it suck if you're a Giants fan? Seriously.
Oh, I know.
Have you ever been on a game like that where, like, how many things went their way from dumb deflected passes to just nobody covering a guy at one point when you're facing the best defense in the league?
I know.
They got every break they needed.
They really did. Early on, our secondary was a hot mess. They couldn't communicate with anything. And then at the end of the game, what it really came down to was 4 really lucky plays for the Broncos. You got insanely lucky on the tip to Troy Franklin for the touchdown. You got insanely lucky in the last drive when you tried to throw the ball to Cortland Sutton and it just lands in Marvin Mims' lap. I mean, that was a difference in the game. And then you got insanely lucky that they got a backup kicker in the game that misses 2 extra points.
How about Scattaboo just kind of like, peekaboo, here I am. I'm going to go running down the side. No, everybody just lost him. Have you ever seen a guy apparently just blend into a jersey
especially
where
that
nobody
dude.
saw him?
That dude?
I mean, they were all hell-bent for him, and then it was just like he went, boop, and everybody just lost where he was.
By the way, how about the Giants just electing not to push Evan Engram out of bounds?
I know.
Which also, super smart play by Engram. And I don't know if this was going through his head or not. It was the 2-minute warning. The clock was going to stop anyway. He had no reason to go out of bounds on that play. And Drew Phillips gave him like a little patty cake touch on the shoulder, thinking, he's just going to go out. And he didn't do it. And good thing he didn't, because the clock was going to stop anyway.
Can I ask a really dumb question that I should know the answer to this? For sure, I should know the answer. Bo Nix had a deep scramble late in the game. I want to say there was 4:58 left in the game. And he scrambles for 20, 30 yards down to the right-hand side, and he runs out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
Clock kept running. Does it keep running with the quarterback? Is there saying he gave himself up or what?
I thought it was inside 5 minutes.
Was it where we had 5 yet, though? Maybe we weren't at 5.
I don't know. I was surprised because the clock kept running.
Let me ask you this, though. Have you ever experienced, because I know what the Giants did, they shut it down. Have you ever been in that point where you kind of let the adrenaline go, and all of a sudden you need it back, and there's no turning the switch back off?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because when you described that, that's what I thought with the Giants defense.
You wanted it. That is why Grady Little is a name that we all remember, because when he left Pedro in the game, Pedro had already turned it off. And then his manager leaves him in there, and Pedro's like, I got to get another out here. Boom! Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Speaking of Giants fans, Andy, over the last 20 years, only 6 times has a team lost a game it was leading by at least 19 points. 3 of those teams were the New York Giants. Oof.
Were they all since 2000 or something?
Right. In the last 20 years. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Those dopes have had to live with that.
2005 then.
Ouch.
Golly.
Ouch.
So that includes a couple of their Super Bowl years.
I mean, there were good Giants. There was also a lot of bad Giants teams in there. Basically, since they last won the Super Bowl, the Giants have been crud. And they continue to be crud. And the part where they had Jackson Dart at quarterback yesterday was why Denver could manage to win this game. Andy, I'll pat myself on the back here for a minute. At 19-0, I tweeted, this game is there for the taking if the Broncos are interested.
I read that tweet.
Yeah, and you probably were like, Nate's an idiot. But what I saw out there was a quarterback that kept getting massive breaks and lucky plays against a defense that I think was making tired mistakes that they don't normally make. The busted coverage on Bellinger, Hufanga just making absolutely the wrong read on the Tyrone Tracy touchdown. Those plays right there, it was just like, okay, this is a gas defense, and the travel and the complete and total lack of offense that their football team has given them, this is all catching up to them, and this is just going to be a game where the stupid happens. But I at no point in that game, and maybe this is unfair of me, and you can tell me if you disagree, at no point in that game did I think, ooh, the Giants got something in Jackson Dart.
No,
I never thought that yesterday.
Because, again, he overthrew. He was, again, the book on him coming out. It's funny because we all bag on scouts, but they said he's not accurate enough to be an NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, look, maybe later in the week we'll I mean, our own guys got a few scouting things coming back a little bit, but
yeah.
But look, he showed a little of that. The underthrows, the overthrows. I mean, he missed a bunch of guys deep as well. Both guys were overthrowing deep receivers yesterday.
It was another big day of overthrows there, man.
It was. But look, it's here's the one thing I give Bo. I've been Kay Adams got on there and was comparing him to Elway, and let's just pump the brakes on that. He's not Elway.
Stop.
But I got to give Bo credit for this. There is something about him that his teammates believe they can do it. And look, man, I don't know what voodoo he put on them to let them all believe that they could still get it done because they kept fighting until the end.
Oh, if you're gonna,
but that wasn't a great game for 3 quarters. I don't know why you'd believe you're gonna get anything done today. Nothing seemed like it was working.
But again, Andy, all that Denver needed was that they needed, to me, his 2 gifts. He didn't take negative plays yesterday, and if you're going to drop 8 in coverage, he will run on you. He is not afraid to run on you, and he's got a really good offensive line in front of him. I mean, this, Andy, this is maybe in my 2 decades plus of covering the Denver Broncos, this might be the best offensive line I've ever seen.
Well,
they're really good.
Yeah, I don't think they're the Super Bowl level, but you're not wrong.
Okay.
They're better than everything that Peyton Manning had.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. This is a really good O-line. A couple of late stage plumbers.
Yeah.
You still had Nalen in the middle. You had Lepsis and Hamilton and Chris Cooper. Those were some really good offensive lines. This one is, wow, these guys are good. And it's another thing that Bo has going for him where you can live through a lot of his deficiencies as a quarterback. I think Sean's play calling, I think Sean's scheme, as frustrating as all the horizontal passing is, Sean Payton makes sure that his quarterback doesn't kill his football team. And in the end, it was Jackson Dart taking dumb negative plays, which was another large contributing factor in why the Giants lost.
Yeah, and there's so many little things that you're triggering thoughts on. First, look, man, one of the thoughts just escaped me because that's just where we're at today. I will ask you this. Do you think the Giants had any – I could not believe how many former Broncos were on that Giants team. Could you?
Lil Jordan
Humphrey.
He was out
there. There was an offensive lineman that was theirs too.
Schlottman.
I was like, what is this guy? Remember this guy?
I do remember that name.
His name.
That was a name.
So he was out there starting.
Yep.
Look, by the way, I know what I wanted to say. We smack rears on Monday, right?
We
Let's
do.
smack a rear. How about Alex Palczewski? You're talking to me about how good this line
good.
is. I don't think we noticed the left guard yesterday too often.
Nope.
Now did we?
Nope. He played really well yesterday. He didn't take a penalty in that game. Yeah. Ooh, man. It was, Andy, we kind of, on Friday, we were out of here early for Nuggets preseason. We kind of had to hustle through the drinking game a little bit. If you played the drinking game yesterday,
we apologize.
You have a headache this morning.
But again, that's why we tell you just water, hydrate, get some cranberry juice. I don't know. We're not telling you what beverage you have to use. You're just drinking.
Yeah.
I got a whole jug of water. You could have drank all of this.
If you wanted to.
This might not have made it through everything you put on there today.
My goodness. It really was something. Broncos get the win. Jeff Legwold coming up at 4:20 today. Highlights at 5:20. I don't know how we're going to get through them all because there was so much.
Well, we could skip 3 quarters.
Pretty much could.
Although you're right, there was one whole quarter in a game.
It really, really was. So we'll get to all of that. We got Monday Night Football tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio. Detroit and Tampa, Seattle and Houston is the late game, and it is a Rally House Football Monday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Rally House, shop every team in town. We give smacks on the butt after the Broncos with probably their most improbable win I've ever seen in my life.
Broncos!
That's next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Curious, how was your weekend? Because honestly, weekend's time to get out there, have a date night, maybe seek a little romance in your life. And if you're avoiding this because of erectile dysfunction, then it's time to go and get this problem fixed. Head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Many patients at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic have said over again, why did they wait so long to get the ED addressed? So if ED is a problem in your life, you really need to stop waiting and get to the men's clinic and see what they can do for you. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, even if you've tried other things, they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, treatments with success rates well over 90%, and they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED's been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make that last time that it happens the last time. First visit's real easy. You head on in there. It's going to be $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, have things acting like their old selves again, then you know what? That visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to being ready for action the next day after your appointment. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs, but they have a great revamped location in Castle Rock they want you to check out. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman and Lindahl, and jumping in right here for segment number 2 on a Monday afternoon. Future head coach of the CSU Rams, Mike Sanford.
Get out of here with that.
Is here.
Sorry, man. I was busy talking to my agent. Missed the first segment. So
I mean, have you've coached in that league? Have you not? You've coached at that level. Have you not? You are right available and right here on the front range. You last time I checked, offensive background as a coach. You've coached some explosive offenses before. You've coached some quarterbacks and put them into the NFL. I think there's just kind of a track record there.
yeah, I think they'd probably just listen to my appearances here on Kreckman and Lindahl and say, yeah, that guy's out. That guy's way out.
So that's what it's going to be, that we've destroyed your career.
No, I think it's actually I've done it to myself
That is
on
true.
your guys' airwaves.
You do choose to be here.
I
That
do.
is-
This is not something that I'm forced to do. I'm not asked to make public appearances. I just show up and I make a fool out of myself.
By the way,
I do have some breaking news though.
You have breaking news? Spring?
About interest.
Break it.
You ready? Mike Sanford's own footballscoop.com is reporting from his own sources. Loveland High School's own, Northern Colorado's own, Colin Klein, current offensive coordinator for the Texas A&M Aggies.
You really had to think.
You did. Like, where
is
he
interested in the CSU head coaching job.
Well, there you go.
I think there should be a lot of people interested. It's a good job.
But that's a great one right there.
Yeah.
That guy's a stud.
Mm-hmm.
Big Colin Klein guy.
Got some former CSU guys out there.
Who we got?
Tony Alford.
Yeah, I bought a house from Tony Alford once.
There you go.
Good guy.
Tim Skipper.
Now you're selling your house at Barry Remington.
Former.
No, the house.
You only work with former football players.
How about this one?
Oh, I see you bought his house.
Yes.
Former Wyoming offensive coordinator, now Montana State head coach.
Brett Egan.
Recruited a guy
named Josh
Allen. Heard of him? Yeah.
Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm. Just one of those names that is out there. What about my guy Jason Eck down in New Mexico? Little drive up the road. Just a little jaunt up I-25. He's winning right now with the Lobos.
He's doing a good job.
He is.
But
He's doing a great job.
I watched him against the Boise State Broncos as I watched Dan Mullen against the Boise State Broncos and the UNLV Rebels. Both those guys were very underwhelming in their coaching performances against the Broncos.
In all seriousness, Norvell, he lost to Colorado twice, and that's why he's not the head coach anymore. Like, I know, like, there was other losses in there. There were other bad losses in there. Most recently, losing to Hawaii at home is a bad look. Poor Timmy Chang, by the way, gets his buddy canned. That's uncomfortable.
Well, Timmy Chang's buddies with everybody.
He is.
I'm buddies with Timmy. Are you?
Yeah, of course I am.
Andy's buddies with Timmy.
You don't even know him. He's one of the nicest people in the world.
So, I mean, if you beat anybody at Hawaii in this day and
That's
age,
true.
and you're Timmy Chang, you probably are going to get somebody to get terminated.
Sandman, we're gonna keep pumping you for this gig, guys.
Real quick, before we get back to because we got to talk about this.
Oh, we got butts
Oh,
to
week.
smack. 33 points in the fourth quarter.
I am curious after what we've seen, especially with the Belichick thing, and I stayed up and watched a little of that game. You know, the UNC just.
Dude, how about that fumble?
Have you ever?
Oh my gosh! On the half-yard line.
Are we getting to the point? I mean, are we getting to the point where you're going to have college guys and pro guys, and maybe they don't mix as much anymore? It just feels like things
it's
are
always
so.
kind of been that way.
Yeah,
and there's
but
just
never,
a lot of failed.
never like this. And you know what? This will spin into our conversation about the Broncos here in a minute. But
can we agree that Chip Kelly is an atrocious NFL anything?
Yeah, but he'd be great back in college.
He won a national championship a year ago, right?
Well, it just feels like everything is spread them out. You just can't do some of the things in the NFL that you do in college, and yet the guys that try to do it in the NFL, I guess, because the athletes or whatever, you know better than me, but you can't. The NFL guys, you can't come to college and try to force it. And we're seeing it with Belichick right now. And frankly, we got a little thing with our guy up the road, Shermer.
To be fair, there's this little stigma amongst college coaches that know the college game, which is most important thing is the acquisition of talent.
Sure.
Recruiting, right? And if you're an NFL guy, you never even consider
it.
You never who cares? There's somebody in the building over there that does it, and I'll do everything in my power to get to the owner first and make sure they know that they did a bad job getting us players.
On top of the
right?
fact
That's
the league's
NFL
built
way.
to be a little more even than college, right?
So we would always talk about on staffs who'd be like, hey, is that guy a good coach? I'd be like, NFL guy. And that means they sucked as college football coaches.
That makes sense.
NFL guy. It means they're going to get fired soon or they're going to find any possible path back to the league because they stink.
Well, this is like
in college.
Think simply of the mechanism of it. If you're in the NFL, if you see a player and you want that player bad enough, you can have him.
Yep.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
Great point.
Like, if you want to trade up and get him, if you want to pay the guy the most money, whatever it is, you can get the guy. College, you can want him all you want. They have to want you back.
So on Carl Durrell's staff at CU, obviously there are guys on that staff that I have great relationships with. But as I was trying to put together the offensive staff when I got hired before the 22 season, a lot of it was going to be Carl's decision, but I got hired as the OC. There was a O-line job open. There was a wide receiver job open and a tight end job open. And it was unbelievable because Carl's background is largely in the National Football League, the Broncos, the Texans.
That's how we all know him here. No, he was at UCLA, obviously.
Yeah, he does have college chops. But to be fair, he is a NFL guy. And I say that with all due respect. But there were times where I was trying to get college guys that understood the game of recruiting, the importance of now.
Yeah.
Like, I got to go get players in the portal now, or guess what's going to happen? 1-11, or potentially 0-12.
That's what Bill's staring at right now.
Right. So what I ended up happening is that Carl, he said, no, I want this guy. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. And we ended up basically with a bunch of NFL guys on our staff.
Yeah, and again, look, I mean, there's some of that going on in Boulder right now, and yet they've got talent. Like and this is not I'm not taking any Andy type shot at you or anything. When I watch that team, I'm like, well, they are not out physical. They're not outmatched. They've got Big 12 guys, right? You saw it all too well. Too many years in the Pac-12. CU did not have Pac-12 guys.
Well, to be fair,
about it.
Deion's a college guy.
Yeah,
he is.
Deion is.
He is.
I would call
100%.
Deion Sanders a college guy.
No, I'm with
through
you.
and through.
But, I mean, that's where I go. Now, the guy I think that's done a great job, why am I spacing his name? The big nose tackle that was here. That's the defensive line coach.
Warren Sapp?
Warren Sapp's there.
Oh,
Domatah Peko?
Domatah Peko. Thank you.
We got there.
Great guy.
I actually was going
Marshall
with Cal
Falk
quarterback
is
Sanga
there.
Politelli.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's
just
get this,
throw out a random Samoan name.
We've only got a half hour. Let's get this back to the Broncos. I think what we saw yesterday, it's fascinating, man. Because you and I are doing, you know this. I was telling Nate, I'm getting ready to do the show with you. I'm hopped on the Altitude TV postgame show, and we're in break. So I turned up Sean's press conference, and the first comment that I hear is, he said, first off, I don't want one good quarter to wash away 3 bad quarters.
Right.
We had 3 bad quarters, and we can't ignore how bad. No. And then he immediately goes to, and I don't want to hear about tempo. And I'm going, but Sean, tempo got you 33 points. Bo is just a different guy at tempo.
I mean,
why are you so against this?
But I'd push back on that, like kind of. But the drive, the first 2 touchdown drives, they weren't playing with tempo.
Yeah, but I would argue that
they were taking their sweet time.
But he wasn't switching formations 5,000 times. He wasn't putting personnel groupings in there.
There was simplicity, especially in the second touchdown drive. And then the one thing that I think that really stood out, different than the majority of every quarter of awful Broncos offensive football that we've witnessed this year, outside of 5 good quarters now?
Yeah,
are
pretty
we at
much.
Are we at 5 good offensive quarters?
Well, I mean, the Cincinnati game, they had a pretty good game.
It was all right.
For like a half. They didn't do much in the second half of that game.
Dude, I've been so mind blown by how they've done the last 3 weeks that all I remember is Cincinnati. I thought that was the most even performance they had.
It was even.
They had 1 good quarter against Philly.
Yep.
They had 1 good quarter against the Jets.
Yep.
They had 1 good quarter yesterday.
0 against the Titans.
They had the good quarter against
Probably.
Indy. Remember that?
Yep.
Because they got 28 points.
Yep.
I think
that
you're
might
looking
have
at
been a half.
You're
right?
looking at 5 or 6
You're right about
good
that.
quarters.
Yeah. Well said.
And then, I'd say there's been 4 whoa quarters for the Denver Broncos offensively. But the one thing that I saw Sean Payton decide to do that led to the second touchdown, actually was the second touchdown, is let Bo Nix be a dual threat quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Be okay calling a quarterback designed run and admit that he is not going to be the quintessential National Football League quarterback from 1997.
And he's not Drew Brees, so quit telling national broadcast
He's not.
he is.
He's not. He doesn't want to be.
Right. He's not trying to be. He's Bo.
He wants to be an athlete.
Guys, the boot stuff. It's dead. I think Brian Burns killed it. When Bo was trying to roll out and Brian Burns just car crashes directly into him, it's just like everybody knows it's coming now. My God. By the way, speaking of that, okay, the play before the touchdown should have been an interception. Roy Robertson Harris had that thing in his hands. Again, that was another boot throw thing that the Giants just read perfectly. Like, you're not fooling anybody with anything that you're doing offensively right now.
You can see it coming.
Which, to your point, is probably why they should just do more zone read stuff.
Zone read, and how about the final touchdown, fellas? Was that not a thing of beauty? Andy, I know, Nate, you guys have watched you've broadcast a lot of football at a lot of different levels, high school, college, been around the National Football League. Man, that final Bo Nix rushing touchdown was just good old-fashioned buck sweep.
And guys having fun.
It was awesome.
Did you see McGlinchey even get a little something after
Dude,
he blocked the guy
time.
out of bounds on the final block? Yeah, they were having fun.
And you know what? That's one thing that we can say without any hesitation that Bo Nix does well above the median in the National Football League at the quarterback position. Is he uses his legs when given the opportunity. He's not a great user of his legs in drop back pass game.
No.
For whatever reason. It's almost like Sean, I think, thinks that if I call 50 passes, Bo's going to naturally have 7 to 10 rush attempts. No, it's not the case. Bo's a pleaser. Bo wants the ball to be out of his hand on time. He wants to prove to the world that I can play in the pocket. Well, unlike Brian Daboll, why don't you make the decision to protect your quarterback from himself?
Well, you know where I thought Bo was in his bag yesterday, and this wasn't one of the touchdown plays, but I loved it. And look, it caught my eye because he was at the line, and I think even Trent Green said something about it. They get to the line, and he had 19 seconds, 18 seconds. He did he gave him one of those stall kind of, play calls, got one guy to jump. He stops. He put his receiver back over one way. He called out the protection. Boom. They got like a 10 or 15-yard gain. But I'm like, there's Bo in control.
Yeah.
There's Bo not overthinking. There's Bo not in his head trying to process with 8 seconds left. What the hell call are we trying to run? He was the one looking at the defense and then directing guys.
Not the old hut 1, hut 2,
no.
hut 3.
When did we go to the clap, by the way? Why are we doing it? What's wrong with the good hut?
Are the Broncos a clap team now?
Did they clap yesterday? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
I guess I thought about this watching the CU game last time where I was like, why are we clapping
They're
all
a big
of a
clap
sudden?
team. Yeah, CU's a big clap team.
Thank God there's not a clapper on those lights. We'd be
good
going
news
on and off every 5 seconds.
The good news for me in my coaching career is that I've always made very smart decisions after midnight, so I stay away from the clap.
Oh, nothing but.
Nothing. No clap
Yeah.
whatsoever.
Yeah. Good on you, man.
That's why you're a coffee guy.
Well done.
Not a Bloody Mary guy.
We see. Yeah, we
know where you're going.
Yeah, there it is. There it is, everybody.
You're not out at 2 a.m.
As long as we're clapping.
So you didn't drink anybody pretty.
Let's run around the room. Let's give a smack on the rear. Andy
Around
Lindahl.
the room. Woo-hoo-hoo!
Give it the first smack, my friend. Who you got?
Oh, my gosh. We tried to do this with player of the game yesterday. You know what? I'll give one to, do I take the easy one or
Take
do
the
I
easy
take
one. Take the
you want me
low-hanging
to?
fruit.
Listen, you got to go Justin Strnad.
Whoa!
Big
What
pick.
do you mean, whoa?
Big time
Bo
pick.
Nix had a fourth. He had a fourth
It
quarter
doesn't
comeback
happen
for
if
the
Strnad
ages.
doesn't pick it off, and he's
And
probably
you think
the
that
most
Justin
least likely
Strnad
guy on
is
the
the
team to
easy
make
pick?
a pick. Of all the guys I thought would have made the pick to change that game. Because you know what I'm thinking that whole time when I'm watching this game? I'm like, they got to get a turnover. I love this defense, but they don't turn anybody over enough. You know who was in the house yesterday? The no-fly zone. You know why you're not there yet? Not only did they turn you over, they had 3 or 4 games where the pick sixes from Aqib Talib. He did it against Baltimore. He did it against the Raiders. What was it, Nate? 2 or 3 games where they didn't even score an offensive touchdown?
2 of
and
them.
the defense did it for them?
Baltimore and the
If
Raiders.
this defense wants to truly be in the class of the no-fly zone, they got to start doing it, and Strnad did it.
Got it
if
done.
you don't get that pick, this comeback does not happen. We talked about it on the post-game show yesterday. You would not have had enough time to get done what you needed to get done.
No, that was the game. I'm telling you guys, I don't think Sean Payton cared if he lost until the interception. And then you whetted Sean Payton's appetite for victory. But what he had done to that point in the second half, I don't think he cared.
Are we a Justin Strnad outfit or are we a Justin Strnad outfit?
No, it's Strnad. I've
Strnad.
only heard Strnad.
Are you
from the
sure?
beginning.
Strnad.
Well, who's telling you that? I don't know. I don't trust
I'm
anything
a Justin
anymore.
Strnad guy.
It was 2 years before
Very
Bidet
different than
decided to tell somebody how his
Strnad.
name's pronounced.
What vowel in there are you pronouncing?
Yeah, where
Because
are
I
you
don't
getting
see
the
it.
I mean, what'd you guys call it?
STRNAD.
So
Sternad.
you're adding a U in between the T and the R.
No, it's just stir.
I'm saying I'm just saying STR.
Well, you added a vowel too.
Sternad.
You have to add some semblance of vowel when you have a T.
Where are you getting
and
the pronunciation from?
TR and N all together.
Where are you finding this?
Sternad.
Listen,
Sternad.
When Kevin Harlan calls him Sternad, we're going with Sternad. He's the one that corrected us all on bidet.
Either way, I think that this is a Kevin Durant situation right here, where Justin Sternad is going to get a smack on the rear from his guy Andy Lindahl as the low-hanging fruit guy. But in that moment, like KD, when KD was named the MVP, you know who the real MVP was? It was his mother, wasn't it?
What?
Kevin Durant in his MVP acceptance
That's
speech.
true.
You're the real MVP.
He made it all about his mom.
It was all about his mother.
Yeah, I didn't.
All of her sacrifices.
It was nice.
Well,
I
in
like
this
to
moment,
see MVP awards. I don't watch the speech.
in this moment, for a big old smack in the rear, I'm going to find my guy, Brian Daboll. He's the real MVP.
My God, that guy.
Is that what we're doing?
Oh, my God.
Leonard, you taking the kicker?
Oh.
Tell you what, man.
Mechatumne.
Brian Daboll should be fired with cause.
Okay,
after this game.
Let's take a break. Let's come back. Let's talk about just the classic sports radio. Did the Broncos win or did the Giants lose? We'll do that next. Dudes, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude because we're giving away Nuggets Heat tickets for November 5th. Plus, you can win a Jokic autographed photo. And it also gives you an opportunity to go and bid right now at this Blue Spruce Cyclery auction, which is open and available to bid. Doesn't close until tomorrow. Guys, I'm looking at this selection of e-bikes that they have available to be able to bid right now. These are brand new e-bikes available for less than $1,000. Some phenomenal deals in here. Get to roller.bid right now and check out this Blue Spruce Cyclery auction. In addition to that, they got tools, they got racks, they got exercise bikes, all that good stuff. They got mountain bikes, so go check it out right now. Blue Spruce Cyclery auction at Roller Auction and sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Those bleeps were a very angry Brian Burns in the game after the game yesterday in the tunnel, and he was big mad about the decisions made by the Giants defensively. Yeah, guys, you don't give up 33 points in the fourth quarter. You don't lose a game where you had a 3-score lead and shut an opponent out for 3 quarters. You don't lose a game where you still scored 13 points in the fourth quarter and somehow managed to lose that game. You don't lose that game without a lot of stupid. And the Giants, they had a lot of stupid. Sean Payton yesterday, he won the clock management game. He won the situational football game, and that was why his team came out on top. Brian Daboll, in addition to Jackson Dart, but I'm going to point the finger first at Brian Daboll. Sandman, Brian Daboll flat out choked yesterday.
It's a terrible, terrible performance coaching.
It was.
And the 3rd and 5 is you cannot explain that away. And I could tell that Brian Daboll knew how bad of a job he did, because when the game was over, he did the old rip the headsets off and then immediately looked for his defensive coordinator, which is because it's the perfect guy that you can look to blame, even though you could have done some things on the offensive side of the ball, which Daboll is the offensive play caller, to prevent your rookie quarterback, who's known to put the ball in harm's way in his college career. Should have taken the ball out of his hands, punt the ball there, get the clock inside of 4 minutes, or make Sean Payton use his final timeout, and then make the Broncos drive twice on long fields.
This, by the way, tell me if I'm crazy on this, all right? This is the simplest way that I have come up with to think about late game situation and clock management is what is the thing that matters most to you? And I think it's 2 factors, clock or ball, okay? Is it more important that you run clock, or is it more important that you have the ball? And Daboll tried to have them both yesterday, and you can't do that. That's dumb. That's bad coaching. You have to make a choice right there. And with a 10-point lead with under 5 minutes to go, everything is clock. The clock is on your side, and he did not want the clock as his ally. Okay, and that he chose ball, and that was dumb of him. And on the 3rd down and 5, he's trying to hit his tight end, Theo Johnson, on a crosser, and Jackson Dart gives that thing back to Justin Sternad and the Broncos. But also, just run the ball right there. Okay. Just run the ball right there. It wasn't just that one, though. On the very next possession, he freaking did it again. Okay? So he runs the ball with Scadaboo on 2nd down. Broncos called timeout number 3. That was 2:56 left in the game. It's a 26-23 game right there, okay? But he decides again, I'm going to throw the ball. Again, I know it's only a 3-point lead, but he's got clock on his side. The clock is still his friend, and a 3-point lead is psychologically a weird thing in football because it makes teams play for field goals instead of going for touchdowns. He also had that going for him, which he did not consider, but he has Jackson Dart throw the ball to Wan'Dale Robinson. Deep ball, by the way, not even a safe throw, and he overthrows it, and again, boom, clock stops, and the Broncos get it back with 2:56 left, down 3 points. In 2 different situations, that dope could have run a whole bunch of time off the clock, and he just elected not to.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why they won, though. How many times did the Broncos shoot themselves in the foot from sealing that game? They should have had 2 picks on that game, on the drive where they tied it or whatever, went ahead.
Hufanga, hair on fire.
Takes out,
Brandon Jones.
Takes out Brandon Jones. There was another one earlier in the drive. I'm like, you guys, you should have picked this ball off twice. That's where I started getting nervous they were going to score. I'm like, you were upsetting the football guys.
Poor Brandon Jones was a defenseless receiver.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Had he been in a Giants uniform, that would have been a flag.
Oh, man. Incredible.
You know, I go back. I had a 2-year stint at University of Minnesota where I coached under a known conservative manager of clock, PJ Fleck, who he learned it from Jim Tressel when he was a graduate assistant. Tressel, one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah.
End of game, clock management. And then Greg Schiano took it. There's a lot of different trees that they subscribe to this theory, and I do too. It impacted me that in the game of football, more games are lost, not won. And then the other one that I learned is always choose time over distance.
Okay.
So choose the option to exhaust as much time with a lead.
Yeah.
Over how much, essentially the ball.
Yeah.
But how much yardage you can get.
Okay.
Or moving the sticks. Because that distance is a risk that ultimately is going to take away the opportunity to exhaust time.
I've been a Jim Tressel guy all these years. I didn't even know that. And I'm quite frankly a little disappointed in myself.
Well, you should be.
That's
really a blind spot by you.
I'll go and get myself a sweater vest now.
That's what PJ Fleck would say. He would, on the headsets, he'd say, time to play Tressel ball. Now, a couple times he would say it like middle of the first quarter when we were up 7-0.
Yeah.
I'm like, I think we got to keep
Yeah,
scoring.
feels a little early.
Right.
Yeah, it's probably not end of game.
Don't do that.
We're not looking for 7-0.
Yeah.
Against your
Rockney's not over there.
Against your Fighting Illini one time, it was, Mike, stop throwing the ball. PJ, it's a 2nd and 8 in the middle of the first quarter.
I know that when it's funny because I know when Dan Hawkins decided we will still throw the ball and get Cody all the records against the Kansas Jayhawks, which proved to be his last game. The offensive line coach was on there saying, "Stop doing this." And he basically had him removed from the headset communications.
Dable coached that game of just like we have to have the ball. The only way we can win this game is if we have the ball. And I'm not saying necessarily that he's wrong. I know that he impacted his team's own probability of winning that football game, especially 3rd down and 5 when he threw the interception. That's also Jackson Dart. You got to put that ball in your pocket, my guy. Just take the sack. If he takes the sack, that's a winning play right there because the clock runs. By the time Denver punts the ball away, there's going to be inside 4 minutes left, or the Broncos burn their final timeout. By the way, what would you have done right there if you were Sean Payton? Do you burn timeout number 3, or do you let that clock run?
I would burn it.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay.
I always like to present the offense with as much time as possible because then you can manage that time within your play calling.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. And actually,
throw into the outside the numbers.
Yeah.
Give yourself an opportunity to even throw the ball away.
Yeah, the fact that he could still then use that timeout at 2:56 was super smart. Terrible clock management by Brian Dable yesterday. Fireable coaching job that he did yesterday.
But you can't do that to Jackson Dart now, can you?
No.
How about Russ? Russ with his helmet on. Russ wanted to go in so bad. The minute Dart had one half a limp, he's like, "Give me the ball. I'm warming up." And so they were like, he's warming up on the sideline. And I thought to myself, I don't think Dayball told him to.
Okay, so let's listen. This is after the game yesterday, and this is Sean Payton, and he can't help himself. That guy hates Russell Wilson like I hate racism and poverty. Like he's
not a big poverty guy, huh?
Not really. No, I don't think it's good for society.
For some reason, I thought you were at least kind of indifferent to bigotry.
No,
I didn't. Yeah.
No. I don't care for either of them. And Sean Payton very much views Russell Wilson the same way. Listen to this.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there, coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11. Close with the mayor, Tisch family. And, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game. But anyway.
Yeah,
can't help
a shot at his guy.
Can't help himself.
My brain
what
was so
I talk
fried.
with Russell about, it's none of your business.
My brain was so fried after the game. I actually heard that quote, and I didn't even think about Russell.
He hates Russell Wilson so much.
What is it?
They are not the same guy at all, dude. I think they live different lives. I think they view the game a different way.
I think it's that Sean Payton views it as I wasted a year of my coaching life with you. I think Sean Payton views it and like in that indignant way, like after a relationship ends and you're thinking like, why did I hang on at the end? Like I think that's how Sean Payton views it of like, I'm over 60, man. The twilight is coming and I wasted some of my energy on you, man. I think that's how Sean views it. I think there's real hatred there.
Can we all agree though that as much as Sean looks at Russell Wilson as wasting an entire year, it feels like Sean as a play call is wasting entire quarters or 3 quarters offensively.
Yeah. Well,
almost week in and week out.
That's and I tell you what, I know we're going to spend a lot of time Thursday, Friday. Sandman will be back in here, and we'll be talking about it and getting ready for Dallas. But like
Can't play with your food against them.
There's a big time conflict with the Broncos right now. I really do think between the play calling and what Sean sees in his hand-picked quarterback. There's a lot of problems going on right there right now. And to your point, yeah, Dallas will hang 30 on you, no problem. And it won't be lucky the way that it was for the Giants. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, the great Mike Sanford, everybody. Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Keep it right here on a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. 33 points in the fourth quarter. 33. Andy, I don't know if you've heard, because Kevin Harlan did say it before Sunday. Teams had lost 1,602 consecutive games when trailing by at least 18 points with 6 minutes to play.
You know one of the best parts about that comeback, and I didn't realize it till you said it right there? We avoided the Kevin Harlan curse. Because I love listening to Kevin call a game, but
That's
you
true.
kind of pointed out before.
69 points.
Someone of you
Yeah,
pointed
I brought
out
it
that
up.
we've not had good luck in Kevin Harlan games.
69 yards.
He has called some rough Bronco moments low over the years. Leverage penalty this year. He was on the call for that one against the Colts. He did the Charger game the next week, too, didn't he?
Yep. We got him 2 weeks in a row.
Largest fourth quarter comeback for a team that had not scored in the first 3 quarters in NFL history. I mean, Andy, had not even just like they hadn't scored. They were butt.
Yeah.
For 3 quarters.
It was not good.
Bo Nix, 11 of 25, 105 yards. He had been sacked twice through the first 3 quarters of that game. Then in the fourth quarter, Bo Nix became the first player in NFL history to rush for 2 touchdowns and throw for 2 touchdowns in a fourth quarter. Also, the 33 points the Broncos scored Sunday in the final period, their most in a single quarter in franchise history. Okay. So let's talk about, and that's not even to me, Andy, really the most improbable thing. It's all improbable. There's degrees of improbability, I suppose, but there's also this part of it, okay? Sean Payton made the request prior to the schedule. He had his analytics staff do some digging, and he said, I don't want a bye week after London. And their research found the teams returning from London and playing at home the following week, 12-4. That is what they had found. And Sean Payton liked those odds, and he wanted to take a swing at it. And guess what? I will say this. Even with the victory, Sean was wrong. His team was not prepared to play that game. They were tired. They were slow. They were behind. They were sloppy, and that's what you got for 3 quarters of that game. And then in the fourth quarter, with basically nothing to lose, they loosened up. Bo hit a couple of throws. Dable did some really stupid stuff. The Giants gave the ball back, and the Broncos were able to come back and win that game. But, like, against any other opponent in the NFL, pretty much.
It feels like 2 weeks in a row you could say this. You don't win that game against most of the league.
Yeah, the Broncos do not win that game. And so that's what's wild about it is, like, you really, like, I said it last week. I was like, this looks like a scheduled loss, but the Giants stink. And it was a scheduled loss that you were losing, and the Giants stunk enough that they somehow handed you, just gift-wrapped you that victory.
All right, we got a little breaking news.
Break it.
And now I'm going to need to be filled in on this. The newly returned Dre Greenlaw has been suspended 1 game without pay for unsportsmanlike conduct following Sunday's game against the New York Giants.
Ooh, what'd he do?
I haven't heard anything. I have no idea. Just saw we got Pelissero and Schefter all tweeting this out. I had no idea this was a thing. And now, whatever he did after the game, he did something to somebody, and now he's suspended for next week's game against the Cowboys. Not ideal, Bob.
Hey, it's another week to get better.
Yeah, I guess so.
Another week of recovery.
Do we have any idea? I didn't see videos. I didn't see tweets. I've not heard anything about anything going down with Jerry Greenlaw after that game.
I don't see. I mean, I'm Googling him right now. I don't see anything about what happened. I didn't see it.
We can ask Leggy when he joins us here in about 12 minutes.
Jeff Legwold
he
will
would
know
be in the
these
locker
things.
room. He may not have witnessed whatever took place.
May not have witnessed, but I'm sure he's in the know. Great question.
Because it is a post game. It was something after the game, they said. So let's see here.
Yeah, suspended without pay for 1 game for unsportsmanlike conduct following Sunday's game against the New York Giants. Did he go snatch Jackson Dart's chain and we just didn't hear about it?
Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Kliss is now tweeting.
Was there a chain snatching?
Kliss has the story.
All right, what do we got?
Conclusion of the game, Greenlaw chased referee Brad Allen and verbally threatened him as he tried to leave the field per the NFL. Greenlaw out for his Cowboys, can return against the Texans. So I'm assuming he was not psyched.
Don't do that.
About the PI call.
Which, like, he shouldn't be, but you just won.
Yeah.
Leave the refs alone.
Yeah, it's
That's
time
dumb.
to let it go, but he was, yeah.
That's really dumb.
Can't do that.
You have to let that go.
Even though I know it kind of helped their cause because it pushed them forward and probably had the Giants score quicker than they needed to, Deshaun can't be running out there bumping refs either. I wouldn't be Sean. Sean's probably going to get a nice little.
I would assume there's a fine coming his
nice
way.
Little note in his locker
for running out onto the field. But again, the funny part being it was a winning play.
It ended up being because all of it
huge.
goes together in order for this thing to work.
All right, the stew of poor clock management and scoring and all of it. Like again, the Giants got yet another touchdown. The Broncos took the lead and then gave it back. But apparently Dre Greenlaw chased after an official and dressed him down. What? Come on, dude. I get it. Emotional game, all that kind of stuff. Be a pro.
You got to be.
What are you doing?
Yeah, this doesn't help.
Also, you won.
Yeah.
You won.
You won.
Yes.
So you take your dub and you leave.
Go celebrate.
Because you don't need to get around. You don't need officials deciding they're going to look a little closer at some of these things. You've been flagged enough on D this year, frankly.
Yeah.
As a unit, I mean. They got flagged a lot yesterday.
Is the Broncos defense tired?
Yeah, you and I talked about this. If you're not going to pick up first downs and extend drives and do the things that need to happen in order for them to get a little bit of a rest,
right?
This is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And imagine, we're not even to Halloween yet. This defense needs to have some semblance of freshness if you're going to make any run in the playoffs.
I agree.
And look, you and I keep talking about it. The reality is they get a true test against a good Dallas team who looked like they were firing on all cylinders yesterday.
They score a lot of points.
Their D is not great.
No, their D's terrible, but they score a lot of points.
There should be a chance for the offense to,
Yeah. No, I mean, Jerry Jones is making the case for Dak to win an MVP award, and I will tell you this. I think he's playing well enough to be considered for it. I don't think the Cowboys will win enough. You basically have to be a top 2 seed in your conference to win an MVP award. So I don't think they'll win enough to be able to do it. But he's playing great. You got CeeDee Lamb back yesterday. He and George Pickens are a problem. Plus you got one of the best playmaking tight ends in the game right now. They got a big old offensive line. No, Javonte Williams is good. They're figuring things out right now as an offense. And yeah, if the Broncos decide again they want to sleepwalk through 3 quarters again next week, you'll be down too many to come back and get a win.
Yeah, and, again, there's just more. It's some of that Sean October magic that just goes on. We've had a lot of these games that I can't. Okay, I wanted to ask you this. We've got a couple minutes. Rank it. Where does yesterday? You and I were there for the Tebow season, man.
Yeah.
I saw the Tebow season from the sidelines. There were a whole bunch of Tebow games I couldn't explain, but it wasn't 33 points, man. 33 points.
The Chicago game will always be the most unlikely to me.
Because of Barber going out of bounds?
Marion Barber going out of bounds. Prater hitting a 59-yard field goal to win that thing. Like all of it put together. The Chicago game was the most unlikely of that year in a year where it was all just so stupid and unlikely, and the way that things went down. But yeah, like again, Bo had 2 touchdown runs and 2 touchdown passes in a single quarter. He had a game just in the fourth quarter yesterday that most quarterbacks would have been thrilled to be able to have. You scored 33 points in the fourth quarter of that game. And again, like it wasn't just that you got the lead, it's that you got the lead and then you gave it back. And not only did you give it back, but you gave it back in a ridiculous manner with a pass interference penalty, with the coach running out onto the field, with getting the football back with 37 seconds left and no timeouts, and you somehow won that game. You won that game despite, by the way, the Giants scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Now, they couldn't stop missing kicks, but also, like, you gave up a touchdown on an accidental hook and ladder.
Well, you know what I kind of felt bad for their kicker about? Not that there's much to feel bad for their kicker. Did you notice the snap on his first missed field goal? It was not a good snap.
Okay.
Like whoever the holder was, had to save it and just get it up.
So the operation
in order to kick it.
Was bad in addition to
the first one. And I think that's why it was in his head.
Yeah.
Now the second one, he just blew it. But I'm telling you, if you go back and watch the very first extra point, or the second one, because it was 13, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, watch the snap. It's terrible. Like the belly of the ball is on the grass and the holder's trying to get it up.
So his confidence is shot right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's now he's thinking about the operation that he's not comfortable with guys that he hasn't done it a ton with, and now he's worried. Now it's in his head.
Spring, by the way, I just sent you the Tweety, and Rappaport got a hold of the video. We can put it on the screen if you want to. Nate can take it in. We can get it on whatever portion of Twitch can see it, but in YouTube. But they found Dre Greenlaw. So what happened was as soon as Will Lutz makes the kick, everyone's running to celebrate with each other on the field for obvious reasons. And Dre Greenlaw almost whips like a 360 and starts going after the official there and starts yelling at him. And another official, I think, or maybe even was it Brad Allen? They said whoever it was threw the flag right away, end of the game. So here's the tweet, Nate, if you want to look at the screen. And we've got it coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And then Greenlaw just immediately starts chasing the official. He comes out of the pile of the celebration and runs stride for stride with him. Matter of fact, Q Robinson, how about the rookie? The rookie went after Greenlaw to try to pull him back. He saw how angry Greenlaw was.
Well, this is interesting too, Andy, because I have the official play-by-play in front of me, and that flag is not accounted for in the game's official play-by-play.
So, and there it is for those watching, right over Nate's shoulder.
Yeah.
You could see the flag fly there. But yeah, you can't do that. And I get why he's frustrated because it was a weirdly officiated game. But
what does the flag do?
Yeah, I don't know. Is it something that then allows them to assess a fine?
Sure.
Or maybe that's what allowed the suspension that then occurred today. So if you missed it, we just got this news.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw is suspended for the Cowboy game.
Yeah, so you're right about that. And yeah, they, again, man, like live the good life for a second, guy. Go celebrate your team's win.
Now he can appeal, right? We'll have to ask Leggy about the process of this. He can appeal, but it's pretty obvious what he did.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to get overturned.
No, I don't think so either. I think it comes down to you accosted an official. And you followed the guy, and that's also a point of the game too. And I know they're extra sensitive about that. Like that's time for the official to then get off the field. He's done. He's done for the day. His duties are completed. He'll have to talk to, whatever reporter for a pool report after that. And actually, Legwold, is Jeff still the pool reporter? I believe
that's a great question.
Is.
You might be right.
We'll talk to Jeff Legwold about this, and we'll get kind of the details on Dre Greenlaw, and we'll get the details on how the Broncos did this. But again, the breaking news is that Dre Greenlaw is suspended without pay for Broncos-Cowboys game next week for screaming at the officials as they were trying to leave the field yesterday. More on that with Jeff Legwold coming up next. Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House shop every team in town. Broncos come back from 19-0 to beat the Giants yesterday. Most unbelievable game we've ever seen in our lives, pretty much. I'm not kidding about that, Andy. Like, I know it's so funny. And we were having this discussion during crosstalk, and, Hastings is like, the drive and Tebow to DT. And, yes, but those are playoff games.
Yep.
By regular season standards, that to me yesterday seemed more improbable than anything that happened in the Tebow year. The Tebow year, I feel like, took on such insane significance simply because it was happening all the time.
Well, and the defense kept the games close. What makes what happened yesterday different than anything that I can remember in Bronco history. There was a Chiefs game one time, and I remember Larry Zimmer and Dave Logan were calling it, and Larry famously said, it's like 1990 maybe, or 91. But I just remember Larry Zimmer, people started leaving, and he was like, you think they ought to know by now. You don't leave this place, because they were down to the Chiefs. They had like 5 minutes to go. They needed 14 points. They'd played kind of crappy, but it was 14 points. And all of a sudden, this guy named Wilbur Marshall, who nobody knows, found a way to take it back. And
Bears
Arthur
legend.
Marshall, excuse me. Arthur Marshall was the guy's name.
That's a different guy.
Got a touchdown. They score again. But it's not 33 points, Nate. It's 33 points on a team that couldn't pick up a first down for 3 quarters.
Congratulations to Grandview's Brody and Jackson Flores. They are our Students of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado students and athletes. Jeff Legwold, Leggy, breaking news in the last 10 minutes that you had to go and jump out and cover. Thank you for getting on board the program. Leggy, first off, tell us, What do we know about Dre Greenlaw's actions after the game? The flag that was thrown, that I should note was not even denoted in the official play-by-play. The suspension that has come down. Tell us everything you know about this situation.
Well, he can still appeal this if he feels somehow that this is a mistake. But there is almost certainly video evidence everywhere of it. I had heard it might be an issue this morning. That, there had been some kind of confrontation, but the league says that Greenlaw actually pursued, the referee, Brad Allen, as he left the field, which is a mega no-no. Coaches sometimes do it, and they give it a little leeway if they're not too, offensive.
Sure.
But this was a case where, a player who's much bigger than the official, I might add, has pursued the referee, and the league used the word threatened. So I think that was part of it as well.
Jeff, there was so when we watched the video, the official threw a flag. Tell me what that flag means, if it means anything. Was it merely symbolic? Because it's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, okay, because last time I checked, a football game can't end on a penalty. And so it's like, well, then was there supposed to be an ensuing kickoff that gets pushed back 15 yards on it or something like that as a result of what happens right there? You're a longtime pool reporter. Did the flag have any bearing on anything, or was it just a symbolic gesture?
To my knowledge, that of the rule book, I didn't go look right now.
It's arcane stuff, Jeff. Trust me. I'll give you some leeway on it.
To my knowledge, because the game is concluded and the referee they often wave their hands to the clock operator to make it clear the game is formally over.
Yeah.
Since it's at that point, the flag is still real, but it is a post-game, and it's subject to this discipline.
Okay.
It's not subject to in-game discipline because the game has officially ended.
Yeah.
So that's my understanding. Now, if it's something different, that's not something I've come across in all my years of doing this. But what I've always been told is when the referee officially waves to the clock operator that the game is concluded, then that's it.
That's so weird, though. Think about that, guys. What if there was 1 second left on the clock?
Oh, that would have changed a lot.
It changes a lot of things right there, which is crazy.
Yeah, because often teams are shaking hands in the middle of the field and the clock is technically still running.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen that happen where flag is thrown, at those, Randy Gregory got a flag in one of those sort of scrums before. So it can happen, but yeah, I think when the league used the word threatened, I would be surprised if Greenlaw appeals, but sometimes players and their agents and the PA always want them to appeal no matter what, just to make sure the process is, done the way they want it to be done.
And then maybe you get him for Dallas and not Houston. I guess we'll just wait and see how this goes.
Sometimes they if the league, I'm not sure they would officially announce this, Andy, but if the league thinks it's right, sometimes you're on the appeal call, that day.
Immediately. There, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Look, bigger issues lie here. And Jeff, you and I talked a lot after
There's
a lot
so
of
many
Tim Tebow
issues
games
to talk about right now.
Well, but it also was one of the most fun games, just one of the most unlikely games, because both teams kept doing stuff, right? It just, both teams kept doing things, so it was crazy. But Sean Payton's been asked, the tempo thing comes up, and I heard the opening of his presser where he immediately says, I don't want to hear about tempo, this, that, the other. Is Sean going to have to accept that some of his preseason plans may need to change in order for Bo to function at an optimal level?
Well, the danger with tempo, no matter how good your quarterback is at it, is what you're exposing your defense and your special teams to at that point. I mean, that's really the issue. Sean Payton knows Bo Nix can run a high-tempo offense with efficiency. He knows this, but you can't have 1 minute possessions after 1 minute possession. That's just not going to be survivable. The Giants lost a game yesterday, a historical loss because they had too many 1 minute possessions, 130, you just can't have those. And I think that's the issue. And I think that's why they've run tempo when it's break the glass time in the game, is that, okay, we have to take this risk and just do it. I think you'd certainly prefer it to be a change of pace once in a while. Like Shanahan always liked to use tempo as kind of a, I got the defense right where I want them, so now I'm going to really run them around for a while, especially at home. Every Broncos coach in history has believed they have an advantage here at altitude running at tempo over the defense. So I think they'll use it more. Are they going to go all in like some folks would like them to? I don't think you can do that in today's league and survive unless you're just going to score every time.
Yeah, kind of Jeff's point right there. I'm looking back at the ball possession and drive chart right now. First three quarters, 6 of 8 possessions were 3 minutes or fewer.
No, and I
that
get
the Broncos
that.
had the football. There's including a 22-second possession in which Bo Nix had 3 incompletions.
Was that an early one too?
That was the first possession of the game.
That's the first possession of the game.
Yeah, they had a minute 15 in the second quarter. They had the last possession of the half, which was only a minute 4. They had a 58-second possession in which they went 3 and out and punted in the third quarter. That is a part of it, and then it does get to the how much are you killing your defense. By the way, guys, special teams, R.J. Harvey catching the ball at the 6-yard line and stepping out of bounds.
Cost you how much?
Brutal.
34 yards of field position?
Yeah.
Because that's at the 40, isn't it, Jeff, if he leaves it alone?
Yeah, if it goes out of bounds, you're getting the ball at the 40.
Yeah. No, and mistakes like that, it kind of to that point of just right now with this team is that the offense is having its issues. The special teams are clearly having their issues. Although the Giants would like a word on that, but still, right now, Jeff, how do you think Sean Payton is balancing that whole part of it of my defense has to win me football games right now because I'm just not getting it from anywhere else?
Well, two things there. The penalties, they're the second most penalized team in the league now. They were 4th going into the game. Now they're 2. So they're heading the wrong way. And, offensively, I'm clicking it right up now. They're tied for 3rd offensively in offensive penalties. So they just got way too much going on there. on that side of the ball, and I think that's contributing. Yesterday was a defensive lollapalooza of penalties. The offense was actually pretty well behaved, but to me, that's a huge part of it. Those pre-snap things. How many times have you seen drive stall because they get the false start or the hold or just things that are not that are technique issues and functional issues.
Yeah.
But offensively, I still don't think we know what they're good at because we don't see anything enough to make any sort of judgment about that.
I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to utilize the horizontal passing game and the screen game, despite the fact that they don't block for it.
They're terrible at blocking for screens. It's brutal.
I'm not sure they've blocked the first defender on any screen they've run this year.
It's been unbelievable. By the way, only the Cleveland Browns have punted more than the Denver Broncos so far this year.
Yeah, you can't
and last year they were among the league leaders in 3-and-out possessions. They were down. They were a playoff team, down with like the 3 teams who led the draft, in 3-and-outs last year. So they're running in bad company. And I don't want to sound like let's go back to 1980s, but Dobbins has been the one consistency in this offense. I mean, he performed, and maybe they're nervous about it. Maybe they're nervous about his injury history, and 20 carries is they don't want to get up, much above that. But he has been the one really consistent person. And Cortland Sutton's having he had the drop yesterday, but he's having a really good year with some really important catches for this team, and he's obviously the only one Nix really trusts. And I think Mims is getting there, but I think Sutton is the one. But I think Mims, Sutton, and Dobbins are really the 3 guys they should be dialing in on, with Ingram as a nice bonus in that. But I think there's just too much of 4 guys on, 4 guys off. This personnel grouping, and there is no rhythm to that. But that's also something he really believes in as an offensive strategy, is make it hard for the defense to know who's in the game.
By the way, on the throw to Marvin Mims on the game-winning drive in which they got 29 yards, who was that ball intended for?
I've looked at it about 10 times.
I can't figure it out.
Sure.
Yeah. No, it's because I think he was throwing it to Sutton.
I think initially that's what you're going to think, because that's his tight window throw guy. I mean, it's that metric. Sutton is so far ahead of all the other Broncos that it's hard for me to believe that wasn't to him. But, by the construction of the route, it also looks like Mims's ball there too. So I'm not sure.
So Jeff, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, Jalen Waddle. There's gonna be wide receiver names that are gonna be bandied about at the trade deadline. Based on your conversations, do you feel as though the Broncos acknowledge that the need of another pass catching playmaker? Do they view that as something that they've got to take care of this year?
I don't get the sense that that's on the front burner. Certainly they will listen.
Yeah.
They'll participate like every team does. It wouldn't matter how good they are this year, or if they were scoring 35 a game, they would still participate. And I think that's the biggest thing in covering the trade deadline that gets warped is, they made calls. Everybody makes calls every year. Everybody makes calls. They get calls. That's doing business. So they will certainly listen. And I would think if, depending on what the demand is and what people are asking, I think they would listen, because I think the head coach believes they're good enough to compete. And, they're a nutty team. I mean, we're talking about all this stuff, and they're in first place, for the first time since 2016, I believe. Week 4, I think, is the last time they were sitting where they are now.
All right. Well, here's one you wouldn't have to trade for because your pal Adam Schefter just broke this. Tyler Lockett has requested his release from the Titans. Is that a guy that would make sense for them?
It makes sense for a lot of people, Andy. That's the thing. If he gets his release.
He did. They did grant it according to Adam. Sorry, I should have thrown that in.
Now it's just money and who wants to do what, in terms of that.
Is Tyler Lockett still fast enough to run under an overthrown deep ball? Can he do that? If the Broncos, if they get one of those guys, we got something.
It's hard for me to believe they would have let him go trying to get a young quarterback squared away, but maybe they just thought this is going to be too big a problem.
They would like you to acknowledge of the overthrow problem when he made that comment.
Yeah, Jeff, to that point, the according to True Media, Bo Nix is the least accurate thrower of the football on throws 10 yards or more down the field, okay? And by the way, that's a stat that you can notice both by the data and anecdotally. So Leggy, to that point, what's your read on what's happening with Bo at the moment? Is there a regression? Is it just simply stagnation? Is it the way the defenses are playing him, or is it just all of the above?
It's a lot of how defenses are playing him. I was talking to you guys in the spring. Every defensive coach I spoke to about him was going to try and push him to the outside the numbers and down the field. They want him throwing those balls because that is where when he came into the draft, that it was felt like those were going to be the concerns moving forward. I will say this has every earmark to me of a quarterback who has been, rightly so. Turnovers are horrible in the NFL. You want to lose a lot of games in the NFL, have some turnovers. But I think his mindset is if I'm going to miss, I'm going to miss beyond.
Yeah.
Beyond the defender. If you notice, his back shoulder stuff is really reliable, but it's when the receiver's facing him. The last play to Cortland Sutton,
great throw
to kick the field goal is a great throw.
Yeah.
And a great catch, but the receiver is facing him. And I think that's where his comfort level is on those plays. And when the receiver's moving away, I think his default is I'm going to try and get it as close as I can, but if I miss, I'm going to miss long. And I think, he just isn't in the right flow in that regard because, I think in his mind, he thinks an interception is really awful because A, that's how he plays, and B, that's what he's being told.
All right, we got about a minute, but I got to find out from you, longtime NFL writer, soothsayer, scout, whatever. Where does that stack up as improbable? Because again, Leggy, we can't. They not been talking about. You can't go Tebow. They didn't need 33. They scored 33 points. I don't remember Elway doing that there, Leggy.
Well, it's a reason you don't remember it. It never happened in Broncos history before.
NFL too, right? I don't think the NFL's had this happen.
We're talking over a century worth of NFL football, and it's the third highest or tied for the second most points ever scored in any quarter of any NFL game ever played. That's where you're at in this. Bo is the first NFL player of any kind, quarterback or otherwise, to have 2 passing touchdowns and 2 rushing touchdowns in a quarter. And everybody's seen the stat of the 1,600 consecutive games that were lost by the team trailing by 18 with 6 minutes to play. So it'd be hard for any of us, I don't care how curmudgeonly you want to be, it'd be hard for anyone to say, oh, this doesn't,
unbelievable.
I've seen a lot of these, but no, you haven't.
No, we saw
not been a lot of these.
We saw a 19-point comeback in the fourth quarter. A team scored 33 points, and by the way, on the same weekend, Jeff Legwold, that we saw a guy throw 6 shutout innings with 10 strikeouts and go up and hit 3 home runs. The single greatest baseball game ever played.
Baseball game, that Ohtani thing. I'm not even a big baseball guy. I'll say it. That might be the coolest athletic feat I've seen. That was incredible because he kept hitting home runs too. Let me hit 3 homers and then not let you have any.
That's That second home run might have been the most beautiful home run I've ever seen in my life.
It might be the greatest home run ever hit. I mean,
Yeah.
I just not to get too far into it, but he's the greatest baseball player who ever lived, and I don't know how you could argue it in any fashion.
I don't think you can with what he's doing.
I sat there and watched that and said, it's phenomenal. You see what a human being can do, and it's I don't know how, does he win the MVP until he retires is really the only question.
Yeah, as long as he goes two ways, he should do it. And by the way, he wins MVPs in years in which he doesn't pitch because of Tommy John. He's unbelievable. So Jeff Legwold, I'm sorry that your doppelganger Pat Murphy and the Brewers had to go home. So they'll get him next year, though. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.com. Read Leggy stuff right there. You will have the latest on the Dre Greenlaw suspension. I would imagine it'll be posting very, very soon.
Yeah, get that, Leggy. Get on it.
Get on it. By the way, Jeff, I know you don't have a newspaper deadline anymore, but did you have any PTSD as you watched that football game? And that was beat writer hell yesterday. That's what everybody got to deal with.
In the internet world, deadline is right now.
That's true.
So,
yeah.
It was. I had a few versions going at the same time.
Deleted a few words, I would say.
This talk show's much different than I thought it was going to be. I'll tell you that.
Leggy, man, good stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, Jeff Legwold with us right there on a Monday afternoon. Andy. I mean, the question now with Dre Greenlaw is, because like you said right there, he'll appeal the suspension. Does Dre believe that he has the Greenlaw on his side?
Wow. Oh, you say it. Hey. If ever there's a time to weaponize the laughter, it was that. Holy cow. Who are you texting?
I just thought it was a perfectly good line.
You tell me this cost you a day's pay.
$10?
Yeah. Taco Bell.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Keep it right here on a Rally House Football Monday. Yeah, we really saw it. It really did happen yesterday. The Broncos came all the way back to win that thing. Yeah, the Broncos scored 33 points in the fourth quarter to win 33-32. Unfreaking believable. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Tell us the truth. When did you think it was possible?
Me?
When did you think it was possible? You too.
For me, the first hope I thought was when Sternad got the pick, which is why I gave him a smack on the rear.
Yep. It was the biggest play of the game. It was the single biggest play of the game.
But then I can't even remember all the sequences. Here's where I give that Bronco offense more credit than any Bronco offense that has pulled this off before them, whether it's been a Manning or an Elway or a Plummer team. They had to keep. How many times did they think their work was finally done and they had to go back? How many times do you see a team where you answer? I saw it happen to the Broncos on the Monday Night Football. I was in the stadium, in Mile High Stadium, when it was Joe Montana and John Elway, and Elway drove down and did one of his classic end of games, here we go, and then Montana took him right back, got the score, and I want to say the Broncos had like one last shot and couldn't get it done because you only have so much juice in your body, and yet Bo saunters on out. By the way, did you see Burns? There was video of Burns just dog cussing, dropping 8 because he knew Bo would go running all over him. But I'd have to say the interception by Sternad is when I thought, okay, they may make this interesting. But, dude, when Dart went and got that touchdown, I wasn't sure. I think that's where I started thinking, all right, this just isn't their day.
If you had to say the second most important play besides the interception, because the interception was it. That was what changed the game. Okay, and the interception was a disaster for the Giants on every single level because they didn't run the ball, so they didn't then call the question for Sean Payton to say, are you going to call the last time out or are you going to let the clock run? Either way, like either of those outcomes would have been wins for the Giants right there because they're up by 10 points and either Denver is completely out of timeouts or the clock is now run inside 4 minutes. And again, down 10, that's a bad spot to be in. And Jackson Dart throws that interception with just a brain dead play on his part. Broncos go down and score 26-23. All right? Then, after that, you get a 3rd down and 8 after Sean had called the timeout at 2:56 to use his final timeout. And again, you don't burn clock. Again, you throw the ball, and it's a low percentage deep ball to Wan'Dale Robinson. Good coverage by Jaquan McMillan. 3 and out, and punt the football. But you didn't use any time, basically, on that possession because there was the timeout and then the incompletion. I think it was like a 1-minute possession right there. Next possession, the 3rd down and 11, the Bo Nix back shoulder to Marvin Mims for 32 yards.
Yep.
That, to me, is probably the second most important play of the game. And I know he would score on the keeper, and there was the Evan Engram 20-yard play when Drew Phillips didn't push him out of bounds. There was a bunch of plays.
But Mims made a great catch.
Mims made a great catch, and it was a perfect throw by Bo Nix.
He would probably be 2nd or 3rd on the list, but low-key, Marvin Mims has a huge argument for player of the game.
He had a great game.
He did so many different things, not just that catch that they thought was maybe Sutton's. He had a couple where he got extra yardage after plays. He made a couple tough catches in traffic.
6 catches for 85 yards, plus he had a 13-yard jet sweep.
Yep.
He had a really good
some nice
game.
returns, too.
Yeah.
So
huge game by Marvin Mims yesterday. He was absolutely terrific. And that, again, maybe that answers the question a little bit of like, okay, do you think you have another playmaker, a real number 2 receiver right now, or does Denver have to be one of those teams that's active at the trade deadline if they really take this thing seriously?
I have said this all season, and I've said it all summer. I believe Marvin Mims is a really good player.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why he and this offense don't seem to mesh together. And there's times where I wonder, does he not run the reliable routes that are required, or is it just one of these things where, is it the looks? Is it the progressions? I don't know what it is, but I wish they found him more. I wish he had the ball in his hand more because I think he does good things. Those return skills show up in yards after the catch if you can get him in the right space.
I mean, Andy, another one of the problems here, and this, again, we've got all week to unpack this thing. This team's complete and total lack of any kind of vertical passing game. Yesterday, just horizontal.
Yeah, side to side.
4th and goal. Let's throw it to Cortland Sutton. They'll never see that one coming.
And then he's got 4 yards to pick something. And dude, you mentioned it to Jeff. I tweeted it at one point. There can't be a worse team in the league at blocking the screen. It is unreal, Nate. It doesn't matter who catches the screen. Sutton whiffed on blocks. Bryant whiffed on a block. Troy Franklin is terrible at trying to block, dude. It is brutal.
I don't know.
You can't even get in the way of an oncoming tackle.
All the work they've done on it, and they're that bad at it.
It's just unbelievable. And in the modern football, too, Nate.
Yeah. Kreckman and Lindahl, we get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It's just a ton of Bronco stuff, guys. We got to hear from Sean Payton. Sean Payton yesterday, Bo Nix yesterday, Sean Payton today. Plus, we'll get you the update on the Dre Greenlaw suspension. As that news has just come down in the last hour. That is all coming up in the high five. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Going into Lions, Bucks, and Monday Night Football's doubleheader. That is next. All right, let's get after it. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. And boy, there is a lot going on. There was a lot that happened in that game, and there's still things happening from that game. Mark Springer, what's the latest?
All right, breaking news this afternoon. The NFL has suspended Broncos linebacker Dre Greenlaw 1 game without pay for comments directed at referee Brad Allen at and after the conclusion of yesterday's 33-32 win over the Giants. You can see Dre Greenlaw approaching that referee and yelling at him after Will Lutz kicked the game-winning field goal. Q Robinson, Broncos rookie linebacker, tried to hold Dre Greenlaw back. Sean Payton, he ran onto the field on the Giants' final drive after a defensive pass interference call against Riley Moss. Sean Payton was not pleased. Here's Sean after the game.
Listen, that was silly. I had just felt like, man, and I'm close with a number of people on that crew, but it just so happens in the last 3 times the numbers haven't been good, and I knew the Surtain penalty was wrong. Like that's hard because it made it 1st and 5. That led to their first score. That's happened one other time. I just wanted them to hear me. Can't do that.
That's all. Andy, Sean, he wants to be heard. He wants to be validated. He wants to feel as though people are acknowledging him. He doesn't like the feeling of having his voice be lost in this challenging world.
He wants the side judge to go heard when he's done. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hey, look, bottom line, and I'm glad we're all laughing about it.
At least he wasn't still holding a grudge from the first quarter of the game.
And look, I felt the way he did. Hated that call, but you cannot run out there. You can't. Now, look, as Bronco fans, people have aptly pointed out.
Winning play.
Yeah, it did help win. Well, he probably thought the game's over anyway. You just screwed me. What do I got to lose?
In all seriousness, okay, the fact that the Giants then got the ball at the 1-yard line meant that Jackson Dart could then score on the very next play. If he is ruled short and the clock runs, I can't guarantee anything because it's sports, Andy, and it would have been Jackson Dart having to throw the ball into the end zone. But I feel pretty strongly we wouldn't be doing a Broncos win show today.
There's not a single thing with the amount of time it took for you to get that victory that could have changed.
Right.
Frankly.
So if the Giants have the ball at the 2-yard line after the penalty without the half the distance to the goal, thanks to Sean Payton's penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct for running out onto the field, maybe they don't score on a run on first down.
Okay, what was the score at that point? Did they need a touchdown or just a field goal?
No, it was 26-23 Broncos.
Okay.
So, or to your point, yes, they could have run the clock down and then kicked the tying field goal.
They could have decided, let's try to milk a little clock and go slow with our process.
Yep.
But instead, it's right at the 1. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking you might as well just let him score. I mean, I was like, it's stupid to say, but just let him have it. You need all the time you can get now.
Excuse me, it was I was wrong on that. 30-26.
So they did need the
touchdown.
They
did need the tutty. That made it 32-30, but then dude missed the PAT again.
Yeah, I remember thinking even at the 2, I know it's just unbelievable. I remember thinking at the 32, I'm like, or when they were at the 2, I was like, just let him have it. Just let him have it.
If you're a Giants fan, who do you hate the most after that game?
Yeah. Dable probably, right? Because you've just done too much of it, you know.
Dable, Dart, and the kicker probably have got to be the top 3.
I think they're so in love with Dart, everything's forgiven. Everything he's done is great. You know what?
That interception, man.
Look, I get it, bro. I get it, but you and I lived through Drew Lock. He's the Drew Lock of the New York Giants right now, where everything he's done because they're just so happy to have a guy to have hope in. We had a good Giants fan. I had a little interesting exchange with him last week, texting in. He goes, look, I'm just happy to have someone to root for.
It's so funny you say that he's there, Drew Lock, and that is so lost on me and you can attest to this.
I know.
I hated Lock the whole time.
No, we got that was fun for 5 games, and then we figured it out pretty quick. And I'm not trying to pile on Giants fans. I think you're going to too. Giants fans need to really go back and look at how many first downs did you get by penalty yesterday?
I don't think Jackson Dart's very good.
I don't either.
I really
don't.
But
neither did the league. That's what the scouting report was.
Yeah.
That's why they waited to take him in the 20s.
Yeah, I watched that guy yesterday, and I was just like, that guy. And again, that thing that he did, to his credit, Bo Nix does not do that. He does not beat you. He does not kill you with the stupid. And that's why he won that game. And the other guy, like the clown stuff, the brain dead stuff, Bo Nix largely does not do that stuff.
Did you also see Scadaboo? Listen, Dart cannot throw that pass. Cam Scadaboo wanting to be Rockhead Mort. Did you see the replay that's been going around of Singleton just blasting through him and that caused the panic in Dart to kind of get the ball out of there when all Scadaboo should have just tried to go and cut.
Yeah.
That's where you go low and cut the linebacker out. Instead, he tried to go and be big man. Like it was an Oklahoma drill.
Yeah.
And he got put on his back.
Couldn't plant Dart couldn't plant his feet, which I know went into the interception, but you threw it right to Justin Strnad. He was right, and he was right in your line of vision. It wasn't as though he just appeared. Like sometimes you don't see the linebacker. I don't know how the hell you didn't see number 40 in orange.
Yeah. But you know what? I hate to say it. I saw Peyton Manning do the same thing in 2015 where he threw it to, I'll never forget the name. It's my favorite name in one of the history. Barkevius Mingo.
Sure.
Was a linebacker for the Cleveland Browns. And literally, I go back, I'm watching tape with Steak, and I go, please tell me. And literally, Barkevius, a tall linebacker, by the way, was standing directly between Manning and Sanders, and he threw it anyway.
If he takes that sack, I think the Giants win.
Yeah, you're probably right,
That's what's
because
funny.
they punt it, and it's another long drive.
And either clock runs or Sean's got to use his last timeout. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's hear more from Sean Payton. One thing he said last night, one thing he said today. First, last night, Sean Payton, when did he feel yesterday's game against the Giants flipped in their favor?
Well, look, we got the first score we needed, and then obviously we get into 2-minute offense. I don't want to hear about tempo. All right.
They don't want to hear about tempo.
Sure doesn't.
Today, Sean Payton, why is Bo Nix able to perform well late in these games?
Well, look, there's a sense of urgency, certainly. And I would say the one thing more concerning is us playing better in the earlier quarters, including him. So I think that's the key. Look, it's been encouraging that we've been able to finish some games. And yet, I said this to you guys yesterday, we're going to play in bigger games. And, we're going to have to be a lot more efficient in the first half of games.
Yeah, Boo Birds were out yesterday, by the way.
They were, yes. Didn't you tweet about that?
Yeah, I sure did.
You said something about it's just like
2015
with the 2015
again.
in there and the quarterback's getting booed.
That's what's so I saw this a couple of times yesterday, like in my replies of people being like, how dare they have this kind of performance with the 2015 team in the house? And it's like, this is how the 2015 team played, guys.
Yeah, kind of fitting.
This is kind of what it looked like.
A lot
okay?
of these.
Yeah.
And I don't know if the offense was that inept ever for 3 quarters, but you know what? There was that Raider game. I remember being in Oakland where I was like, this is a bad game right now.
There were days. Whew. Yeah, there was a lot of punting by that team, but they won games with their defense. And yesterday's Broncos defense was giving up a little. They gave up big plays. They had bad mistakes yesterday in that game. And they needed an offense to be able to bail them out, and eventually they did. The question on Bo Nix right now, Andy, is flat out he's not playing well. He's not playing well, and his coach knows that he is not playing well. And we're watching the way that Sean is trying to scheme his way around Bo's inaccuracy and Bo's discomfort in the pocket, and he's really struggling with it. I mean, how many passes were batted down at the line of scrimmage yesterday? 5? 6, and it's either happy feet or he glues his feet to the turf, and it's just like, man, your pocket manipulation is just bad right now, and he's clearly uncomfortable in there, and he's playing stiff, weird, robotic football.
Yeah, but
in the pocket, and then in the fourth quarter, when the game situation calls for it, he cuts it loose and he starts, making plays with his legs, and suddenly you start to have something a little bit.
You do. And look, every good comeback, this is why it's so funny, because defensive coordinators don't want to give up the big play over your head that gets them back into it.
Right.
And yet you let them feel good. That Broncos offense did not feel good. Let's be honest about it. The fans were upset. Half of them had left. There just was no rhythm to the whole operation that whole day. They had nothing going the way that they were used to. And then all of a sudden you start dropping guys and let them get in their little pace and get a lather. It's just incredible how, and it wasn't just the Giants. We see it all over the league all the time. It's just amazing how they just, I don't know why you just don't play how you play until there's like 2 minutes left, I guess.
Right. Pass rush goes away. Suddenly a quarterback finds himself with some time, gets a little bit more comfortable, again, starts getting outside the pocket and doesn't immediately have somebody in his face.
It was one of the coolest lines of the Super Bowl video that came out about the Broncos winning 32. Greg Robinson's their defensive coordinator, and they had a clip where Shanahan, on the last fateful drive where they had to stop the Packers, Shanahan went up to Robinson and he goes, "You play as if this is like any other drive of the season. You don't drop back, don't get late. You play it like you played if it was just a normal game."
Yeah.
And it worked out.
Yeah, generally.
Yeah, now look, sometimes you give up the big play, but I mean, again,
right.
That's what's nuts about it. That team, like, they came back, not really, they got a couple big plays, but it's not like they were getting the busted coverages, one broken. The Giants were the ones getting those plays all game.
Well, the other part of it, too, is like, honestly, like, I think that the Giants' defense wore down as the game went on. And a part of that is that their offense generally stinks, and when they did score yesterday, they were kind of scoring on big plays.
Listen, I've been in it. I've been in it. It's stupid because you and I don't experience things at the pro level, but I've had a championship game in my life where we were up big at half, and I remember the whole second half, they're coming back, and you're like, turn it back on, carry, and you just, it was all gone. You can't find the energy again, and that's because they were doing their dancing, and everybody was enjoying, and they were talking to the sideline, and they had decided we've won this thing.
Yeah.
And it was like you turned out the lights and you couldn't find the switch again.
Cracked open the door. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, hey, I will give credit to DMac.
Oh.
For asking Sean Payton this question today.
Coach, speaking of play calling, just to mix things up, have you had any consideration whatsoever to hand the play calling off, even for a short period of time, to get a different rhythm in the game?
No, I think we're comfortable as an offensive staff of how we're operating.
Coach, thank you so much for joining today. That appears to be all the question.
That'll be all that we have for you today, Coach.
And it's over.
How long was that? By the way, not quite a Michelle Branch moment with the pause after he asked him, but there's a good 2 count in there.
Yeah,
I wonder if he gave the real answer in his head, then he went, "No, we're comfortable with what we're doing."
Yeah, it's. I think his response would be, I'm going to Canton based on my play calling, guys. So why don't you STFU, my friend?
Yeah,
I think that's
just something the kids say.
I think that's what Sean was thinking right there in that moment. He's not giving up play calling. It's a non-starter. It's a good question by DMac, but he's never going to give up his play calling. We know that for a fact. And I mean, right now, again, Andy, like he is calling plays to what he perceives as his football team's strength. That's what he's trying to do. And to his credit, they're on a 4-game win streak. They're 5-2. They're in first place in the division. And I'm pretty sure that he would tell everybody, nope, this is going just great.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's not.
This offense is not good.
Well, he knows it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
He was chewing through his lip yesterday.
Right.
And look, I'm telling you, if they're not playing Justin Fields against the Jets, I don't think they win that game.
This is
It's so funny that you say they're on a 4-game win streak. Has it ever felt less 4-game win streaky than what it's felt, despite the absolute euphoria of yesterday?
The next 2 weeks are look, you got the old Texas 2-step. They got Dallas and Houston, and the next 2 weeks. You can't get away with this crap.
Are we going to see a 6-3 game against the Texans? Because remember, they've got the number 1 defense.
They do. Yeah. That's what's the total on that game going to be?
Not going to be high.
38.5. It's going to be low. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't get shocked when you pop those books open. What do you mean 24?
Exactly.
24 for who?
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, post game last night, Sean Payton complimented the Giants organization that he coached for way back in the day, and he was hopeful that they'd see Russell Wilson yesterday.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there coordinating Super Bowl first game in this stadium before 9/11. Close with the Mayor Tisch family, and they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game. But anyway.
Translation, I would have much rather played Russell Wilson yesterday.
Not apropos of nothing. That's twice. That's twice that's been on the schedule and we haven't gotten it.
Yeah, he hates him some Russ, and he is pretty much never going to let that go. And, I told you earlier, Andy, I really do think he blames Russ for a year of his life getting wasted. But I also, I bet you there's still to this moment, because Sean Payton is essentially, let's be honest, he's the head of football operations with this team. The glaring rage that he feels when he looks down at the ledger and sees $35 million in dead money being spent on Russell Wilson this year, I bet Sean Payton can do the math in his head really quick of what he could have done with that money this year.
How many players he probably thinks we didn't even get to talk to because I had that hanging out there.
Exactly. Now, again, it was the right move by the Broncos. They nailed it, but still, I don't think he hates it any less.
Yeah, man. Look, if he doesn't get another Super Bowl, there's going to be debate about his Hall of Fame candidacy, but telling the team to do this is going to be a feather in his cap, because now a lot of teams have decided. I was staunchly against it. I'd have made Russ try to give some money back. Although now, boy, the years that passed, he's like, nope, he's not getting in this building. I don't care if we could poker face some money out of him. You are leaving. I'm not looking at you anymore.
Yeah.
You're not going to say hello to me in the coffee room. You know what I mean?
Right.
He wanted him gone.
Russ over there with his helmet on.
He wanted it so bad.
He did. Man. And when Dart went down with that ankle injury, I was like, let's do this.
And then he's skipping to the sideline, and Russ is I'm telling you, I don't think Dable told him to warm up, though.
Even Sean Payton was over there going, get him in there.
Dable, who stormed the injury tent to get the guy back in. What's going on? He's fine.
How many batted Bo Nix passes yesterday was Russ standing over there going, see, it's not about height.
Not just me.
It had nothing to do with height. It's this stupid offense. And finally, Spring.
High five. All right, we played the audio earlier in the show of Giants edge rusher Brian Burns in the tunnel after the game. He was mad that the Giants dropped 8 into coverage, only rushed 3 on the first play of the Broncos' final drive. That deep ball that was intended for Marvin Mims all the way, right? That wasn't intended for Cortland Sutton. Nah. Today, Brian Daboll was asked about that.
I'm sure you heard or saw that some of your players were upset about the idea of dropping 8 and rushing 3 there on that first play of the final drive. What do you make of that, and have you spoken to guys about that?
Yeah, look, there's plenty of plays that we had opportunities to make, throughout, I'd say, the fourth quarter. And we just came up short. So it's not about one play. Like I said, it's not about one player. It's not about one specific side. It's a collective, and, I can do a better job.
It's kind of about an extra point, though. I mean, it's kind of about that one play right there where you add one more point on and then a field goal just ties this thing.
Dable's over there just going, we blew a 19-0 lead in the fourth quarter. Everybody's hands are dirty right now.
That's true.
Yeah.
That pause was longer than Sean's.
Sure was. Yeah, that's another guy that was real mad.
Oh, you know how similar the Broncos and Giants kind of are in some ways?
There's
a couple of hot head coaches.
Sure. They got some serious similarities. The difference is the Broncos know how to win those games, and they did. Most unbelievable game we may ever see in our lifetime, 33-32. The Broncos come back and beat the Giants yesterday. We have got highlights. Kevin Harlan's game calls. When we return, you'll want to listen to it. You'll want to relive it because it was impossible, improbable, unlikely, all that good stuff.
And awesome.
And yet the Broncos won that thing. Relive it. Enjoy it. Coming up next.
20. See, that's the thing. It's going faster than it's supposed to.
All right, let's do this thing. The Broncos victorious yesterday, 33-32 was the final score. Unbelievable. How the hell did they do it? Andy, you ready for highlights?
Why not?
You ready for some Kevin Harlan action in your life? Harlan was fun yesterday. He was, again, good play-by-play guy for the game, and the Broncos actually broke trends a little bit. Let's talk about what we saw out there yesterday, and let's start in the first quarter. 7:03 remaining in the first, and we will get to it in just a moment, but what in the world happened in the opening quarter, and what happened with the coverage when somehow Daniel Bellinger found himself disgustingly wide open in the second? Like, Andy, I would call it a blown coverage, except that nobody covered him.
Yeah, it's like they passed him off to nobody. There were a number of times where it just felt like the defense was just out of sorts. I don't know if it was the motion. I don't know what was. Maybe it was the noise.
Yeah,
because it feels like people brought the noise after a little Twitter tete-a-tete or whatever. They were not talking to each other. Like, as bad a blown assignments we have seen in a long time.
It was happening all over the place, and I don't know if it's a fatigue thing. You know, I don't know what's going on with that defense. Whew. But I know it was not good. I can tell you that much. Let's tell you what. Let's jump to the second quarter instead, and let's hear Jackson Dart throwing a touchdown to Cam Scattaboo.
Dart, Thomas the block. Off to the running back, Scattaboo. There was a block inside. He's going to stiff arm his way in. Touchdown, Giants. Scattaboo.
Yep. 13-yard touchdown on a screen play. Missed PAT. Nice job. That, by the way, that was a rough play for Jaquan McMillan.
It is a rough game at times for Jaquan.
It kind of was for numerous different dudes. There was a 3rd and 6 where Benito jumped offside. That kind of kept the drive alive. Gave them, then they had a 3rd and 1, and then Dart didn't get it. Then they had a 4th and 1 where they kind of pushed, and Scattaboo pushed him over, and then they were able to convert. But that made it 13-0. Broncos would then drive down actually inside the 10 before turning over on downs. I mentioned before the screen over to Sutton on the 4th and goal. How about 2nd and goal? Bo, just lob it over to Garrett Bowles. Just lob it. Just.
Poor Garrett's begging you
just
to.
A little touch on that. Yeah, and then Bowles goes diving for the thing.
Oh, he wanted it so bad.
I know.
The big man wanted it so bad.
All 325 pounds of Garrett Bowles, by the way, doesn't like diving because he had to leave the field.
It was funny. I was listening to Tyler tell the story about watching that in the tunnel with a bunch of the other linemen from 2015, part of the reunion class going on there. And he said every one of them was dog cussing Bo for not throwing a better ball for Garrett to catch.
Just a little bit of touch on that one. So, that one doesn't work out. It's a 13-0 game at the half. Third quarter, Broncos offense continues to punt the ball away. And Tyrone Tracy, he got himself a really big hole to go running through.
Tracy, a big hole, galloping, touchdown, Giants. A burst of 31 yards. A stunning display, and the Giants have gone up now by a count of 19-0.
Ooh, yeah, it sure was 19-0. Dondre Tillman crashed down on Jackson Dart on the zone read. Hufanga took the wrong step, and that was what opened up that hole. And, Andrew Thomas just erased Justin Sternat on that play. But, hey, good news. The kicker missed the PAT again.
Yeah, he decided, let me go ahead and give you a little hope.
19-0. The Giants were on top. This is when the game would then start to turn a little bit. Broncos would take over late in the third quarter, start to get a little bit of rhythm going on the drive, and it wrapped with Bo Nix connecting with Troy Franklin, and a ball that was not at all intended for Troy Franklin.
Dobbins a block to the end zone, deflected, and did Franklin get it on the ricochet? Touchdown, Denver, on the deflected ball. Nix for 2. Crabs, Sutton. in front of Belton. And 2 more on the board. 19-8 is the score.
Yeah, Bo to Sutton, play action, tight window throw. That was a nice job by Bo Nix to get that ball in there. But yeah, the 2-yard touchdown to Troy Franklin, that was one of those, like, it's not your day, and suddenly it is. Intended for Sutton. Good play by Cordell Flott to deflect the ball. Goes right to Troy Franklin. Boom, he gets it, and that's a touchdown. Broncos also got fortunate because the play before that, Bo was very nearly picked off by Roy Robertson Harris, who came screaming in and deflected that thing. Thankfully, he had D lineman hands, and he wasn't able to make the catch. But yeah, that almost would have shut down that drive right there, which probably would have meant the Giants would have won the game.
Yes. Literally anything else different happens, they win the game.
Pretty much. Yeah. 19-8 football game. And again, this is one of those where you're just like, okay, maybe Denver's got a little bit of life. However, one deflected touchdown needs another deflected touchdown, apparently. This is what happened on Jackson Dart's pass that was very much not intended for Theo Johnson.
Scatterboo the back, 3rd and 17. And he'll cut a pass, caught on the ricochet. It's grabbed here by the galloping Johnson. He'll be chased in the play by Barron. Did he get in? He did. Touchdown!
And that's where I was like, all right, this just it ain't your day.
Yep.
This ain't your game.
Yep. Intended for Wan'Dale Robinson. Deflects up right to Theo Johnson. Catch and run touchdown, just like an amazing deflected. It was just like a catch and lateral, hook and ladder play that they didn't mean to do, but that's how it worked out for the Giants. That made it a 26-8 game right there. And honestly, Andy, like at this point in the game, and tell me if you disagree, Broncos didn't show any urgency to me.
No, they went about their normal. I felt like Sean Payton, because you had mentioned this in Cross. I felt like he was like, all right, we're going to get some good reps in and start getting this thing worked out.
Right.
Because we're going to run our offense, and I'm going to see some good plays and that sort of thing.
It was a weird drive. It took 5 minutes.
Yeah.
There wasn't a ton of urgency on the part of the Broncos. They were huddling up. They weren't even going tempo. I'm watching this thing, and I'm watching like critical seconds tick off the clock, and I'm just like, this ain't working out. Also, Broncos, there was a hold on Garrett Bowles' drink, clothesline and Thibodeau. You get a 2nd and 11. Bo's pass gets deflected by Brian Burns. You get a 3rd and 11, and Ingram doesn't convert. 4th down and 2, and you get a defensive pass interference on Drew Phillips. Okay, that's huge. Then Bo has a 21-yard scramble. Then you hit a 12-yard screen to Tyler Bidet, and suddenly you're in business. You're in the red zone, and Bo Nix, keeper on his own read, to score a 7-yard touchdown, and then the Broncos would go for 2.
2nd down and goal. Fake handoff. Here comes Nix in pursuit. Thibodeau getting a block, and he'll get inside the pylon. That is a touchdown. Ready. Nix with the block by Bidet to the end zone, caught for 2, and grabbed by Franklin.
Huge. Troy Franklin wide open the back of the end zone, made it 26-16 with 5:07 left in the game.
Now, was that their second 2-point try, right?
Yep.
I was like, how many 2-point plays does he have? Because, they don't, it's not like you go into the game. I've talked to a number of offensive guys about this.
Yep.
You don't go in there with like 20 2-point plays. You got 2 or 3, figuring you may need 1, right? Now you're just going to need one after another after another. I wonder if Sean starts putting a few more extra on the card.
Broncos' 2-point plan was good yesterday.
They are really good.
They're really good at that part of the game.
The 2-point conversion.
There was also a great blitz pickup by Tyler Bidet on that play that kind of saved that one. 26-16. Giants take over. 5:07. Denver has all 3 timeouts. Broncos take timeouts on 1st and 2nd down, setting up a 3rd down and 5 for Jackson Dart. And how did that go for the Giants?
It's a 3rd and 5. They come up the middle. Heavy pressure in the throw. Intercepted. It's picked off by Strnad. He breaks the tackle. Breaks another. Now inside the 20. Oh, disaster. What a play.
Perfect call by Kevin Harlan. It was a disaster.
Yes.
It was like the one thing you couldn't do there if you were the Giants.
Well, and Harlan had said a little bit prior to that, he's been great about protecting the football.
Yep.
Kept pointing out the rookie hasn't thrown any picks yet. So
if they run the ball on 3rd down and 5, even if they don't convert, either Peyton is forced to burn his final timeout or the clock runs down to like roughly the 4-minute mark, and then you punt the ball away and you give Denver bad field position. The interception was just an unbelievable choke job. It was a choke job by Dable to make that call, and it was a choke job by Dart to throw that interception. Sternad dropped in coverage. Dart looked right at him trying to hit Theo Johnson, and instead Sternad makes that play. Also a 21-yard return down to the 19. That didn't hurt anything either. So the Broncos take over in the red zone. By the way, critical play on this, Kayvon Thibodeau jumping on 3rd and 5 to set up a 1st down and goal for the Broncos.
It's where they got tired.
That's right. And on a short field, this is how Denver would finish the drive.
Harvey the back. Nix chased by Thibodeau. Backpedaling. Touchdown. Harvey. And the Broncos are back in business and cash in on the interception of Dart.
Okereke was late to get there in coverage. Good touch throw by Bo Nix. 2-yard touchdown. Lutz kicks the PAT. 26-23. Giants still on top. 3:51 to play in the game. 1st and 10, toss left, Scattaboo, no gain. 2nd and 10, Scattaboo for 3 yards. Broncos call their final timeout at 2:56. Again, this is another opportunity with a lead to burn more clock. That is not what the Giants would do on 3rd down and 8. Jackson Dart would go looking for Wan'Dale Robinson.
Dart on 3rd down and 8. Boy, they're crowding that line. Here they come. They bring 5. Dart to the air. No! To Robinson. McMillan the coverage. 4th down and 8.
Good coverage by McMillan on that play, but a 3 and out that only took 1:09 off the clock. So a good job by Sean Payton and a terrible job by Brian Dable.
Yes.
The coaching mismatch, Andy, was so on display in that 4th quarter.
You saw who was coaching for his job, whose seat's been a little hot.
Yep.
And it's not Peyton's.
Huge mistake. Broncos would take over, and on this next drive, let's just hit the key highlights of this drive right here, including the 31-yarder to Marvin Mims on 3rd down and 11, some Evan Engram magic, and finally Bo Nix getting his 2nd rushing touchdown of the 4th quarter.
Nix to the air, Bowles with the block, Nix going long, and caught by Mims! 1st down! Giants have led the entire game. Nix underneath. Engram out of bounds. Oh, he stayed in and finally brought down by Belton. It's a catch and run. He's inside the 20. Running back will be Bidet. Nix will take it himself on 1st and 10. Blocked by Bowles. Touchdown Denver. The Broncos have their first lead today.
Has Kevin Harlan got a soft spot for Garrett Bowles? Bowles got called out for 2 blocks on that drive right there.
Well, I mean, he did a great job, at least on that run, definitely of getting out there. And maybe he does, because we all know that Garrett's just an incredible turnaround story. And one he's the Baker Mayfield of left tackles.
Drew Phillips was the GOAT, but the bad kind on that drive. He had the coverage on Mims on the back shoulder on the 31-yarder, and then he was the one that didn't push Evan Engram out of bounds. Smart play by Evan Engram, because guess what? The clock was going to stop regardless because the 2-minute warning was right there. So he was just like, I'm going to do everything I can to stay in bounds. And Phillips didn't push him out, and Engram ended up getting 20 yards on that play. And then, Bowles and McGlinchey had huge blocks on the go-ahead touchdown run to make it 30-26. However, the lead would not last. Giants on the march, and we're just going to play 2 snippets of highlights here from the final minute of the game. This is the part of the game where, Andy, how people like to talk about, plays getting drunk or whatever, games getting drunk. No, this game was on every substance you can possibly imagine. Here we go.
Dart again. The time. The throw. And going for the rookie, and incomplete. And looking again for Collins. And a flag thrown at the 4 in the middle of the field.
Is that Peyton all the way out with the officials? He's down at the 2-yard line out on the field. He's got to be careful not to get a flag.
And he just got a flag.
I love that. The little, there it is. Oh, yeah. There he just goes into.
Trent Green just being like, the hell is Sean Payton doing out there?
Yeah. Is he part of the officiating crew? Was he?
He's They don't usually let those guys out there like that.
Nah, unless you're Aaron Glenn, then run wherever the hell you want.
Yeah. So Jackson Dart would score a touchdown. They would miss the PAT.
Yes, they would.
Yes, they would.
You know what? It was funny because Harlan's talking about it. I'm like, this guy's not going to shank two. Oh, what do you know he is?
Sure did. Sure did. So the DPI on Riley Moss, crap call. Just crap call.
Come on, man.
Just let him play at the end of that game, but the flag gets thrown. It sets up a Jackson Dart touchdown. However, Sean Payton's penalty moves it down to the 1. Then Jackson Dart scoring on the first play right there, Andy, was nuts because that gave Denver enough time with no timeouts to drive down and kick the game-winning field goal. If that is ruled short, if he is down before crossing, before breaking the plane, and by the way, the Broncos were not letting him score right there. Like both Benito and Singleton tried to make tackles on that play, and they missed, and Dart was able to reach over before his thigh touched down. But if he doesn't, it probably ends differently because they can then burn more clock and then have another chance to be able to get that touchdown. Instead, they score. But again, they missed the PAT, so it's a 32-30 game. And let's just go to the game-winning drive because this was absurdity.
1st and 10 from their 23, and no timeouts. Nix, long, down the middle, and caught,
And he caught it.
at the 48-yard line and grabbed by Mims. It's a 1st and 5. Nix, and caught by Sutton. Got it on the side. Newman was there. For Boney the snap. Crawshaw, the rookie, will hold it. Will Lutz. 39-yard field goal for the win. He got it. Denver's won.
And Dre Greenlaw chases down the official, gets a penalty, and is now suspended for a game without pay.
There was more even that happened.
Yeah.
Andy, how did you feel about the 39-yard field goal?
Oh, I was with you. I'm like, he's gonna shank this. It just feels like it was that kind of day.
I thought it was going to get blocked.
Did you?
That's once it got up in the, I knew Lutz would make the kick. I was just like, he's just got to make sure that this doesn't get blocked.
Didn't he hook one against the Chargers though?
Yeah, yep. Mm-hmm.
Look, it just felt like I was like, we've seen this
yarder,
too many times. Something stupid's happened, and this game's been nothing but dumb.
Right.
So,
and instead it went in, and Broncos fans got to go nuts. Unforgettable, especially for the Broncos fans that stayed. Congratulations to all of you. 33 points that the Broncos scored in the fourth quarter, most in a single quarter in franchise history. Unbelievable. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. I can't believe we're doing a show about how the Broncos won that game. It's Rally House Football Monday. You know, Andy, we did smacks on the rear before, and tell me if you disagree with this. I thought it was kind of challenging to find guys to smack on the rear because, like, a lot of guys sucked for most of the game.
Yes.
And then they got good at the very end to help the Broncos win it. And not even everybody necessarily got good by the end of the game, but still. So with that said, Andy, tell me a Broncos player that is in the groove. That's right, in the groove, presented by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com.
I feel like Marvin Mims got in the groove.
He did.
So I'll give it to him.
Yeah, Mimsy did get in the groove. His final numbers looked really good by the time the game was all said and done. 6 catches on 7 targets for 85 yards, plus he had a 13-yard carry. So he was quite good. I thought it was another good Evan Engram game. Again, like it's not massive numbers, but 5 catches for 42 yards. I think Engram is kind of in the groove right now, and I think the offensive line is very much in the groove.
Palczewski.
Yeah. Palcho, give him some love.
Alex Palczewski. Yep.
Zach Allen had half a sack and 2 batted passes. Jonathan Cooper had a sack and a half yesterday. So those guys continue to be good. They are also in the groove. Presented by Groove Toyota. Let's keep this thing going. By the way, tomorrow another Avs Ticket Tuesday. Tune in all day tomorrow.